Why'd you think that it's not right? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had the chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Ding ding.
Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is still yesterday. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing.
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost, you never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
solve them right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Get it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I solve it right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again. XOX code, run it again. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. your design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again, not there. XOX code, run it again, not there. got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल जगह के लिए हैश को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा। And the champions, they paying the price with their blood.
It's the last day of the week and maybe a final chance for these guys to make a comeback. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be a host to Castro Necro, John alongside with me on the panel. It will be Fixes. And it's pretty much a last chance for the teams at the last page to make any sort of bounce backs in the overall standings, because so far it's getting a little bit too dicey. Let's be honest, even the gap, it's increased. Teams like Bottom Esports, Myth, even they're starting to perform. And it should be a real scary affair, especially for the teams on the last page.
The best possible scenario is we need some movements coming in from all these teams, especially in the bottom order of the standings, because if they do not collect enough points, like we've already discussed, so many teams from the top have already qualified. You never know how they're going to play in week 4. So the comeback chances are still there, but the chances are very less likely to happen.
Especially speaking of the last page itself, I mean, looking at 8-Bit right now, yesterday they had a decent game, the last one. All they need is 25 more points to be on the A17 spot, which is not a lot. They just need one single good game. But getting that good game as well, it's seeming pretty tough for the side of 8-Bit. The good game that they had was taken away by Legit Esports. And speaking of Legit, they're still on the 31st spot. They're not that far away, though. Even Legit Esports, if they get a chicken dinner, they can still be in contention. The same thing can be said for Team Tamilas as well. But the real inspiration yesterday was Myth Official and Bot Army Esports. The way Bot Army Esports played was absolutely phenomenal. And Myth Official as well, they've been super consistent in this week 3.
I think for Borami Esports, they were nothing short of being just brilliant, just improving with time, getting better. For Myth Official, there was a lot of solidity coming in. Finally, we could see those consistent games. Finally, whatever game plans they had come up with started to work, and they earned a lot of points for themselves. But even towards the end, we saw legit Esports. They also grabbed the chicken dinner, and 8-bit almost were on the verge of it. Few mistakes, but nothing taken away. 15 points, will still take it. But like we've constantly been harping on the fact that if 8-bit legit, they do not perform today also. By performing, we mean 3 consistent good games, at least 30 games. 30 points is what they need from these 3 matches that they have to go. Otherwise, the 4th week looks quite nightmarish.
Looking at 8-bit in the overall standings, they've got 101 points. And looking at the team on the 18th spot, which is Myth, they've got 125 points. As I mentioned, they just need 25 more points to sort of take over Myth's spot and be on the 18th spot in the overall standings, which shouldn't be that tough on paper considering 8-bit is supposed to be one of the most experienced lineup. But so far, with the way they've been playing the challenge season, it feels like, yeah, even that's going to be a tough affair. You move on towards Team Tamilas. I mean, at least we've been speaking about 8-bit, but Team Tamilas, they've been completely overshadowed. We're just not able to see them in the playing field anymore.
Yeah, for Team Tamilas, especially given the fact that we had just recently interviewed one of the players, and they did talk about going through a rough phase, but they were looking quite underconfident. And at this point, they're making the same old rookie mistakes. There has been nothing new coming in from their side. Simply put, they have been boring, to be honest, because the same rotations, one of which is that certain water rotations that they tend to execute. It has been read by every single person in the lobby. Now everybody is waiting for them, and they have not tweaked it, and they have constantly been dying to that. So I think all these factors need to be taken into account. Team Tamilas need to make some changes in their style of play, at least go aggressive, because the Team Tamilas that we used to love was a Team Tamilas that could take fights. This Team Tamilas isn't really there yet.
Exactly. The Team Tamilas that we saw in the past, that we saw in the official tournaments, would actually go and contest the center of the circle. If someone is already over there, Team Tamilas would go and take a fight against them to sort of fight for the prime spot. And now we're just seeing a complete passive and a defensive Team Tamilas. They're not even able to scoop any sort of points away for them in the points table because they're currently on the 28th spot, which is a really bad spot to be in. And we just mentioned this, right? Being on the last page, that means today's going to be the final chance for you to make any sort of bounce backs. Because in week 3, understand this, the competition is just going to get even more tighter, and you would not have as many games as possible.
For Team Tamilas, we used to talk about Team Tamilas being synonymous with the games of Miramar. And their Miramar games haven't gotten better either. The Erangel games, where they recently had been performing so well, they have been nothing but abysmal. Now, you cannot just go on to blame it on the circles, right? Certain circles are a part of the game. You're going to have it. You're going to deal with it. While so many teams have made so many tweaks around how to approach these certain circles, we haven't seen anything exciting coming from their side. Even their players aren't really performing. It's the same old case you can draw with 8-bit also. Their fraggers, the likes of Maxi, he's not out there yet. You want Mr. IGL to step things up. But before we get into all of that more, we will take a quick look at the overall ranking. So versatile, pretty much comfortable. I think we could just hand them over their golden ticket to make it inside of the grand final. Same goes for Hero Extreme Godlike, I feel. At this point, Necro, the top 6 teams look quite solid, look quite stable. From the 7th till the 16th, we've got a match ahead of us.
Yeah, but still looking at the team on the 7th spot, it's Reckoning Esports, and then you really think, yeah, can they slip out of the top 16? And the answer is going to be no. Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that's been proving themselves time and time, and a pretty solid force, to be honest. Even OG is one of those teams that is barely going to slip out. Yesterday, GT had a phenomenal day too. 157 points so far in the overall board, and they're looking pretty comfy as well. Just Jilly, even they have made a slow and steady climb in the overall standings yesterday, not doing too bad on that 11th spot. CG still in that danger zone. Wildfangs, I mean, for some reason, we're not seeing any sort of improvements from them. They're just getting enough points to keep themselves pinned down in that spot, but that's not going to be enough. Wildfangs, they need to perform exceptionally well.
They have to. And I think we've got some news tonight. Scout OP, he's not going to be joining Wildfangs for the games, of course, due to some work commitments elsewhere. But I'm kind of interested to see who is going to replace. We've got Anuj to OP, one of those players who's got a lot of potential in him. And we've seen even in the official tournaments when it has mattered, I think that one game of Miramar where Anuj to OP single-handedly clutched it out, got a chicken dinner for his team, would be an interesting and exciting prospect. But for Phoenix Esports, the misery still continues, 117 points. Now, not too far though, Necro, because when you look at the top 16, I think one good game and any of these teams can really stage a bounce back, even for the likes of Miracle, Cincinnati Kids. And we've been talking a lot about all these other outliers. We need to emphasize and talk a little bit about Medal Esports. What is going wrong with them? Because given the fact that Medal Esports' recent run has been stellar, looking at them at the opposition like 17th, that is quite unacceptable.
It indeed is. I mean, Medal Esports, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I hope it's not the experimentation phase going on right now as well, because it's a little bit too late to experiment. Medal Esports, now is the time where you should push yourself in the top 16 and be on the comfort zone. But considering they're still on the 17th spot, I would not really want to point a lot of fingers on them. They can easily move on. It's just one spot away from the top 16. And Medal Esports, even if they do get one solid chicken dinner, they can instantly move up. The main point to notice over here is that Medal Esports is at least getting those constant points to keep themselves pinned down in that same spot since this entire week 3. They've been around that 17 and the 18 spot throughout the entire week 3. So they're getting those enough 5 to 6 points per game, but they're not able to excel themselves to sort of move on forward in the top 16. And to do so, they need at least 8 to 9 points per game to sort of crack in that top 16 and constantly maintain a good spot in the overall standings.
Another reason of which could be the fact that the circles have been quite weird in Medal Esports, finding themselves quite uncomfortable considering how they love to play, usually like to control situations, and they've been getting themselves mixed into a lot of these awkward fights. So if they can somehow avoid that, then that could really turn out well for them. But taking a quick look at some head-to-head stats and figures, 8-Bit and Genix FM, I don't know, they've got the finishes, 8-Bit of course, but Genix FM miles ahead in terms of their placement points. So a little bit of a stark difference in both these teams and the styles of play they've gone on with. Genix FM, of course, being the better squad. Of course, Genix FM having improved by a lot in the recent times. For 8-Bit, the finishes might be there, but still, you would expect a little bit more from their side.
Genix FM just has 7 more points in the point table right now compared to the players of 8-Bit, so that head-to-head was pretty close, right? 8-Bit is one of those teams that is also lingering down at the bottom. Even Genix FM is one of those teams that is still lingering down there. And honestly, both these teams are pretty much on the same page, but 8-Bit just a bit more experienced considering they've got years and years of experience to come with, while Genix FM, they went through some recent changes, and even that sort of affecting the boys. While you move on forward in the overall rankings now, I do not know exactly why Genix FM is down there. Maybe the communication issues, maybe the synergy issues, that can be counted for Genix FM, which is understandable. But the same cannot be said for 8-Bit, considering these guys have been playing with each other for such a long time.
Even for Genix FM, I do not think they've made any major changes. But for Genix FM, I'm going to give them that leeway. They've never been one of those teams that had our hopes high, right? Just like Team 8-Bit. I mean, for God's sake, they were the runners-up, but so much on our mind, and I'm pretty sure even our brothers on the Hindi desk have an interview set up with the boys from 8-Bit and Genix FM. So here you go.
कैसे हो आप लोग? आई होप लीडर बोर्ड अभी हमने देखा, आप लोगों की टीम्स के नंबर्स देखे, आज के दिन का प्रेशर फील हो रहा है? ऐश, आपसे पहले जानना चाहूंगा.
हेलो. प्रेशर तो मतलब अब गोल क्लियर है, प्रेशर है उसका थोड़ा बहुत, बट हमें पता है कि क्वालिफाई करने के लिए क्या नीडेड है, एंड वही पॉजिटिव लेके चल रहे हैं.
एंड विशु, हाउ आर यू डूइंग? जेनेक्स एफएम, लास्ट ईयर इस टीम ने काफी नाम बनाया था, आप लोगों ने यहाँ पे अपनी जगह बनाई, बट ये स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज 2025 की शुरुआत एक्सपेक्टेशन से थोड़ी हल्की हुई है.
लास्ट टाइम एज अ प्लेयर खेला था, अभी एज अ आईजीएल खेल रहा हूँ, तो प्रेशर था, बट अभी प्रेशर लेने के लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है, तो अभी पूरा फ्री होके पूरा खेलने वाले हैं, एकदम मस्त से जैसा खेलते हैं, जैसा प्रैक्टिस करी है वही इम्प्लीमेंट करने वाले हैं. जो एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर रहे थे वो बंद कर चुके हैं अभी. बस
डिटेल्स वाले क्वेश्चन ये पूछेंगे आज.
ऐश, देखिए आपने भी यही बोला कि प्रेशर है जरूर, लेकिन अब पूरा ऑल आउट जाने का टाइम आ चुका है. बट व्हाट इफ द स्ट्रैटेजीज जो कि आपने बनाई हैं, प्लान बी अगर बना रखा है, व्हाट इफ दैट डजंट वर्क आउट, तो किस तरीके से खुद का पूरा माइंडसेट चेंज किया जाएगा? बिकॉज ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेज है, और इस इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेज पर कोई भी गलती सीधा बाहर.
हाँ, मतलब अभी प्लान बी ही मोशन में है, पर प्लान बी की नौबत आ चुकी है, तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि इसके मतलब ये हम कर लेंगे.
So what is plan will work? What is that plan B exactly? If you would like to maybe slightly elaborate, what is that plan B?
मतलब हम पास्ट में जो मतलब 5 मंथ से प्रैक्टिस कर पा रहे थे, वो हमारा बेसिकली अनफॉर्चुनेट हो गया कि ओवेस की थोड़ी तबीयत डाउन हो गई फर्स्ट वीक, एंड मतलब प्रॉपर कंडीशन में नहीं था, एंड सेकंड वीक उसका थोड़ा खेल नहीं पाया वो, तो वो हमें थोड़ा बैकफायर कर गया। पूरा डिफरेंट लाइनअप के साथ खेल रहे थे, बट अभी व्हेन ही इज बैक, सो सब पॉजिटिव है, गुड पॉइंट्स, मतलब थोड़ा सा ग्राफ ऊपर गया है, तो वही है कि उसको और ऊपर लेके जाना है।
विशु, आपने अभी हाल ही में लाइनअप में ओपन फाइनल्स के अंदर शोगन नहीं थे, आपने चैलेंज सीजन के अंदर उनको इंट्रोड्यूस कराया। शोगन के साथ कैसे चल रहा है, और ये क्या ये प्रोडक्टिव रास्ते की तरफ आप बढ़ रहे हैं?
अभी शोगन के साथ हमने जब ट्राई किया था तो बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था, बट दिक्कत ये हो गई कि वीक 2 में कुछ अर्जेंट था, उनकी फैमिली इमरजेंसी थी तो उनको जाना पड़ा, तो उनके साथ नहीं खेल पाया, इसलिए ग्राफ थोड़ा नीचे गया। अभी 2 दिन खेले, उसमें पहले दिन एवरेज खेले थे, बट दूसरा दिन अनफॉर्चुनेट सिचुएशंस बन गई प्लेन पाथ की, और गेम में जो कंडीशंस थी वो मैच नहीं की हमारे गेम स्टाइल से। बट आज ट्राई यही है पूरा कि फुल टीम खेल रही है तो फुल पोटेंशियल के साथ ही खेलें।
Vishu, just when we talk about this thing, इसके साथ ही मूविंग ऑन सवाल, पहले पूरे वीक्स के अंदर आपके 106 टोटल पॉइंट्स थे। आपने बोला कि कल के दिन चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेट हुई, 2 पॉइंट्स आपके पूरे दिन में आए, जैसे आपने प्लेन पाथ की बात करी कि प्लेन पाथ अनफॉर्चुनेट सब चीज थी। अब आज और आने वाले वीक में भी अगर वो चीजें आई, सो हाउ हैव यू प्रिपेयर्ड योरसेल्फ फॉर दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स जो कि एकदम से आकर के चीजें बदल सकता है?
अभी तक हम खेल रहे थे कि मिल बांट के खेलते हैं, सबके लाइक हमारे ड्रॉप के लिस्ट थे तो हमने चेंज कर लिए कि ठीक है मिल बांट के खेल लेते हैं, बट अभी बदमाशी का टाइम आ गया है, अभी नहीं छोड़ने वाले ड्रॉप कुछ भी, फाइट लेंगे जो भी है, या तो फुल पोटेंशियल के साथ क्वालिफाई करेंगे या तो बाहर होना है तो लास्ट पे बाहर हो जाएंगे।
अब ये हुई ना फियरलेस मराठास वाली बात। विशु, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। Ash, you too, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Best of luck for your matches ahead.
Thank you.
Hey, I love that mentality from Vishu, right? He's like, you know what? If we want to qualify, we're going to qualify with full potential, or else we're going to get kicked out of this tournament on the last spot. So hey, that's the best possible mentality to have. Fearless.
I feel at this point, push has come to shove for Genix FM and both 8-bit. So they've got no other backup options. You have to go all out. There's nothing really remaining. So a little bit of an insight though from 8-bit side, where they were under the impression that Oasis, in fact, was unwell, and as a result of which they could not really perform that well. But for Genix FM, I felt like, these reasonings. Now, exactly what I said about flight path trajectory is not favoring you, circles not helping you. You cannot be always relying on ideal conditions. Come on. This is BGMI. It is going to be treacherous. It is always going to be against you. You have to be prepared for the very worst. And that is what really makes the cut for a very good team against just another team. So for Genix FM, if they want a bright future ahead, if they want a couple of trophies, they will have to mend their ways.
I mean, look, he also mentioned one thing, and that was that Shogun also had his family emergency. That's why Shogun wasn't able to play in some of the weeks. So which is understandable why we saw that graph sort of fall down a bit for Genix FM. But hopefully Shogun's back now in full form. And I would love to see what Genix FM is capable of. They're going to go for those drop fights. They clearly mentioned now is the time where we're going to be a bit more naughty, and we're going to try to make sure that we're contesting our own drop and not give it away to any other team. We're going to try to fight tooth and nail, either get kicked out of this tournament on the last spot, or we are going to fight till the top 16 and be one of the best teams in the entire group. As we've got the schedule lined up on the screen, Erangel's going to be the first map to kick things off, and of course it will be Group C and D duking it out against each other.
It's going to be fun. Group C and D has always been an exciting affair. And for Erangel to be the first match to come into play, first map to come into play perhaps, is going to be really exciting. Now, at this point, when we take a quick look at the teams we'll be looking out for, of course, 8-bit will be one of the biggest names. Alongside, we've got Even Legit. Can they keep on their consistency train running ahead? That is the big ask. And even for Medical and Medal Esports. So from Group D, quite a lot of teams we have to pay attention to. Even RGC Esports, they have also been sneaking through, going unnoticed. But yes, they haven't been doing that well either.
Indeed, they haven't been. Even for Miracles, the same thing can be said for them too, right? I mean, even they're not doing too hot in the overall standings. On the 22nd spot right now with 115 points racked up. So even for Miracles, quite struggling. So definitely one thing is for sure, the opposite group's going to have a lot of trouble, especially Group D. There's so many teams who are still on the verge of qualification, and that would want to make sure that they're trying their best to be there in the top 16. Metal Esports is also one of those teams that is barely on the cusp. And let's peek on the Group C side of things now. In Group C, there's so many teams that are already on the comfort zone. You talk about Red Ross, they're definitely going to try to take things much more serious, and they're definitely going to try to make things even worse for the teams that do want to qualify. So I would love to see some targeting if possible.
We might get to see that today. It's final day, and a lot of these teams would want to end things on a good note. So pretty sure that everybody is now trying to beat the records, is trying to maybe push past that 300 marker. Yes, it's possible with the amount of games that all these teams have, and with the kind of form that they're going through, who knows that we might get to see that. And a little bit of more of you exposing yourself, like I said, to dire circumstances is going to be really handy, especially when you're making it into the grand finals. It's a whole different ball game. You've got different devices, different conditions to play. Your hands will be sweaty, though it's very cold here. And the audience cheering for the favorite teams will definitely send chills through your spine. So you have to be prepared. Be ready for the unexpected. You're chartering into the unknown. It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting, without a doubt. You've also got a few more names like Cincinnati Kids in the mix. And speaking of Cincinnati Kids, yeah, it does feel like they're trying their best to be there in the forefront. They're trying their best to take as many fights as possible. But for some reason, they're not able to convert those 4-on-4 fights. We instantly see Cincinnati Kids completely evaporate into thin air. Sometimes it feels like the surrounding awareness is completely lacking in the boys. And yesterday's first game was a prime example of that, where Bot Army Esports closed in from the back and instantly third-partied them and wiped out Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids did not even give them a fight for a second. They were evaporated into thin air. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, the first game is going to boot up on the screen right now as the plane flat path begins all the way from George Pool towards Milta Power. And one thing is for sure, this plane flat path is looking pretty nice for the players. They're not going to have any sort of struggles to move in towards their own designated drop location. It should be a smooth sailing on paper, but you never know. If we're going to see any sort of drop collisions, the time is right now. Especially for the teams in the Group C, they're pretty much on the comfort zone. Talk about God's Reign doing really good in the overall standings. Bot Army Esports in the top 3. Myth Official doing okay, not too good, but still outside of the top 16. So for Myth Official, they need to be there. You talk about Cincinnati Kids on the struggling side of things as well. OG in the top 16 looking good. Diesel Esports on the struggling side. So Group C, it seems like majority of the teams are doing pretty good. But for Group D, man, too many struggling names. So for Group D, this will be a pretty much death matchup.
When you're a wounded lion, of course, you will tend to go in for the hunt, and you are the most dangerous. You've got nothing to lose over there. So it is that mentality you have to come out to play with. If not today, then maybe there's no tomorrow for you. So you're under utter despair. That is where you tend to show your A game and give it all you've got. And a lot of these teams, when you look at how they're dropping down, we can see a major cluster, Necro, forming around those eastern areas. You've got Milta covered, you've got Milta Power, also Orangutan taking over it. A little bit of a drop collision there as Vasista Esports instantly go after Bot Army Esports. Now, this is quite absurd, given the fact that last I checked, Bot Army Esports tend to go down south.
Interesting. Vasista Esports instantly wiping out the first man. And now for Bot Army Esports, starting things off with a major handicap. Scary not in the game anymore. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Bot Army Esports, but considering it's a team that's doing really good in the overall standings, all they need is 5 to 6 points per game. That's it. And Bot Army Esports, their quota for this match will be done. They've already gotten one finish on the board against Vasista Esports, so even Steven trades on the board so far. And even if Bot Army Esports, they get wiped out completely, but by taking out 3 players of Vasista Esports, they would still be happy, because they've pretty much ruined the game for a team that wanted to qualify. And Vasista Esports, one thing is for sure, they're going for a lot of these rivalries for no reason. I mean, Vasista Esports, they've got a rivalry against VXT, a team that's doing really good. We did see that rivalry unfold in quite a bad manner for Vasista Esports, and now this against Bot Army Esports.
Pretty interesting setup that has come in, especially for Vasista Esports. I feel like at this point, a little bit cornered. Now, it's just not Vasista Esports really taking charge of things, right? It's also Borami Esports answering them back. And look at this, Vasista Esports getting a little restless. I think the only reason behind why these two teams dropped down over here was because of the fact that Wildfangs isn't in the lobby. Decided to take on, and suddenly there is a drop collision. They weren't really prepared, but Vasista Esports trying to funnel around as Redmond X-Park on a collision course against the players of Red Ross. As Sarang already down on his knees, and Red Ross, like you said, Necro, they're not going to be showing any mercy. They want a piece of the pie, and seems like they've got quite a big chunk of it.
I knew this. Red Ross is going to be trying pretty hard. And that's what they're exactly doing, wiping out the teams that are on the struggling side of things. And of course, Revenant Spark, it's one of those teams, if you get rid of as early as possible, the competition won't be there in the LAN finale. So Red Ross, I love the mentality. Should keep on moving up with the same one. They've already got the advantage in the scenario, but unfortunately another man gets dropped down. And what's happening with Red Ross? They're dropping the man number. It's a complete blunder in the fight now. It feels like Red Ross is just feeding the elimination points away to Revenant Spark. There's still one more man alive, and it feels like that person is just going to back away from this entire spot in this entire scenario. He's just going to try to evade. Revenant Spark once again flipping the switch in another one of those fights.
It's not the first time they've done that, right?
Yeah.
Always excelling in those situations where they tend to make such an awkward situation theirs. What could have been a huge blunder, but look at this. Sister Esports setting up a nice crossfire. And the big ask is if Borami Esports will fall for the trap. Pukari's got a nice angle to work around with. Monty having spotted up Pukar out. The third party perspective is not there, really. And for now, I think Vasista Esports, they have been dealt with a heavy blow. Not being able to somehow manage himself around those rocks has been one of the major issues over here. Now Vasista Esports, they are literally cornered, clustered. Borami Esports, they can take their own sweet time before they go in for the paw.
Indeed. Vasista Esports, all the pieces now. It seems like they're going to slowly and steadily start to fade away. 2 more players to go. Borami Esports with an instance. They've got the major man advantage. And Henry's got no clue. He's about to walk into a major firepower.
What?
That's what exactly happens. The crossfire catches Henry, and Vasista Esports out of nowhere. They flip the switch in the fight. 1 more man to go on top of the roof, and they know exactly where the player is situated too. Oh boy, I'm not exactly sure what Henry did there, but he had no clue that he was walking into a big chunk of firepower, which was a crossfire set up by Vasista Esports, and he got welcomed by so many bullets.
Comedy of errors.
Position is known, and Devotee once again, he wants to charge up on that isolated player, considering he knows there's a bit of the separation between the players of Vasista Esports. I love this mentality from Devotee.
Certainly do, but at this point, he's literally fighting against death. As Vasista Esports, they again reunite their forces, but a saving grace could be in the form that Rage God does not have mids, maybe hasn't really gone for a patch in. As Devotee, he's got another Molotov to work around with, but Fierce, we know how good of an assaulter he is. Blink it and a miss it moment. But Devotee, he needs to count his chickens over here. At this point, he has to go in. He has to be the aggressor. He has to get that first knock. And he's trying desperately to get that. But Rage God, he needs to administer a couple of more bandages. Or maybe just use himself as a bait. Lure himself out whilst Fierce gets the finish. But there you have it. A little bit out of position. And Devotee, he capitalizes. This is good, sublime stuff coming in from this young lad. And now the onus is on the players of Vasista Esports once again. Having quickly recovered in this fight, they've again dropped the ball.
1 more to go, Devotee. And Rage God is not even going to have a chance to go for the revival on the fallen player. What can Rage God do? Take the fight up close and personal. Devotee's already narrowed it down to a 1v1. And Borami Esports out of nowhere, a big chance to come out on top in the fight itself. The S12K, it's going to start a ring once again. All it takes is 1 single shot to find the confirmation, and the shot connects. Rage God's taken down so low, and that's why Devotee pulls out the Scar L2, because he knows all he needs to do is just connect 1 more shot. But he's still moving up close and personal with that same S12K, looking pretty vicious. Devotee has been a big chunk of firepower for Bot Army Esports. He's also been the main playmaker right next to Henry and Monty. And once again, Devotee carrying that torch on the back as he wants to wipe out Vasista Esports from their existence. But still, Rage God is the only person that's keeping this banner alive, that's keeping the hopes and dreams alive. And Devotee has been so impressive in this entire fight. The presence of mind, the awareness has been on point. Knowing exactly where the players were, going for the pre-fires accurately every single time. That is impressive stuff right there. Clinical. And right now, Devotee's just waiting for that one instance, that one clean connection with the DBS. The only reason why he switched over to that DBS is because all he needs is one burst. And he's constantly going for that as well. Constantly bursting around the walls, and even Rage God, all he needs is one single shot from that UMP. And especially all you need is one connection. That's when the SMG will be the one to come out on top against a shotgun. And that's what happens. But still, the damage is done, Fixes. It cannot be undue.
Quite unfortunate, I must say, over there for Devotee. Really did not have any armor with him. Still on that level 1, was almost depleted. All it took down was that one pre-fire bullet. And Rage God lives to fight another day, but seems like his happiness won't last long, given the fact that the apes are in these concrete jungles. And AKOP, he is gonna put Rage God out of his miseries. Poor lad did not have any meds on him or anything whatsoever. But Vasista Esports, they wanted to somehow escape Versatile from Pochinki. Decided to drop down on Milta. Same goes with Bot Army Esports. Wanted to avoid GDR, and as a result of which, things really went down the drain for both these teams.
They indeed did. I mean, I just feel bad for Vasista, man. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Every single time, Vasista Esports is the one to have some sort of bad blood with someone. Be it VXT, now be it Bot Army Esports, off the rip getting wiped out like this. If Vasista Esports continues to have bad rivalries, well, it's not going to pan out well for them in this SPS, because it does feel like they are getting wiped out off the rip majority of the times. And they're not able to secure a lot of points as well doing so. So these rivalries are really bad for Vasista Esports in the future run.
Not really. I mean, I feel like the only rivalry they have got going on, which is quite bitter, is against Versatile. Of course, they've gone up against the big dogs, and it's fine. Given the players they also have in their arsenal, it's not like they cannot take a fight. It's just that they're not going through a good time. But this fight was completely unwarranted, unwanted. Did not expect it, to be honest. Did not anticipate Bot Army Esports to be coming in like that. But a lot of errors were also made from both the sides in that previous fight, especially Bot Army Esports, when they could have gone in, should have really checked for that crossfire and just went in with blinders on, and as a result of which suffered heavy casualties. This could have been one of those fights where Bot Army Esports could have won it, could have again gotten a lot of that loot done around Milta and then made a move inside the circle, but that did not happen. As for Vasista Esports, little mistakes, rookie ones from Pukar. I think he knows that he messed up in that situation, which is okay. But given the fact Vasista Esports not really doing good in terms of the overall standings, it is gonna hurt a little bit more, because Bot Army Esports, they have nothing to worry about.
Exactly my point, right? Both the rivalries right now they're having are against the teams that are already doing really good in the overall standings. VXT, and now Bot Army Esports went against him. So this is a really bad thing that's going on for Vasista.
Would you call this a rivalry, though? I think it's an accident, maybe.
You think?
An accidental meetup? Yeah, when have we seen Vasista Esports take arms up against Bot Army? I don't think there's any bad blood there.
Well, fine, I guess. Maybe not, but still, you know, these 4-4
they have to be
fights are
prepared,
really panning out well. Yeah, they're really panning out bad. So, Vasista Esports, something needs to be done here. They cannot keep on fighting the same way they do against VXT, against all the other teams. Even if there's a drop clash, maybe you're trying to avoid it, or just give it all you've got. In the previous fight, it did feel like there was a big disconnect between the players. Did not know exactly what they wanted. A lot of those mistakes were made, especially for the man who was there in the outskirts around the rocks. He got spotted and instantly got taken down by Bottom Esports. So his presence was useless there.
It was. I mean, at this point, for both these teams, they actually wanted to avoid a catastrophe and suddenly landed themselves in another earthquake. Both of these teams suffering massive casualties. Both these squads wiped off. Really did not help their case, especially like we discussed for the sister at the 19th position. Of course, will move in a little up, maybe. But as things stand, quite a solid hold coming up from 8-bit side. Now they're looking much more poised, given that they've got one of the central positions in the circle. And circle like this, we've been witnessing fights right from minute one. Haven't really gotten to discuss enough about the zone. It's a hybrid one, somewhere panned around Rozhok. You've got the likes of Medal Esports already taking over the city. You've got Gujarat Tigers on the northern side of Rozhok, just across the riverine. And then you've got so many teams already clumped up. Got 8-bit, we've got Myth officials taking over school apps, and then we've got God's Reign being the neighbors to 8-bit at this point. And if I were 8-bit, I would try to avoid God's Reign as much as possible. And given it's a newly tweaked God's Reign, they aren't really the ones looking for a fight right off the get-go.
Indeed they aren't. God's Reign has been pretty peaceful after their big up in the performance. They've been looking pretty nice, pretty quiet. It's like they're just here to get the average points, and as soon as they're done, God's Reign is like, you know what? We are not here to harm anyone. Instead, we're here to go our peaceful way. The next zone's about to pop up soon, and that's going to be revealing its true intentions.
But
GT,
Necro,
they've got a decent spot to play with. Yes, Fixus?
do you think God's Reign might show their true colors in the next week or even today's matches where they know?
Think so.
Where they know they've finally qualified and get back to their old ways, just those rusty fingers, get them all oiled up and go all out? Maybe a 15-20 pointer?
So. While doing so, God's Reign would actually need to target a specific teams, considering they've already got the research done, knowing exactly what sort of rotation pathway a team has. And once they start crossing those teams, automatically there's a big chance God's Reign might just have a personal rivalry with someone. It can't develop. And I'm pretty sure Destro is one of those peoples that would not want to let that happen.
Yeah.
So he won't go for any sort of targeting. He won't go for any sort of big games. Only if it's necessary, then he's going to do it. If qualification's on the line, then he will do it, or else he won't.
But look at this. Already casualties coming in for God's Reign. The moment the circle gets a little bit shorter, that is where fights start brewing up once again as Revenant X Spark in troubled waters, caught between a rock and a hard place, and even Cincinnati kids, they're making such good work out of them. Revenant X Spark again getting caught off guard, and this time also they do not shy back from taking a fire. Spray God, he's managed to get a couple of knocks for himself. Mighty already done and dusted. Juicy on his knees. Again comes down to Flock and Aditya. Aditya against his former roster. Spray God down to real low HP. But now Spray God, he's got to do majority of that heavy lifting. He somehow has to relinquish X-Spark from these deathly hallows right in front of him as Flock still trying to lob that grenade. He knows exactly where Spray God is. But now they've got a choice to make. Do they go for those revives? Because if they tend to do so, then I feel like Spray God might just take control.
Playing with fire, and Spray God's taken down pretty low. Cincinnati Kids going for the revival on the fallen player, and I'm pretty sure Spray God is aware of that because of Joker. But still, Spray God's in the back lines, and now he's going to find the right moment to strike. He finds a re-knock on the Juicy, takes down Aditya pretty low, but it's not enough to wipe out the existence of Cincinnati Kids, as they will return fire onto Spray God and take care of him. Revenant Spark out of the game with just 5 finishes, but still enough to keep themselves pinned down in that current spot. God's Reign 2, they duked it out against the opponents. But once again for God's Reign, it was one of those fights that was desperately needed to be won because they were caught off guard by the players of RGC. And now even 4M move in up close and personal for the third party. So this is going to be another awkward circumstance that God's Reign is put into.
God's Reign still Destro showing some heroics over there, keeping their board alive, but this time will eventually fall as the IGL goes down, but Frost will be saved over by Ninja Jord. but he's got such a gigantic task in front of him. You've got another horde pushing in on you. It is going to be for Miracle Esports. They have been paying close attention on that finish feed. They know God's Rain, they're down to their last man. At this point, Ninja Jot, he can actually try and run, maybe even the possibilities of wondering to try and get Delta back could be there, but Hesperos, he's got all that angles covered. He's not going to let Ninja breathe over there. Hesperos with a beautiful grenade does not go through that little vent. And eventually Ninja Jot out in the open gets dealt with. It is going to be Hesperos who puts the final nail in the coffin. As for Miracle Esports, they're doing good for now.
They indeed are. But look at what happened over here. Versatile. They moved up close and personal against Team Legit. And now Legit starting to punish him. But even Team Legit, they don't really have a full man force right now. Unfortunately, Legit too picked off piece by piece. Even 8-Bit's there around the fray. And if 8-Bit wants, they can go for the third party. And that's what the mentality is going to be as well. 8-Bit seem much more confident, moving up close and personal against VXT. But Proton single-handedly is dismantling even VXT. It's not looking good for VXT now. They're in a big sandwich while Legit Esports in the compound looking better compared to the players of VXT. Even Raiden gets knocked out with that Molotov. What is going on with VXT? They're definitely in a big blunder. And at this point in time, Legit will be picked off by the third party, but it's not still going to be a good outing for VXT, considering now they need to deal with the players of 8-Bit.
It's good. It's fine. At least for Versatile, considering where they are. It's not big of a concern, but his power, he's not been snuffed out. His position finally given away, though, but his power, he knows how to bite, especially when the situations are pretty dire. But again, 8-Bit, a casualty that they wanted to avoid. Ash being taken down as another fight in front of us. It is going to be Metal taking on the likes of Miracle Esports. Quite an objective fight at that, given the fact that both these teams vying for the central position inside the circle for Miracle Esports, having been dealt with a big blow there. Here you go, Dragon, their IGL. He falls down, and now things are starting to rest on Hesperos and Poco.
They indeed are. Metal Esports, looking at the position they've gotten so far, it's pretty good. Just one big threat in the front by the name of 4 Miracles. How can they wipe him out of this game? That's the real question. Metal Esports, Legit, Cyrax, all the players are still up and alive. They're looking good and dandy. But all of them in just one single warehouse. Now, I'm not a big fan of that. While 4 Miracle, Hesperos and Poco next to each other. If Metal Esports wants, they can bum rush against 4 Miracle. It's just 2 players standing. But still, those staircases, they can be pretty deadly in those buildings.
Metal Esports, especially this little distance between them and for Miracle, it's going to be such a huge hindrance. And this is where even for Miracle should be looking to find an opener. And even if the fight does come to a conclusion, you've got Cincinnati kids. They're also lying in wait. Any given moment, they might also pounce in, because this is such a prime position. Around Rozhok, it's one of the best places to play around. You've got such good high grounds. And for Hesperos and Poco, look at them. Who just hunker down this tiny balcony. Now they've got vision on Cincinnati kids. They've avoided Metal Esports completely. Those grenades are not going to fly in through. And they are going to just sit there and pray. The circle still shifts on them. And a lot of these teams make a rotation towards where they are. And that is where they can garner a lot of finishes for themselves.
OG spotted. And CK's actually going for the shots as well. Burning through the ammunition. Flock, you just have 116 spare bullets. Well, now 115, but still. Cincinnati Kids is running low on resources. Utilities are still there, though, so they can rely on those in the future. But these Esports, they make quite an awkward rotation happen in the open. They've gathered a lot of that attention upon themselves as the circle's going to center on up towards Rozhok. And this is where real hell's going to start to break loose. A few more teams up north would want to move down south, including GT. But Diesel Esports, they found themselves a free will compound to play with. At least now they've got a lot of landmass to play around inside of the circle. but soon enough that might be snatched away by the play zone moving away from them.
This is one of those circles that we've witnessed in the past, but so complex to really approach. At this point, Medal, I feel like they're in the driver's seat. So many of these teams starting to close in by, and Cincinnati kids, they literally have themselves in the smack center. And now they're going to draw so much attention the moment the circle shifts away from them. But look at this. 8-Bit and Orangutan could engage against each other. All they're trying to do is get their men back to their covers. Now, even for 8-Bit, they've got a bone to pick, not just against OG now, but the looming threat right next to them would be CK. And if they're a little bit even careless with the positioning, there's always for Miracle Esports there to hunt them down. And even if they survive that, you've got Medal to deal with. So many of these teams have just clumped up. Everybody's got a real estate to them. At this point, it all comes down to where the circle shift next. Yeah. Now, by the rule of thumb, it has to go away from the city. Does it go somewhere around these Esports, or does it favor the lads of Miracle? Or maybe, heck, even Gujarat Tigers could be the beneficiaries out of this, but massively benefit from the situation.
All the remaining 8 teams are now currently inside of that Rozhok City. And look at what just happened. WizGod, why would you move out before the smoke even bloomed? That's a big mistake. What if he got knocked out outside of the window frame? That would have been a free point given to the enemy team. A big rookie mistake could have costed OG.
Oh, there you go.
Dinner. But here we go. Silence finally breaking out. WizGod, that one single mistake is now being punished over and over again by 8-Bit. Utilities tossed out. That's doing some major damage. As Mafia as well was taken down pretty low, but now they finally back away, pack themselves up. Even Oasis going to be the casualty.
Look at the circle.
He can be brought back up on his feet, so it's not a concern. But yeah, as you mentioned, look at the zone. GT, it's going to favor them. And GT, they've got so much potential to rack up a lot of elimination points from that spot.
This is where all these teams, their worst nightmares have awakened. And for Gujarat Tigers, I think it is time they finally come online, get a lot of finishes in their back. As now, for 8-Bit, I think the biggest hurdle will be in the forms of for Miracle Esports and for Medal. For OG, it's going to be such an arduous task. Maybe they want to wrap themselves around. If they have any vehicles, could maybe rotate from the exteriors of the zone just safely. But that is something that 8-Bit have done, and they've executed a good one. But can they survive that slam? And considering the fact that Gujarat Tigers are so well spread out, got a couple of dips to play around though, but Mafia is caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side, you've got the players of Gujarat Tigers. There you've got Gods already opening things up, and to make matters even worse, you've got the likes of Miracle Esports also. As a barrage of grenades do come pouring in. Serif trying his eyes, maybe trying his luck even against Mafia, hoping that he gets picked off. As for 8-Bit, the chances of getting a chicken dinner diminishing with every passing second.
They're moving a bit too much ahead of themselves. They should not be pushing so aggressively. This was the time where 8-Bit should have showcased some sort of patience, but 8-Bit instead was the first one to move up, and now look at what happened. GT's picking him off, and what did I just see? A run over coming through from 4 Miracles. Gods gets knocked out, but now instead 4 Miracles, they're probably going to start to fall prey. Hespero still in the waterline, swimming to the edge. He wants to patch himself up, but it seems pretty tough as well, as even Zaref now falls down. GT's getting picked off slowly and steadily. And look at Hesperos. He closes on up and nails him down. That's GT. Now on the verge of getting wiped out, but even over here, another silence breaks out loose. And that will be OG taking a fight against Cincinnati Kids. The sword's literally on top of their necks. Cincinnati Kids needs to perform. But as soon as I say so, an 8 sails in from WizGod, and that's going to be the final confirmation.
Everybody's just going after each other's head over here. As Gujarat Tigers, they were literally at the best position suddenly to get dismantled by the players of Miracle Esports. And there you have it, legit. He gets the final laugh. Metal Esports have successfully dealt with Gujarat Tigers. As now even Prince, he's got so much information to play around with. Knows exactly where the players of Diesel are. Same goes for Orangutan as they're starting to lose out on numbers. Prince dealing some deadly blows there. Aru being the last player alive. All he has to hope he gets a couple of finishes to himself as Diesel completely exposed in the next couple of seconds as Sarvit is applying enormous pressure on the players of Myth. One of their players already down on his knees. And now at this point, Metal Esports in such good control of the game. But that also comes at a cost. They're still not inside the circle yet. And to make a move, they will have to expose themselves. And if they are those couple of the outliers, get a couple of knocks here and there, even for Metal Esports, things could go really awry.
This can be a Myth game if they've got a lot of smokes to play with, but the only team that's going to be a constant threat will be Metal Esports, but not anymore with this knock. This knock is going to buy him enough time to sort of breach in the circle and find themselves a good ridge to play with. A beautiful nade from Sarvit as well. Once again, is going to delay the push a bit more. Maxioso knocked out. Myth needs to get the fallen player back on his feet, but Aiden's already pushed up close and personal. Aiden's got a nice ridge to play with. Wall of Death as well, starting to close in from the backlines. Myth running out of time. Now is going to be the place where they need to start making the run towards the circle. But even Oxen rips apart. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to survive for too long. But there's still two more players standing for Myth. And now Diesel Esports, they've found the right moment to strike against Metal Esports as they close on up. But just Gokul alive in the circle, that's not going to be enough. Within a flash, the entirety of Myth, they fall apart. And now, it's just down to Diesel Esports up against Metal.
Diesel have gotten very deep in this game. Especially, they could get the chicken dinner also, but Metal Esports, we know this team does not let go of such golden opportunities. Of course, Prince in a really awkward position. Gokul, he had his golden window there. And he messed things up, and suddenly Metal over here, they are going to come after him. Take his limbs, bite himself, and as Gokul, the last player surviving, has his attention fixated at Cyrix, while the others come in for the cleanup, wrap him around as Metal Esports, just when there were questions about their consistency, if they are really starting to dip off, they respond back with a chicken dinner, and quite a disciplined one at that. And these are exactly the situations, Necro, where Metal Esports thrive. They get the center of the circle. If the zone favors them, then this chicken dinner is 90% chance times theirs. So they've made it theirs, and now they are going to be bouncing way ahead in terms of the overall standings.
There you go. You spoke about Metal Esports and saying that they're not in the top 16 yet, but with this chicken dinner, Metal Esports is going to find themselves in such a great spot. They will be in the overall standings. They will be maybe in the top 12 as well off the entire top 16. So they're definitely going to be looking pretty good. But the real conversation still lies around GT. GT had such a good spot to play with, but they still messed things up by margin.
For Gujarat Tigers, the biggest problem was in the form of Miracle Esports. They were kind of fixated on the players of 8-bit, and certainly they did not anticipate for Miracle Esports to go for that mad dash. One of their player gets picked off, and suddenly it's a mad frenzy. They do not know how to get themselves back into that situation, because then they had to focus their attention to the backsides, to the waters. And while they were doing so, they get picked off from elsewhere. So for Gujarat Tigers, can the situation had been avoided? Yes, it could have. But again, in such a game where you've got so many teams alive and you need to have the 360-degree vision, that is where things went downhill for them. But looking at the highlights, I think Vasista Esports, Bodami Esports, not really happy with what happened to each other, an unwanted collision, and did not really end up well for them. Even for Revenant X-Park, they somehow survived those early scares. But towards the end, Cincinnati Kids, they were just better. Of course, outnumbered them, and even Cincinnati Kids did try to survive till the very later stages of the game.
Now, for a lot of their teams, the head's on the swivel and the time's running out. One game is already done for 8-bit Cincinnati Kids, Legit Esports, and the names can keep on going on. Even Metal Esports could have been in that count, but with this chicken dinner, they're not anymore. 4 Miracles, too, the same thing can be said. 4 Miracles, definitely a big glimmer of hope for it. It was there, especially when they wiped out GT, but the capitalization after that wasn't good enough. They were not able to control that ridge properly, and that's why even 4 Miracles were instantly wiped out.
For Miracle Esports, to be honest, in that situation, the moment Dragon got picked off, things went quite defensive for them. They were really out of options, and it was a last-ditch effort. It's either we make it or things break for us down there. So again, I would still say for Miracle Esports, try to make the best of the given scenario And they did get a couple of knocks and finishes here and there, so it's all fine and dandy. Especially all of these teams, this was the presumption that I was having, that the circle is going to shift towards the exterior parts of that Rozhok city. It was the northern side. It could have gone even towards for Miracle Esports. The circle really not helping them towards the end. But yes, they did not have enough numbers also, so everything really went against them in that particular case. But Diesel Esports, a second position finish, not too shabby. I want to see how many finishes they've gotten for themselves, because this is also a team that is quite desperate, quite hungry. They also want to bounce back, and I hope they do from here on.
And OG could have done much better, honestly, but just that one knock that was found on WizGod, it really just...
OG was very careless.
In a big, uncomfortable spot. WizGod moved outside of that window frame before the smoke even bloomed. Luckily enough, he was knocked out in the house, so that's why he wasn't confirmed instantly. If he would have been knocked out outside of the window frame, then an instant confirmation would have followed up, so OG would have lost the man number instantly. But still, OG, considering they are one of those teams in the top 16, they don't really need a lot of points right now. Their heads are not on the swivel. But Metal Esports, it will be Prince as the MVP of the previous game. 6 finishes racked up and 8 knockouts, actually. Impressive stuff from Prince. Even Aditya being the best companion, and then Servant being the finisher.
For Metal Esports, this is again the same story continuing once more. You give them all the favorable conditions, and they will convert it into a chicken dinner. Very well-balanced team. They've got the right mix, even when their IGL is top fracking. So it goes on to speak volumes about how good this team is. And even when you look at them, in the past, in the recent officials, they fed off pretty well. They had a very good outing. They made a comeback. Were in the so 25 points chicken dinner for Metal Esports, and I'm pretty sure they might have entered inside of the top 10, if not even higher. But for Orangutan, yes, they could have made a lot out of this, but 7 points, not too bad. But for Diesel, look at this. A completely submissive approach, not even getting a single finish point out. Now that second position has literally been averaged out. Did not even get the bare minimum of 7 to 8 points, despite placing second.
Exactly. Just getting 6 placement points and 0 finishes. Yeah, a bit of a problematic game over there. They should have at least had maybe 2 or 3. If they had 4 eliminations, that would have been 10 points on the board. And Diesel Esports is one of those teams that desperately needs those points too. They're on the latter half of the board. You flip the page and you would see another concerning name, and that will be Vasista Esports, just getting 4 points out of that game, and even that was quite a bad outing. As they faced off against Bot Army Esports, they were not able to wipe them out. Instead, I mean, they were able to sort of wipe them out, but those 4 eliminations does not really count, considering they're also one of those teams that need at least 10 points per game to be in the race.
Of course they do. And at this point, I think kind of a little bit bummed with how 8-Bit and OG played really. 7 points, still second. It's fine for OG. But for 8-Bit, they could have prevented that casualty of Ash early on when he got taken down by S-Power. And should not have been finished off. 8-Bit could have done better. And even that last push they made, they had no information as to where they were heading at. They had that ridge, but they did not realize that Gujarat Tigers was just lying in wait. And maybe they could have gone the for Miracle Esports route. Maybe they could have instantly gone for a slam in, play in from the backlines. That could have given them a little bit of a breather. They could have gone for a run over on the players like for Miracle Esports did. They could have done so many things different. And even having that extra one man to your advantage could have really helped 8-Bit and their case. Especially their build-up is there. Finally, we are seeing them make those good mid-rotations. But towards the end, again, you need that experience. You need that firepower, which was lacking from their side. They were literally lost.
That's been the main problem for a lot of these teams on the latter half of the board, right? It feels like they just don't really have a proper clarity on knowing exactly what sort of way they want to approach a circle. And that's been the main problem. Surrounding awareness is being lacking. And I've been saying this since day one, since the entire challenge season started, since as soon as we saw a few struggling names, I was mentioning this constantly. It feels like the surrounding awareness is lacking in a few teams, and 8-Bit was also one of those. With the way they approach completely blindly, it feels like 8-Bit is just hoping. They're hoping that, okay, we are going to be in a good spot. They're hoping that no one's going to target us. They're hoping that we will be in a good spot at the end of the day and just get a chicken dinner. That's not going to do it, man. You need to back it up with a lot of intel, and that's the only way you can sort of get the chicken dinner.
And look at this. Even in the overall rankings, eyes will be looking out for Metal Esports. Okay, not in the top 8, but yes, definitely close to that top 10. Just a couple of points shy. And For Middle Esports, for them, it just took one game from 17 to 11. Sixth position, instant climb up. Revenant X Park, though. Again, this is one of those teams that's very exciting to watch, but they're quite, they always tend to play with fire. And I'm starting to get a little worried about them because week 4 is about to come. And hey, if you personally ask me, who do I not want to see if I'm a player from any opposition team? Has to be Revenant X Park. I've got them cornered. If we can go for a drop clash, if we can somehow take the competition out, beat them before the grand finals, it would be such a great affair for the others. So I'm pretty sure Revenant X Park might have a bounty on their heads now.
That's what exactly Red Ross did, right? They caught him in that mid-rotation, knew that the plane flat path wasn't exactly favoring Revenant X Park, so they knew exactly where Revenant X Park is going to be dropping. They instantly crossed the players of Revenant X Park in that mid-rotation, and they wanted to wipe him out as well, and unfortunately, once again, the tables flipped against him. Red Ross was the one to get wiped out from that game, so that's a whole different story. But still, Revenant X Park is getting targeted, and that's something that the players now need to realize and sort of adjust accordingly. Last page of the overall standings once again on the screen. Have a look at it. 8-Bit is still over there with 106 points. Genex FM with 108 points. Still the concerning names on the latter half of the board. Legit on that slow and steady climb, but that's not going to be enough. They need big games back to back.
For legit, nothing short of a chicken dinner is going to make the cut, at least by the end of the next 2 games. They need to find one and at least get around 10 finishes, 20-pointer, just to keep them hanging on. But yes, now that some big names are in a little bit of trouble, that makes this event even more exciting. Now, even Revenant X Park. Now, we've been over this, Necro. We know they can always make that comeback. They can do that. But given the circumstances right now, I think when teams have X Park where they want them, it's going to be interesting. How do Revenant X Park free themselves from that scenario? Now, up next is going to be Miramar. And thankfully, they've got no Phoenix Esports to deal with, Necro. But still, from here on, if Revenant X Park want to have a rather smooth sailing, a good week 4, they have to get a chicken in this one.
Well, technically, Phoenix Esports was the one who was falling prey to Revenant X Park, so those were like 4 free points that were getting off the rip. So that Phoenix Esports is not over here anymore, so that means Revenant X Park is also losing out on those 4 early points, and it's not an early booster that they're getting in the game. But fine, right? They can always keep all the 4 players intact till the final moment and directly try and get a big chicken dinner in their hands. The same thing can be said even for Wildfangs, but considering they're not playing in this group, they will be there in the upcoming groups. But even Wildfangs now, their heads on the swivel, and hopefully they're sitting in the back lines and looking at the overall standings and realizing what position they have put themselves in, because they were not able to perform that well in the week 3.
Wildfangs, honestly, I'm really excited to see who their 4th is going to be. Is Anuj actually going to come to play when their matches begin? But whatever the case is, few teams, again, eyes will be on the likes of Diesel if they can somehow convert what missed out to be a chicken dinner opportunity into a chicken dinner. The situations were quite dire. But to take you through this game, we've got another set of beautiful casters with us. Over to you, Shadow and Scared.
Well, after a long time, we are finally jumping onto the lands of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. This time it's going to be me, Scared, and there has been a little bit of an issue out there, but we know how quickly we fixed all of that, Shadow. Welcome back onto the desk. How are you feeling for week 3, day 3?
I'm super excited, Scared, because like you said, it's the last day. So many teams will have a bullseye target, especially Necro and Fixes were also talking about this thing, that Revenant X Park. Now, since they are getting targeted and are not looking so comfortable in the overall rankings, so I don't know how they're going to deal with such a situation. This time it was Red Ross Esports, so they need to find a way if they want to qualify. Yes, Revenant X Park do have one more week, but I want them to be in the top 16 by the end of today. But looking at the flight path, I think teams are going to be pretty happy because it is bisector map in a 40-60 half.
Indeed, 40% towards the southwestern part and 60% over towards the other. But that's the whole part about it, right? You'll be able to travel mostly to wherever you would want yourself to go. I really want to say where would OG want to go. Again, the dropping down all the way towards Chamasara, not a big problem out there. Towards Puerto Paraiso, we've got Board Army Esports. Not very solid game for them in the previous one, though. A bit of a close proximity between RGC and 8-bit, but nothing's going to break out of there. RGC quickly getting into that vehicle and running away. They realize that they're outnumbered there, so even with those melee weapons, they can't really take in any kind of fight. Now, coming back to the same point for Bot Army Esports, they are pretty comfortable onto that leaderboard, so I don't think so. Any few bad games are going to create any problem for them. But the same cannot be said for teams like Legit, for also teams like Revenant X-Spark, Middle again. They had a very solid game in the previous one, but it's absolutely fine. But there's one more thing I kind of wanted to point out, Shadow. Look at the circle.
Of course, the circle is towards the southern side and loving it. Just look at the position of the players of Orangutan. The circle is favoring them heavily as they have the entire Chumasera towards them. But we also have got a situation between Legit and RGC. And Proton being the optimistic one with that weapon in quite some range. UMP, yes, are very powerful and potent in close range. But in mid to long range, I think Proton was just trying to be too optimistic. But Sanchit, seems like his stars are perfectly aligned. He is safe in that compound, but he needs a cavalry. He needs a backup because, like you can see, Curse God and the remaining players of Legit are already trying to rush towards him. But seems like his teammates, especially Bunny, is also in sort of a pickle with the players of 8-bit.
Yeah, exactly. We mentioned about how RGC and 8-bit were in the close proximity of each other. So they really have to move all the way back. They can't really take that fight. 8-bit are just outnumbering them. They've also got the weaponry as well. They were trying to go in for that pincer maneuver, but even after that, RGC were running away. It's taking fight on two different fronts. Not really good. Proton jumps in, will be knocked down onto his knees. Sanchit just obliterates him right off the bat from the game itself. Choco falls in as well. Sanchit has just become the god for RGC. As Zeus is literally the only one remaining who will have to run back, tug tails. He cannot take this fight any longer.
Legendary Esports, they wanted to hunt down the players of RGC, but they were the one who got hunted down. And Sunset doing a beautiful 1v3 in that situation is definitely going to boost the confidence of RGC at this point. But even we have the players of Revenant X-Spark and Metal also trying to lock horns with each other. As per the finished feed, I think one of the player of Metal has been knocked out actually.
Indeed, they were, if I'm not wrong, confirmed as well in the same time. Joker finished off the player of Middle, who are now on just a running spree. But man, oh man, I still want to bring the attention back. What Sanchit did out there was just absolute madness. Yes, there were some mistakes being made by the members of Legit, but even after that, capitalizing onto them, that's where you bring out the pro in you. You know, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That's where Sanchit eventually shined the most, and he needed to. Because his team, let's be honest, they were on a bit of a struggling end. If anything, they are on the 29th position at this point. So they really need to get going from this point onwards. You have to climb up in that rank, and this is how you can eventually get the momentum.
Oh, they certainly can. Revenant X-Spark already one finish point, but they need to find a better spot for themselves, Scare, let's be honest, because they do have the northern control, but the circle might go a little towards the south. And if that happens, I think Gujarat Tigers can benefit heavily. Even the players of Bot Army Esports can benefit heavily in this circle because look at the position. They are towards the side of Pyothu Pirasio. They can take that complete southern highway and have a good compound for themselves. They can potentially look for a dominant control from the southern side where everyone else will be fighting against each other towards the northern side. Late rotation could be the key in this circle, but Metal and OG and CK also, they do have the prime spot at this point.
For now, they definitely do have the prime spot. I'd also want to count in Gujarat Tigers too, because again, if in case it moves anywhere, they are close to both the bridges as well. If it moves down towards the southwest, they've got the control over towards the area of Minas. If it goes in a bit more over towards Los Leones, then Clutch God is the one who's got a decent positioning, so team can definitely provide in some good support. Medal though, I'd have to say, are driving in a bit too close to the members of Orangutan. They've already lost one of their members, so it's going to be a disadvantageous fight should they decide to take it. The question is, will OG go into the hunting mode? Will the apes decide to try and take that fight, get in a few more eliminations? It seems like the discipline is kicking in, right? No specific need to go for that. There's a lot of teams. You've got a good positioning in the zone. Might as well just want to try and get the loot and be ready.
Oh yes, they need that loot. OG, they've been having a gala time in the entire course of 3 weeks. There was not even a single day where we can say that OG was really struggling hard. They're really having the consistency along with few other teams like the players of EXT and God's Train, but their matches are yet to come. So OG is also one of those teams which can definitely eye for the trophy. But Bot Army Esports, let's talk about them. The jump which they took yesterday, they were not even in top 16, and now look at them. They are sitting on the 3rd spot. So Bot Army Esports, everything is just perfectly working for them. The way this team has propelled themselves in the leaderboard, kudos to them. But they need to focus on the consistency also at this point, because the circle could also give them one more chicken dinner.
I agree with the way how the circles have been going on for the past few games. I believe the previous one that we saw on the map of Erangel was the one where we could say that, all right, this is one of the more standard circles that we've got the habit of seeing for the past few years. Well, with that also took a nasty shift over towards the end, though. I don't really want to point it out. Going a bit more over towards the north of Rozhok. That was a nasty one. But talking about those nasty shifts, those rotations as well, there's still quite a lot of these teams that really haven't made their way into the safe circle. A lot of area out there, super empty. La Drillera, even towards the northern part of Los Leones, La Vendetta, Picado, all of those spots. No team has occupied them, and there are so many teams all the way out in the blue. Because again, it's the map of Miramar. They like to play it slow.
Of course, Miramar is one of those slow maps, but seems like RGC and Diesel Esports are also in a very close proximity, and Diesel Esports is also not looking that comfortable. They need those points. They're sitting at the 24th spot with 113 points. So Diesel, this game do matter a lot for this team. That could be the reason that Diesel has decided to go for a slow rotation, take the brunt of the blue, but they also need to be cautious. Someone might try and gatekeep them. All the bottom teams would have the similar mind at this point. They all would want to go for the late rotation and take the damage of the blue. Just like the players of Red Ross are doing, Vasista is also doing the same thing. Even the players of 8-Bit are also doing the same thing. Revenant X-Park, a team of such caliber, is also going for a little late approach in this zone.
Yeah, again, they're just having their own fun time, and what a shift over towards the southeastern part is where the circle's now gonna go. Again, a nasty one indeed. Versatile, they took control of the entire western front, will now have to rotate all the way from down south towards Prison Minas, going in towards the Partona side. So that's going to be the main thing, right? They're going to have the control of the southern part, but GT, we were talking about this team. They have a very decent spot right now, can control the entire southern fray of this main island and also control what's happening in those waterways. But at the same time, Orangutan, look at where AKOP is. He's just having a lot of fun out there. He's got a good amount of compounds for his team. And you mentioned about the team 8-Bit. They're still not making the move all the way up north towards Al-Azhar. Cincinnati Kids on the other side, Shadow. They've got a very solid spot as well.
Yeah, they dropped in the city of Los Leones, and since we have the southern circle, so it is favoring the players of CK as well quite a lot. Even God's Train, they do have a decent area to hold on to, but the main thing in this circle is going to be how you are going to defend those compounds. Yes, you have a good compound, but you need to defend those compounds because there is not enough real estate to accommodate all the 16 teams and 60 players. So maybe there will be few fights where teams will try to breach into your compounds, especially for the players of God's Reign. They need to defend the compound. Bot Army Esports, they're trying to stick to the southern shorelines. But for Miracle, speaking about this team, they do have a decent spot in the overall ranking. And since yesterday I've noticed that for Miracle, they're going for the mid strat. If you remember yesterday also, towards the last game, they were going for the mid strat in the map of Sanhok and Weekendy. So for Miracle, they're just trying to focus on the placement points and few average finish points.
Yeah, I don't really know how well that's going to pan out, right? Because in the previous one as well, we saw Diesel Esports getting that second position. We'll come back to that point later. Again, Destro finds a good shot again. It's Monty who'll be down on his knees, taken down. Delta gets the confirmation for that. The area not being scouted out perfectly, not realizing that God's Reign were already occupying those compounds. Bot Army Esports now all the way too far back. He was just getting a little too presumptuous out there. Few hit markers for Ninja, but nothing dangerous from the side of Bot Army Esports. It's just going to be a few exchange of the bullets, nothing major apart from that, because both of these teams control almost the similar part of the map. Don't really have got a big problem until and unless the circle takes another nasty shift, and this time towards the northwest, which again, I don't think so is going to happen.
Let's see where the next circle shift will go. But speaking about the team of God's Train, yesterday was not really a very decent day for the players of God's Train also, because they didn't have too many points if you talk about it. They, I think, have accumulated only 12 points yesterday and total of 26 points in this entire week. So this is not the same God's Reign which we witnessed in the previous weeks. Week number 2 and week number 1. Even God's Reign, they have also changed their pace. Yes, I agree they are sitting comfortably in the top 5. But still, we want to see aggression from the side of Destro. Versatile, they have been doing everything correct. Even now also, if you look at the position where Versatile are, they've kept themselves away from all the commotion. I don't know how this team do manage to do such a thing that they keep themselves away from all the traffic, be it Miramar, Sanhok or Weekendy. Even in the off maps, Versatile do shine the most. So this team is definitely looking one of the strong contender for the trophy.
It indeed is. Currently occupying the first spot onto that leaderboard, as you mentioned, always understanding what good fights they need to prioritize. You know, half of the game is basically just you trying to figure out which is a fight that is actually going to favor your team and which is a fight that you really need to avoid. The moment you realize and the moment you start to differentiate between that, the game entirely changes. The script entirely flips. And most of these pro players, they do know what type of fight do they need to take. And I'll have to say, Somraj has been one of those pillars, has been one of the most experienced players out there who knows and who's been constantly onto those podiums in multiple other tournaments as well. And it clearly showcases his class. It's a different one indeed.
Medal, even they lost on to Legend. They got a chicken dinner in the very first map. Medal, they need to work on the consistency. Yes, they are sitting on the 11th spot at this point with total of 154 points, but they just had a chicken dinner. So they need to work on that consistency also, because this time having an early casualty is not going to help their case. But speaking about the players of Team Vasista as well, they're coming from the eastern side. They do have the eastern periphery control of the circle, but they need to be a bit cautious from the teams who are lurking nearby, just like the players of Team 8-Bit, Diesel Esports, even RGC. And if Vasista tries to go for the center, even God's Reign can be a problem for the players of Vasista.
Yeah, that is if they do not scout out that area, and considering the experience of Pukar as well as Vasista Esports' entire lineup, they are not going to make that kind of mistake. So maybe just gonna hold on to the hills that they are near, constantly scouting out the area, taking that information, playing with that information. That's what they're gonna focus on. The next circle. Oh my god!
Oh.
Yeah, I know. That's Shadow. I know. You know what? You can eventually give us the party, considering the circle that we are seeing right now is most of it towards the water. But I want you to focus on the team. That's Bot Army Esports. All the way. That's 8-Bit. 8-Bit. Yeah, not Bot Army. 8-Bit. All the way towards the down south, controlling the entire southern part of this circle.
Even Bot Army Esports, if you remember, one of those crazy circles of Erangel in the previous week, where Bot Army Esports got a chicken dinner. And we had a similar circle where Bot Army Esports were the one sticking to the shoreline every single time. This team do showcase very good rotation. Even in those crazy circles, Bot Army, they do find a way to have a good real estate for themselves. But Metal Service seems like he has been knocked out by the plus of Gujarat Tigers, who are being the king of the hills at this point as gods. Trying to pip a few bullets towards the side of Metal Esports, trying to get one more, but somewhere else, VXT and Red Ross, even they are also locking horns with each other as Phoenix has been eliminated. And Survey, it seems like there is no chance of a revival or a help coming in. Gujarat Tigers, they have got a lot of information from that hill.
Absolutely, they're controlling those hills, and guess what? They don't really have any kind of problem from the backline, because it's Orangutan who are literally stopping the members of Versatile and anyone who wants to hop in from the northwestern part of this entire map. So Medal are constantly going to be poked in by the members of Gujarat Tigers. They've already got a knock as well. A big nade out there. Does some chip damage. but it's not quite enough to confirm the flush or even get the knock onto the second one. Gods, he's kind of overstepping his boundaries.
Oh.
Shots being fired from the other end. A perfect wipe as Zarif confirms the pick on Cyrax. Gujarat Tigers clear out that entire fray and now control that part. Now Orangutan are the ones who are going to knock onto their doors. As Myth, they'll be locking horns with Versatile. That's also outside of the circle, and this is going to be a big problem because that's the far end of the blue, and the blue is going to move like a rocket from that part.
I love the split which is coming from the side of Orangutan. 2 players keeping an eye on to the plus of Gujarat Tigers, whereas 2 remaining players, AKOP and Atanki, they are on the edge of the circle and making sure that their backlines are clear. Because if you look at it, VXT and Myth, they are also on the tails of OG. So I like the split which is coming from the side of OG at this point. A very good split coming in, but Bot Army, even Red Ross Ortho, if you look at the map feed, Scared, you'll find Ortho right in the water.
I was just about to mention, but guess what? He's bleeding out in the water.
Oh God.
Red Ross, they were playing in a split where Lucifer was controlling the grounds and Arto was all the way out in the water, and now there's absolutely no way he's going to be revived out there. There's 8-Bit, there's Bot Army Esports, both of them all the way down south. They're just going to try and land in the lucky bullets. But I want you to focus on another player. That's going to be Raiden from Versatile. He's all the way down in the southern island, down south of Pertona. And he has got a boat with him. So if in case things get problematic, he can constantly provide that naval support to his team, who are all the way towards the northwestern parts and who are trying to avoid the fight that OG is trying to give them.
Revenant X-Park, even they are also showcasing good rotations. Red Ross, Ortho, whatever the plan was, for sure it has failed.
Yeah.
Lucifer, the only man surviving from the side of Red Ross. Versus Esports, even they do have a certain height advantage. They do have a good split where they're keeping an eye on to the plus of Revenant X-Park. They're aware about the position of RGC as well, but they need to be a bit cautious because if in case a knock comes onto Fierce, the revival will be extremely difficult. And seems like Revenant X-Park, they're aware about the position of Assista, and this fight is going to be so important for both these teams as both these teams are trying to be in the top 16.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be an important one to control the entire Eastern Fray, and Revenant is the first one to get a player knocked down onto the knees. Fierce. He has always been known as one of the biggest power fraggers out there in the open. Up in front, there's no support for him whatsoever right now anywhere close by, but his nade gets the confirmation flush onto Shadow. But I'll have to say, the winner of this fight will control the entire Eastern Fray, and they need to clear it out, close it out perfectly. Whoever wins that one will have a big advantage into this next circle. OG in the meantime though are also taking the fight against the members of both Gujarat Tigers as well as Myth. OG are controlling a lot of real estate, but they have to make a move quickly because they're on the far end of the blue.
Well, certainly the circle has taken eastern shift and favouring the plus of Vasista and Revenant X-Park. On the other side, Bot Army and Myth officials, they are also trying to lock horns with each other as Maxi also has been eliminated, but OG and Gujarat Tigers are also trying to fight against each other as Zeref has been knocked out by Vizgod, and Vizgod gets the confirmation point, where else his own teammate AKOP is also bleeding and begging for the help. The Gujarat Tigers left with only one player remaining, Arman, even he has been eliminated, and OG defends the compound with all the tooth and nail without facing any casualty and 4 finish points to their name.
Absolutely, but for now there's one team that's not being able to defend themselves, and that's Versatile as RGC are gatekeeping them. This team took a big long rotation from west going all the way towards the north and are now gonna barge in from the eastern side, where's already Vashishta Esports fighting against Revenant X-Park. That is not a good place to barge into. That's just a hell ground, a war zone out there happening, and they'll have to move quickly because this is yet again a stage 4 blue. It's gonna bleed you out quickly.
Even S-Power is in the blue. VXT, they need to prioritize the circle at this point. RGC trying to hold on to the northern periphery, and seems like for Medical, even they also want to have the control of the northern part of the circle, where Poco is trying to find some sort of connection with that grenade. Even his teammate is also trying to do the same thing. RGC, they could be on the receiving end, but Rishi's name finds Hesperos, immediately takes him down. On the other side, Revenant X-Park also finds a confirmation onto Raiden, whereas Beard Baba in a close frontal battle with Dope. Dope on a sliver of HP finds a little bit of the rich cover and finally strikes onto Beard Baba, takes him down, and Bunny deals with the last player, and with that 4 Miracle also takes an early exit.
Absolutely, it was a phenomenal fight by RGC, but again, bringing the focus back onto the members of Revenant versus Versatile. Revenant, they really do not want to get clubbed up between Vashishta Esports and Versatile, so they're taking the fight against Versatile first because they know they've got the advantage out there. Versatile, they are desperate, they are in the blue, they're losing the mid, so they want to finish them off first and then move in. But what a nasty shift of the circle yet again, Shadow. It's basically just taking those extreme hard shifts, always keeping the players guessing. And guess what? Now Bot Army Esports control the entirety of the south. It's 8-bit who will be able to gatekeep anyone who's coming in from the east. And Orangutan are right now dealing with the God's Reign.
Oh, certainly. They have to defend the compound as Ninja Jot and Destro, they have been knocked out. Only Delta and Justin are there from the side of Godstone at this point as Delta is trying to buy some time as OG Atanki has been knocked out. This God, he has to go for the rescue mission. Even Ninja Jot is also begging for that help as Justin is trying to find some connection with that grenade. But AQOP, perfect nade from the side of Justin, immediately takes him down. Even Diesel Esports wants to do a third party in this one.
Yeah, indeed. It's all of the other teams pouncing upon the members of OG to finally take them down. A blessing in disguise for God's Reign indeed. But they themselves are now on the receiving end. Hearing this third party is where Cincinnati Kids and Diesel decided to hop in. A phenomenal performance indeed out there for the Aves, but they could not defend themselves from 3 different teams' wrath. But again, I'll have to point out, Shadow, 8-bit have got such a phenomenal real estate right now. This should be their game if the circle does not take another hard shift towards either Diesel or Bot Army Esports, because they can rack in a lot of elimination points, specifically since Revenant X Spark are still out in the fray and are taking the entry from the exact same part which 8-bit controls.
God's Reign, a big blow to them. Only 2 players remaining. They do have a good compound, but they need to defend it. Even CK, like you said, are in the close proximity. Even they are also eyeing for the same compound which Godson is holding on to. But first they have to deal with the plus of Diesel Esports. On the other side, Bot Army Esports, look how beautiful they have managed to keep themselves away from all that fights, all that commotion which is happening at this point. CK, they're trying to mitigate all the threat and find a safe spot for themselves. But they also need to be careful from the side of RGC, because even RGC are on the tails of CK, and CK usually lack that surrounding awareness, but seems like they have spotted down RGC as Bunny on a sliver of HP. Few shots also being fired towards the side of Dope. He also has managed to make a quick escape from the situation, but Dope gets taken down. He also needs to go for the rescue mission. Bunny left all by himself, and RGC now suddenly on the verge of elimination.
A bold rotation tactic coming in from RGC, trying to go in for the solid compounds, but eventually were taken down though. The circle, it shifts into the no man's land. No team controls that, and now all the fights are going to be on those frays, on those extreme edges. There are 2 major clusters right now. One in the northwestern part, the second over towards the eastern part now, where 8-bit are going in, taking the rotation to try and take the fight against Vashishta Esports. They're trying to finish them off first and then move in. I don't know if that was a good decision or not. But this one is a very chaotic one in front of us. Cincinnati Kids, God's Reign, RGC, Diesel, 4 teams out there. And it's going to be super chaotic, Shadow, as Diesel are right now the receiving end. Cincinnati Kids moving like a unit. But Bunny, he's all out there sitting up close and personal. The fight is taken, and the fight is one as well. Bunny does a phenomenal job, and it's Cincinnati Kids who are now taking the blow as they're losing the members.
Oh, they are. Aditya has been lost. Even Flock also goes down through the need of Justin of God's Reign. Fierce goes down through the play zone also playing its part, and Circle is in no man's land. Not even a single player is inside the safety of the circle. Diesel Esports, CK, God's Reign, they're fighting on the northern side. Diesel Esports, they do have the numbers advantage, but 0 finishes. They do realize where exactly Justin is, but somewhere else we have Vasista also coming into picture, as they are also taking the brunt from the side of 8-bit. 8-bit accumulating those finish points, but Juicy has been knocked out. CK also on the verge of elimination at this point, with Flock only last player remaining.
Absolutely. The rest can eventually come in, but the question is, do they have enough time, because the blue has already started to move. 8-bit will eventually lose a waste now, but they will have the ground into the circle. They also have 1 member of RGC all the way out far in the blue. Bunny, in the meantime, he still survived through all of that onslaught and now is moving forward. Godsend will try to gatekeep him and will find the player too. Bunny will finally have to leave this entire game. But look at the position of Diesel Esports. They're all clubbed up together. Just one nade and that's going to do the trick for them. But I really have to say, Bot Army Esports is a team that probably should win it. Maybe not though. We might possibly see... Alright, Scary Jot has been knocked down on his knees. That's a big problem for them.
Godstrain finally deciding to charge onto the plus of Diesel Esports, finds a perfect knock onto one of the player, but Justin also has to go for the rescue mission onto Delta. Yes, Diesel Esports, they have been eliminated, 9 finishes, and Godstrain, they are looking super strong. But the circle, like you said, is in the favor of the players of Bot Army Esports. Yes, Kerry Jot was knocked out, but for now they are going for the revival, they are going for the rescue mission. It's not only 8-bit, it's also Godstrain who carry that ugly thorn for the players of Bot Army Esports. Bot Army, they have to play all their cards right if they really want to get this chicken dinner.
I think so 8-bit could have gone in to go for the pounce against the members of Bot Army Esports when they finally found that knock. But guess what? This time Mafia, he strikes in really solid. Bot Army Esports again on the receiving end. Justin on the other side. He's trying to take those shots against 8-bit. They're all in the same vehicle. Mafia now falls down. As again, it's Ash as well falling onto the same fray. Guess what? 8-bit vibed out of the entire existence. That is such a big mistake for their side. They had everything for themselves, but now it's just down to Bot Army up against God's Reign.
Well, certainly Bot Army, they have the numbers advantage as Henry has been knocked out and seems like it should be an easy revival. And Scary Jord is already going for the rescue mission where Devotee is trying to keep the foes at a distance. Delta PG is aware where exactly Devotee is at this point. Is even the wall of death has also started closing in. Godstrain, they don't have the hard covers. They need to resort to those smoke walls at this point as Bot Army Esports is trying to find the connection with a barrage of grenades at this point.
Yeah, they're constantly trying to fire in a lot of those shots as again the overwhelming advantage of the number help Bot Army claim this winner chicken dinner. Bot Army Esports, a team that started to step up yesterday, is still continuing on the same momentum board today as well. Securing a big win in this second one, this will boost them up in the ranking, going back to the second position and closer to the members like Versatile as they are struggling for 2 continuous games. But Bot Army Esports, what a phenomenal performance from this team.
Total 4 chicken dinners this team has acquired in this week, and Bot Army Esports definitely, I love the rotation because in those crazy circles, Scared, if you remember, Bot Army is the only team who feels super comfortable, where else everyone else is struggling. Even in that map of Erangel where he had a multi-power circle where 20% of the circle was inside the water, Bot Army Esports, in that one also, they had the perfect position. And then this one also, where the circle was a big problem for all these teams, Bot Army Esports, they had the best spot for themselves till the very end.
I 100% agree. I saw 8-bit going in for a long rotation through the entire eastern front and then moving in over towards the south. Bot Army Esports were already there. They were constantly present, and guess what? Around them were GT. Near them were OG, who were constantly gatekeeping anyone who was coming from the western part. Towards the north, mostly it was empty. Towards the eastern front, there was 8-bit who was constantly stopping the other team. There was also, if I'm not wrong, Vasista Esports taking the fight against Revenant X Park. So everything was covered around, and they could easily just have fun, sit in the center, enjoy whatever's happening, and then eventually sail in smooth to get that win. And again, it was a game of patience for Bot Army Esports, and they showcased it perfectly.
Of course, and the IGL is definitely doing 100% a very good job leading the entire team. But Godstrain also, they did survive for a very long time. So many teams were fighting against in the very same compound where Godstrain were there. And Godstrain, despite that, they did survive. They accumulated too many finish points. 8-bit also. In this one, they did fare off really well. They had decent points in this Miramar. So even 8-bit, they have started showcasing the signs of improvement.
I 100% agree. They are showcasing the signs of improvement, but again, I'll have to say, this was also a game that 8-bit could have secured for themselves. If anything, they should have won this one, just because Bot Army Esports, they sent in a player out in the center of the circle, and that's when the player got knocked out. Now, they were in a disadvantage. and 8-bit cleared out the entire west and the entire eastern part of the map. They were the ones who took the fight against the members of Ashista Esports, wiped them out, and then moved back. Now, this was the main problem for their side. All of them in the exact same vehicle, being fired upon from two different directions, one from the God's Reign side, the second from Bot Army Esports side, and they eventually succumbed to all of that pressure. So that's where, they're now slowly and steadily stepping up, but they're still not there to close out the game.
And even I love the mature decision that came from the side of God's Reign, where everyone else was fighting in the compound. Justin decided to step into the circle and prioritize the rotation at that point. And that really worked in the favor of God's Reign, because the play zone also played its part. It was CK over there, it was the plus of Team RGC, so many teams were there. And Justin and his teammate decided to prioritize the rotation and be inside the circle. Because of that, they had decent amount of finish points and placement points as well. And we have the MVP also, Justin, with 5 finishes, 56% finish contribution and 9% map impact.
Absolutely. 9 finishes in total for this team, if I'm not wrong, if my math is correct. And as you said, he was definitely one of the most impactful player out there for God's Reign, being in the zone, being in the position to provide support to the team, always being present. That's the main part about it. Best companion is going to go to Mafia with 2 rescues, and the finisher, of course, Scary Jord. And, here's the thing. He was the man who was knocked down on his knees right in the dead center of the circle when he was being surrounded by 8-bit from one side as well as God's Reign from the other side. And even after that, the team managed to rescue him, bring him back on his feet, and then secure the chicken dinner from a position where they've lost one member, they still have 2 standing, but they're both out of the zone. So again, a very good macro play coming in from Bot Army Esports, but at the same time, a good recovery from God's Reign, because the position that they were in, they were not supposed to come out alive from that.
100% agreed. God's Reign were pretty much stuck, because in the end, when only 2 teams remained, Bot Army Esports, they had the advantage of the position. They had the entire real estate control, and the way they were lobbing those grenades, God's Reign could not have done much in that situation. So I think God's Reign played perfectly in whatever situation they were. But you mentioned that the guy who single-handedly dealt with the plus of Team 8-bit was Devotee Bay. Because of him, Scary got the revival and the rescue mission, and that was so important, because if Devotee had not stepped up in that situation, this chicken dinner could have gone in the favor of 8-bit, because one of the player of Bot Army was already knocked out, so Devotee had to step up in that moment.
Exactly, and since we're talking about players who stepped up, I have to say, Bunny. He was basically surrounded by everyone except his teammates, and even in that situation, he managed to stop the onslaught of, if I'm not wrong, it was Cincinnati Kids. He won that fight and then also moved in a bit more front. He came close to the members of God's Reign, but again, God's Reign knew where he was coming from, and he was also out in the blue. He ruined the game for Cincinnati Kids out there, and then it was Diesel Esports who eventually wrapped around from the other side, finished CK off, and then decided to, alright, go back into that safe circle where they were eventually stopped as well. But man, oh man, that was indeed a very chaotic game. But ladies and gentlemen, after all of that chaos, we really need a breather out there. But make sure you don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in for game number 3.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं. क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर. जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सब सही स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again with it. XOX code, run it again with it. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again with it. XOX code, run it again with it.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And Bot Army Esports strikes again. And even 8-Bit had quite a great performance, but let's be honest, the MVP of that previous game was the Circle. We saw so many curveballic shifts down south. Honestly, I was really hoping that we're going to see a shift all the way down south towards Spartona, but unfortunately that did not happen.
We had enough of those circles yesterday, and today, of course, for a moment, we had that little feeling that, yes, it might go a little down south, but it's fine. It's still a circle that is quite complex to approach, and at this point, Bot Army Esports, like I said, they are swinging heavy. Every single circle, look at that stability in the roster, knowing what to do, having reasoning behind every single moves, not really overstepping in various situations, where this was one of those games where I felt like God's Train could have got this in the bag. But regardless, I think Bot Army Esports, they are flying heavy with the momentum, and as a result of which, another chicken dinner in the bag.
They were playing quite disciplined. Yeah, nothing taken away from that. You move on towards 8-Bit, and for a moment I thought even 8-Bit can stand a big chance to win the chicken dinner. They were there in the top 3, but then for some reason out of nowhere, they just got instantly wiped out. Now from the previous game, they had 12 points. Now you speak of the first game of the day, they had 5 points to play with. The average that 8-Bit's moving up with, it's okay, but it's not enough still to make the leap in the top 16. 8-Bit needs big games back-to-back, and they only have 4 points on the board. So 8-Bit, they were not even there in the top 3. I guess they got wiped out on the 5th spot.
And, as a result of which, they've secured 11 points. Finally, we're getting to see those finish points also come into play. And given how abysmal their position points were, it's still a work in the right direction for 8-Bit. And with just that one game to go, I hope they get a chicken dinner in this one. Because as of now, 8-Bit still feels like they have got a chance. If they keep on hustling, if they keep on getting those consistent points. Because if you look at 8-Bit in week 1 and week 2, week 3 has definitely been much better given the fact that Ovesh is back to play with the roster. So a work in the right direction for them. A little surprised with medal though, because right after that chicken dinner, they fell off. But versatile, they've got that leeway. Diesel Esports, 3 points. I'm not really sure if I should be pleased with that.
Yeah, for Diesel Esports too, they've been a big sign of concern since the start of the day, actually. Just getting 3 points over here to Diesel Esports, they need to buckle up. The same thing can be said for 4 Miracles too. They're not doing too hot in the overall standings as well. They're on the latter half of the board, pretty much somewhere around 8-bit. So even 4 Miracle, they need to try and buckle things up and just be there in the top 16. Because as I mentioned, today's going to be the last day, and they've only got one more game to go. Speaking of 8-bit, yes, right now, if you speak about the overall standings, they've got a big shot to make it in the top 16, and they should be close as well. But we also need to understand one thing, that 2 more groups are going to be stepping in the action in the upcoming games. And there's a big chance that 8-bit, they might just be shelved back to the same spot they were.
So far for 8-bit, honestly, they're averaging around 8, if you look at both the games, 7 or 8 points, which is fine had they been somewhere in the mix. But like you said, they need to push in a little bit more, at least end this game with more than 10 points in the bag, so that they can conclude this with on a happy road, rather.
Yeah.
But for next week, I think would be very important and crucial for 8-bit. And then again, apart from that, we did talk about for Miracle Esports. They've also been going through quite some hard times, especially the erraticness is pretty much visible in the roster. The first game, Erangel did not go their way. Could have done much better towards the end also. They seem like struggling even in the game of Miramar, having secured 0 points. So this is one of the games where for Miracle Esports has to redeem themselves, because it is pretty much their last for the week.
That's the entire thing, right? You cannot just sit down and sob about the games right now. You do not have enough time left. You've only got one more week to go in the future, and if you mess things up over there as well, it's done for. You will be eliminated from such a big title. And of course, for a banner like 4M, that's something that would not be satisfying their egos and also the overall brand as well, also the overall organization. So the players, they've got a lot to live up to. I do understand there's going to be a lot of that pressure as well, but they need to do something, man. You cannot just be sitting all the way at the back and watch yourself get eliminated from the tournament, because 4M throughout the entire day, they're not even able to get any sort of points in their hands. Previous game, they had 0 points. First game, they did not have a lot of points as well, and it's a real major concern. One more game to go. They need a chicken dinner, nothing less.
Nothing less. And I think for Miracle Esports, even for Legit, there were those couple of sparks flying out when they did end the day yesterday on a good note. But today has been pretty horrendous nonetheless. So for Legit also, if they want to make any marks, any strides, anything, then this has to be it. Because after this, we will have next set of groups tune in. But for now, it is the last matchup for these two particular groups, B and C, going up against each other as the flight path trajectory all the way from the southwestern side towards the northeast, and pretty much a decent flight path trajectory. We've seen even worse flight paths, but the circle is what has my interest, because I really want the circle to go as far as Zaki. It's been ages. Yesterday we did see a circle around those northern areas of Stalber and Siverny, but today maybe something happening around Zaki would be all that we want.
Zarki's too extreme, though. I mean, you rarely see. I would say it's 1 in a million.
We've had so many rare circles this time. There is that
we have had nothing taken away from that. Yeah, we definitely have had. But still, Zarki's a bit too extreme. I don't think so that's going to happen, at least for now. If it does, though, I would be super happy, yeah. But Zarki's too much to ask for. I would be happy with just a military-based circle, because there's only GDR right now down south, and even Revenant X Park, and even 4 Miracle and Revenant X Park, they're dropping right next to each other, Fixes. I would love to see a military-based circle. I want to see these two teams duke it out. Even Vasista Esports is going down that same route.
Now, at this time, I would really see a circle going away from them, because that would, in fact, encourage them to get in for those early collisions, some early fights. We would love for that to happen, as Vasista Esports, again, shying away from dropping down at Pachinki. But for Miracle, and now you've got Revenant X Park. Now, this is going to be really interesting, because both these teams have dropped down right beside each other. Poco just has a pistol to play around with. I want to see what can he make out of this. Desperos, though, does have a gun on him, but Spray God, position absolutely compromised as Beard Baba gets the opener, and Spray God being down on his knees, Revenant X Park in deep waters.
They indeed are. In a big world of trouble, that's what Revenant X Park is on. Vasista Esports is still there around the fray. And if they do hear a few more knocks go out, one thing is for sure, even they're going to join the third party. Have a little bit of that piece of the pie to play with off the rip, have that head start. And here comes Revenant Spark 2 with another strike. 2 players knocked out. There's still one more man in the building wanting to get the revival on the fallen player, but Hesperos himself is taken down pretty low. Within an instance, you see Revenant Spark just flipping the table against the foes. And once again, somehow, Revenant Spark, they convert another awkward scenario in their own favor. I'm not exactly sure how they make this happen, but every single time, they're just capable of pulling off these type of scenarios. And now Dragon OP, the only glimmer of hope surviving for now. Next to Hesperos. Hesperos is taken down pretty low. It does not even have any sort of meds. And look at Dragon OP, the amount of damage it's doing with these weapons. Constantly spamming away, but eventually Shadow, he finds that crucial knock. That one single connection that will once again keep the players of Fort Miracle on their knees. Hesperos, the only man surviving with just a sliver of HP. That pixel, it's not going to count. He's still holding the doorway with a shotgun. He will need to go for that shot as soon as the man goes for the peek. Reaction time's now going to be tested. Sarang tosses out a smoke, wanting to force out the player from that side. But eventually Sarang will catch Hesperos too. But the revival already came through. Man's back up on his feet on the rooftop, but he's not going to be having a lot of wiggle room to play with in the first place as Beard Baba gets wrapped up as well. And that will be Revenant X-Park coming out on top in that scenario.
And look at this, still not out of the woods yet, Revenant X-Park, because Vasista Esports are in the nearby vicinity. And Revenant X-Park, well aware of this intervention, but Sarang gets to be the hero once again. As Revenant X-Park did manage to win the fight, but almost on the verge of losing the war. As Vasista Esports, this time they've got all the resources to play things around. They've got vehicles for the slam-in, they've got enough meds, they've got the right set of weapons, while Revenant X-Park have got literally nothing to work with. It was literally a draw fight, and Vasista Esports intend on making some quick work over there. Shadow, look at him. He's just got those dual-wielding pistols over there on him. Not a lot of ammunition also, and not a lot of breathing space also to work things around with. So Vasista Esports have pretty much got Revenant X-Park cornered.
Vasista Esports, I was about to say, they've got everything stacked with them, but do they have the confidence? And now looking at Vasista Esports, it definitely does feel like they've got the confidence too. They want to make the push. Revenant X-Park, Sarang, and Shadow playing in tandem. All it takes is that one single nade to find the first connection, the first knockout, and the push will come to shove. And that's what Vasista Esports is exactly wanting to do. Sarang in the back, Shadow in the front, left to answer all the shots that will be there soon on top of him. Vasista Esports, 3 players pushing in tandem at the same time. The only intention is to wipe out the existence of Revenant X-Park. But look at what happens. The first man knocked out from Vasista Esports. Still 3 more to go. And Revenant X-Park, there's a big chance they can clutch this one out as well. As even Shadow finds the second knock. With just a sliver of HP, this man is able to happen. And of course, unfortunately for Vasista Esports, 2 players down.
They've already evened things up, and now, to make matters worse, it is going to be the Clutch Master Sarang against Pukkar. Can he come out of this alive? Yes, he does. But look at him, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, has got no means to play, and eventually just gets stabbed to death. Kamla boy. Murder in broad daylight is what Vasista Esports have done. As Revenant X-Park, after a valiant effort, heroics coming in from Sarang and Shadow towards the very end, but they still fail, still stand short against the overwhelming numbers of Vasista Esports. Again, goes on to raise those questions. Revenant X-Park were really not prepared for that assault against the likes of American Esports. Look at this. Legit Esports squeezing in on Oasis. Is he aware though?
Legit Esports is definitely moving in, and Oasis completely unaware of the fact that Proton is right there around this compound wall, and Oasis walks in completely blindfolded, and Proton will shank him to his death. And once again, moving back to that same scenario of Vasista Esports and Revenant X-Park, now GDR, they're stepping in the playing field. GDR want to go for the third party against Vasista Esports. What's going on? The Spectrum, the trifecta. It constantly keeps on happening. And right now, Vasista Esports, they might just be on the receiving side of things. Gazreen, they've got nothing to lose, but Vasista Esports, everything to lose. Backs against the wall.
clearly should anticipate this. Should be knowing that God's Reign might charge in given the last game. Of course, they want to duke it out. If they know that the numbers on Vasista Esports aren't really there, why not capitalize it? Maybe just catch them off guard. Haven't really made their presence felt so far. But surely Vasista Esports should be anticipating, but for legit, in Proton being sneaky as ever. For a moment, I felt like Oves might have spotted him.
No.
From that third person's perspective, but there you have it, God's Reign. Oh, they had a little bit of that stealth to play around with, but still have got Rage God in a very precarious spot.
He's done.
Yeah,
There's no
he's
way.
pretty much done. He's just going to count his minutes.
He's a poor fish in the water, and the fishermen, they're ready with the fishing nets. The fish is being spotted. The only thing that's keeping him alive are the depth of the ocean. And Rage God is also suffocating to death. He needs to be back up, get a little breather, so that his HP stops depleting. But he does not have any other option. If he does tuck his head out, it's done for. Rage God will be spotted and will be eliminated from the game too. But he's already traveled far enough. Now he can tuck his head out. And finally he moves outside of the ocean, as now he's going to have a little bit of that breather to play with. But not for long. His freedom will be counted. Destro, he moves on up towards that same direction. Does Destro know? Did he sniff the fish? Rage God underneath.
I don't
Just
think
counting
so.
his star. He's hoping that no one's going to spot him in that spot. Rage God, the only thing he can do is just sit down and pray. That's the best possible thing you can do right now.
At this point, even for God's Reign, they need to check on their options. Do they make a run inside the circle? Because the more time they're wasting over here, of course, it's just for that one player. Is it really worth it when you're looking at the grand scheme of things? Can they afford it? Hell yes, they can do. They've done majority of the heavy lifting in week 2, as of which they've got that comfortable leeway. But for Vasista Esports, it's going to be such a narrow call, really. Even if Rage God survives the scare over here, what do Vasista Esports do next? I'm pretty sure they're out of meds. Yes, that really confirms it. And at this point, I don't even know if Rage God can really even reunite with his team and get inside the circle, as a matter of fact, because now even God's Reign will be taking over that western bridge, and they will want to cross over. So at this point, Vasista Esports in a heap of trouble. But for Versatile, they've not had a great day. They really do not care at this point, as quite close to the players of even Diesel. As you can see, Aquinox opening things up against Pari. But no wonder, I don't know why we're still on Rage God when God's Reign is pretty much backed away.
Hold on. Versatile. Pushing him close and personal. Diesel Esports, a team that has been struggling since the start. They desperately need this game. One single bad move and they will be eliminated from the game as well. But the same thing can be said for VXD as well. It's just down to Aquinox, and he's on the run. He does not want anything to do against Diesel Esports. He's done for. VXD, they're already at the top of the table. They do not want to be part of this fight still. If Aquinox wants, he can spoil a few dreams, but instead, he wants to play it safe for now. Maintain that first spot in the overall standings. God's Reign finally closed on up. Vasista Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. Justin knocked out from God's Reign. It's not a great news, but still a 3-man squad can make a lot happen considering Vasista Esports, they've just got that one man towards the container while the second is still in the water.
Yeah, it just gets worse. I mean, Vasista Esports pretty much cut off from each other, but the woes of teammate Pit just keep on getting worse. As now they've got Medal Esports right in front of them to deal with, and Omega, we know he has everything in his arsenal to even clutch out against the entirety of Middle. But his form would speak otherwise. At this point, Omega is lying in the open, somehow trying to stay anonymous, hasn't moved a muscle. At the same time, Medal Esports is a team that would be anticipating 8-bit to be around here. Always come with their homeworks done. As Sarvit just goes on for a scouting spree. Now, what is really troubling me is that maybe Sarvit might get knocked out. And the moment he does that, he gets devoured.
Oh, he will. He's done.
Yeah.
Omega.
Oh my god. There you go.
Okay, for a moment I thought it's going to be a whip, but no. He does find those crucial connection and will also execute the player. His head was on the swivel for such a long time, but 8-Bit, with this knock, they brought the situation down to a 3v3, an equalizer. Omega, beautiful stuff that was. And Vasista Esports, unfortunately, they are now counting their stars. Just down to that one man. Rage God a while ago was knocked out by GDR. And Godsreen, of course, with the upper edge in the fight. They know they're just suffocating the opponents to death slowly and steadily. Unfortunately, Vasista Esports did not even have enough nades or enough meds to try and sort of take a fight against GDR. So they're just slowly and steadily waiting for death to approach him. While 8-Bit, they've gotten 1 elimination points to play with, but that's not going to be enough. 8-Bit needs a big game in their hands right now.
Necro, there's been some movements over here. Warhammer Esports, they dropped down at Milta. They decided to go towards the southern side. Instead of entering inside the zone, they're heading towards God's Reign. And this could blow out on massive proportions if God's Reign aren't really anticipating. Warhammer Esports right on their way, as both these teams looking forward to lock horns against each other, and that would be a fight. Especially with Warhammer Esports and God's Reign, both these teams having so much loot in their favor. As the standoff goes on, 8-Bit surviving a little bit of a scare against Metal Esports, but they also know that Metal is a team you can't really take a 3-on-3 battle with, given their recent slump in form, but they've been getting themselves back to their old ways as Scary Jord decides to unleash hell on the players of God's Reign. A couple of shots fired, damage done, but not enough to put one man down as Destro out in the open, trying to traverse through the lands as now Monty has stepped out of his vehicle as Devotee. He finds an opener on Ninja Jord, and this has to be a biggie, as Delta will definitely get the trade, gets the finish also secured. I think they might also get the revive on Ninja if they play their cards right, but Scary Jord, he's been spotted out, and Justin, he's got to do the deeds.
Yeah, both the top teams in the overall standings fighting against each other. Honestly speaking, this fight is quite pointless. But still, for the entertainment, why not? Bot Army Esports, constantly just spamming through. Want to catch the players of GDR off guard. It will be tough to do so. Delta PG's constantly driving around. He wants to get the revival on his fallen comrade, which seems pretty tough. Scary's in a really awkward spot between the foes. He's waiting for his teammates to back him up slowly, but unfortunately that time might just be a bit too much. Scary closes on up and instantly eliminates a player. As he's knocked out, Scary now still has got a Herculean task to do in the front. But God's Reign, soon enough, the players in the back lines, even they're going to start a strike. So they can definitely have a big flanking angle. Scary needs to watch out from his sidelines.
He has to, at this point, really both these teams refusing to bow out. As God's Reign now in a heap of trouble over there. Monty comes in, Scary along with him. As Justin is trying his hands, but will not be enough. As God's Reign, they've been put down to their misery not once but twice tonight. And this is a long-going rivalry, right?
Yeah,
we talk about those rivalries. We talk about those bad blood. You've got that. And it is all about that military-based contention as 8-Bit still trying to hammer through, but got a little ahead of themselves as they won one of those fights or were on the verge of it, but instantly it would be the players of Legit who shut them out, and 3 finishes and an early exit is not the way that 8-Bit wanted to end week 3 with.
There you go. Once again, back to the basics fixes. Soon the other 2 groups are going to chime in, and 8-Bit will be back to the same spot they started. Unfortunately, it will be a tough pill to swallow, but it is what it is. Even right now, they're on the 22nd. It's not a lot of points separating them and the top 16, but still, 8-Bit is struggling even for a single piece of point. So that just makes it even tougher. Right now, Myth, out in the open, quite exposed, surrounded by the players of Legit. And Legit, they've got so much intel to play with against Oxen. At this point in time, Oxen is definitely choking. He can't do a lot in this position. But still, he's trying his best to sort of get things under belt. Utilities tossed against Oxen. That's not going to find the right strike. But it's still playing around that same vicinity. Proton squad exposed. Could have found the striking advantage. But unfortunately, Proton once again goes back in the nick of cover. And there you go. Oxen finally finds the moment that he was looking for. The first strike against Team Legit.
Oxen really out of options, and Legit, it feels like they really want to end the day on a good note. They're getting so much done, especially for themselves, and given the position they're in, 3 finishes secured, and having such a good lay of the land, and knowing exactly where Oxen is. And for Oxen also, the options are pretty much limited over here. What does this lonely man do? But for Myth Official, they've done so much in this week. No complaints from their side. We'll be looking forward to push even further. Whatever Oxen can salvage out of here would just be added bonus. But for Legit, this chicken dinner has to be very important. It'll certainly set the tone, at least for the next week. For Oxen, this is pretty much got some cover to play around with. I'm just not really a big fan of him just dropping down smokes, trying to waste out resources. He's drawing so much attention now. Even Prince from Medal is interested to know what's up over there. And if he realizes it's just that one player, I'm pretty sure at least Esports would want to get that finish.
Everyone would want that. Will be easy as well to secure it. Red Ross. Now, it's one of those teams that's not doing too hot as well in the overall standings. Red Ross on the 11th spot. They need a lot of points as well to be in the comfort zone. And Beast ejects out of the open. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was, but Clutch God definitely stops at the right spot, catching the players off guard and giving Mudit just the right time to strike. Mudit instantly strikes down one of the foe. And now Red Ross, the table's flipped against him as Beast wanted to take an exit from this entire vicinity. Clutch got taking a few shots, once again just shaking away the players. But Red Ross in that fight lost 2 players, which was not worth it.
Certainly wasn't. At this point, for Gujarat Tigers, look, they've been getting those 5 finishes. They're doing good. Clutch God has been impressive, but Red Ross, they could do so much better. Losing out on those players. And what? Did Oxen just clutch out the entirety of Medal? Wow.
Seems like it. I would love to see what just happened, but he's only got 3 finishes on the board, so maybe he took down 3 players single-handedly while Legit was also taking shots against Medal
one
Esports.
player from Medal was eliminated early on by 8-bit, so it was a clutch, a 1v3.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, Oxen just took down 3 players all by himself of Medal Esports. Interesting. Unfortunately, we missed that action, but oh boy. And Myth desperately needed those points too, by the way, to sort of put themselves in a comfort zone. And now Oxen gets spammed through the smoke, considering Legit knew exactly where he was. Oxen could not really fight for too long, but he was constantly smoking that area out. Legit Esports, in the end, they take this Danger Man out, but Myth, at least they got those 5 points before they were eliminated from the game. Solid stuff from Oxen.
Has to be. Has to be. Would love to see that once again. What really went on over there, because we were constantly getting worried about Oxen. It's drawing so much of that attention. Look at the amount of carnage that has taken place in this little dip. So many vehicles. Kind of feels like a junkyard. Truth be told, the way the setup has been there. But the circle has, of course, shifted away, Necro. And now is gone a little further towards the western side. And now even Quarry is in contention. And Orangutan suddenly find themselves in really comfortable spot. With Cincinnati Kids also having a good chance at getting a chicken dinner. But for Army Esports, just looming underneath them. Around the foothills, you've got Henry creating another angle. And they are brimming with confidence. This is one of those teams that you would want to avoid as much as possible. Or maybe try and catch them off guard and make sure that they're not a menace towards the end phases.
Flock shouldn't have taken those shots. He gave his position away and his teammates. Bottom Esports, they moved all the way up north from down south. A while ago, they were in the military base, by the way. And now look at Diesel Esports, too, on the receiving end of things. OG's the one making things real tough for Diesel Esports. And AKOP on the opposite side is also handing out death blows. He's the Grim Reaper in this scenario. Orlo wants to disengage and exit from this scenario, and he will do so as well. But for now, Diesel Esports, considering they do not have all the players standing, OG's soon enough going to make that drive and make sure that the entire team collapses. OG, they've got the man number and every right to make that push. If OG wants, they can make it happen right now before it's too late.
Oh, yeah. At this point, OG, I don't see a world where they let this game go off. Especially after not just having the men advantage over here, but also such prime control of the zone. They've got all that information. Not a lot of formidable foes around them. Of course, can deal with the players of Diesel. Of course, can take RGC down, given the case. But I'm starting to get worried about that fight. Cincinnati Kids up against Miramar Esports. That will definitely be one to watch out for. Because whoever makes out of that alive could be one of those looming threats even for Orangutan. Two teams, they've got a lot of depth in their arsenal. But for now, Orangutan, they're just trying to mellow things down. They have no need to just expose themselves. They know that this game could be theirs. All they need to do is get a nice conversion as Miramar Esports, Necro. They're starting to look impatient now. They've got to make a choice. Do they make a slam in? Do they make a rush inside the zone? Or do they engage in this fight? Because it's the 5th stage and it's starting to close in. And Scary Jot's burning vehicle doesn't really make things any easier with Henry taking so much amount of damage. Miramar Esports, I'm not really liking the position they're holding. And now in clear lines of fire of the players of Cincinnati Kids. Juicy having spotted the player out. But Monty Bay, look at him. Out in the open, still, he does manage to dish a hefty amount of damage over there. But Mighty, definitely there to take him down. As Miramar Esports is starting to lose out on numbers, and Cincinnati Kids will relish all these finishes to themselves.
It was such an awkward spot to place yourself in as well. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was of that individual player of Miramar Esports, but I guess he did not really have a lot of choices anyways. So he got eliminated. But if he wanted, he could have joined his teammates in the upcoming run. Cincinnati Kids moving from the back. In the front, it's going to be the players of Red Ross. Even OG's there on the opposite side. And right now, Miramar Esports are the one getting picked off. There's too many teams around them. They're catching a lot of strays. Eventually, Miramar Esports will be eliminated by Red Ross with that beautifully placed nade from Beast. There's still Diesel Esports in the back lines, and even RGC, just one lonesome survivor, which will be Rishi.
At this point, even for Gujarat Tigers, they're being dealt with by Legit. Goes on to show that Legit, they've really dug in deep in this game. And this is exactly what you would want if you are Legit at this point, especially after Choco
blunder,
getting such a beautiful knock on towards the Tanki. And now mistakes are happening. Orangutan starting to lose out on numbers, and this is not what they anticipated. Too much scattered from each other. Of course, they want a rendezvous at this point. But Legit Esports being a constant thorn, not letting that happen, and coming in from the southern lines. And Legit, they have exceeded our expectations. And even Rishi, he refuses to give up.
He does. Legit Esports, Choco, on the screen for now. If Legit wants, they can clearly slam their vehicles on OG. Considering towards the garage, there's just 2 players holding. And Legit, they've got all the 4 players up. Legit should have the man advantage in that scenario and should be able to take down OG within an instant because Aru is busy taking a fight against Red Ross. Aru is taking a lot of fights all by himself. If Legit wants, right now is going to be the best time to take this position away because OG, they're in a really commanding spot. And somewhere down line, Legit Esports, they're definitely making the moves on the board. RGC's Rishi steps out in the open. Aru all by himself is dismantling players on this side of the map. He's almost on the verge of wiping out Rishi as well, which he will do so. Instead, it's Pari from Diesel Esports who hands out that death blow, and RGC will take an exit from the game. And OG's also taking shots against Legit Esports. I'm not sure what the game plan was for Legit, but it was a really bad choice that Legit came up with.
Yeah, literally slamming in for the center. Could have gone in for that garage and maybe should have isolated the players of Orangutan, dropped a couple of smokes, but now they've got themselves between a rock and a hard place at this point, but still they want to fight back. Really shining high at this point, Legit. They've secured more than 9 finishes from here onwards. and still trying to keep the numbers intact. Of course, Cincinnati Kids, they've got the luxury of that high ground advantage, and Juicy getting taken down does not really help the case of Cincinnati Kids. Now, this sort of enables them to be open for a push coming in from OG, and that is what exactly they're doing at this point. AKOP has inched in so close, but was oblivious of the fact that Beast was around him. As AKOP down on his knees, the trades are definitely going to come in, but these Esports from the sidelines, they are watching all that action, and they want these three teams to battle it out whilst they want to relish the chicken dinner.
Seems like an OG game to me. They've got the circle. Also quite a commanding spot. CK's at the top, understandable. But CK is also one of those teams that does not have a lot of confidence at this current moment. They haven't been taking a lot of those fights properly. We haven't seen CK poking a lot of the teams. Instead, CK is just playing for the placement, which I'm not a big fan of. If CK wants, they can definitely move up against Diesel Esports and at least try to hand out one knock. That's going to cripple the players. But still, CK's there at the top, not doing anything. Orlo in the back lines is tossing in the utils. Eventually, Mighty finds the knock that I was speaking of. And now Diesel Esports is no longer a threat because they're going to be busy fighting their own demons. Now they need to take care of the players of OG in the front. But a beautiful play snake from WizGod. It's going to catch the overextending man.
At this point, Diesel, they have definitely closed in. But Pari is going to be a hero for his team as Orangutan. Again, pieces scattered as Juicy, causing massive amount of hurt. But from the backlines, it is also Curse God, who was alive and could cause so much trouble as Cincinnati Kids. All lumped up at one place. One good grenade comes in from WizGod. Could be the end of it. And there you go. He strikes his flock alongside Juicy. Little alienated from each other as Juicy's got his own troubles to deal with. Curse God from one side, but AKOP shows no mercy as Orangutan keep charging in through the forces, and there you have it. Flock also being dealt with. Orangutan getting a beautiful squad wipe, and now Diesel left to be the final members alive as Pari still wants to fight back as Orlo brought back on his knees, and now it is a 2-on-1 situation nonetheless, with Curse God still going for that healing battle. Finally gives up as Orlo down on his knees, courtesy to Aru. He's been doing so much, and now Pari exposed. It is going to be a beautiful crossfire setup coming in from Orangutan side as they rally their forces and will be marching at the directions of Pari. But Pari is still fighting back valiantly, but to no avail as Orangutan do overwhelm them with the numbers and do end their week with a beautifully well-crafted winner-winner chicken dinner.
Pari almost clutched that out. It was a 2-on-1 in the end, and he was able to find the knock on the player who was far away. And Pari himself was taken down pretty low. Only if it would have landed another shot, OG would have been put down in the slumbers. But luckily enough, OG once again having the man number, they were able to instantly hand out that trade. And nicely done from OG too. They were in such a commanding spot from the start. Legit Esports made a big mistake. And that's where experience comes into play, Fixes. Only if they would have moved in towards that garage, isolated the duel against OG, that things could have been different. But instead, Legit not having enough confidence costed them this entire game.
Yeah, I think especially Legit could have, fought on all the fronts. Especially after you get those 8-9 eliminations to yourself, you know that every shot you connect, that you are brimming with confidence. And I think the only explanation that I have for Legit not really wanting to go in there, because maybe they did not have enough information on OG and their whereabouts. Maybe they did not know that Aru was a little aloof from the garage, because of course, us being spectators, we know where the players are positioned at. But in the thick and thins of the battle, it sometimes gets very difficult for all these teams. And this is where, like you said, experience does come into play. A few hiccups here and there, but still, Legit Esports really did come out swinging. What a game it was to end things for Legit Esports, especially after their quite disappointing performance throughout the entire season of the challenge stages in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So they've got something to fight for at the very least. But I don't know if you can say the same about 8-Bit. Even Diesel Esports did put up a fight, I think, for Pari. And they were 2 men down right from the mid-game. And still making it inside of the top 2 goes on to speak that, yes, Diesel Esports, they've finally woken up from their slumber.
That's what I was about to say, too. Diesel Esports, they put up a good fight in the final game. Because first game, Diesel Esports nowhere to be seen. Second game, the same storyline happens. But at least in the third game, they were able to survive till the late game scenario. You move on towards the highlights, and off the rip, we saw such an awkward affair between Revenant Spark and also their foes. And unfortunately, considering the fight was happening way too early in the game, none of them had enough weaponry to try and go for that fight properly. But Sister Esports came in with a third party and also wiped out the existence of Revenant Esports, but then Proton was able to catch one of the players of 8-Bit. And let's speak about 8-Bit a little bit more. 8-Bit had such a great spot to play with in Fairappear, but still for some reason got wiped out instantly.
Yeah, for 8-Bit really did not anticipate that to happen. Such mishaps, 8-Bit standards, and especially when you're on a warpath, you're on there to redeem yourself. You are trying to gather those points and getting those casual knocks here and there. I know that stings quite a lot, especially the way Oves got taken down. Any other player, even us, would rage if we get picked off by somebody who's just lying down, absolutely camping to death. But it is what it is, right? You have to be on your toes every single moment. And like we said, right, sometimes, while you're playing on your screen, you kind of tend to miss those, information, and that really hurt them. And even towards the end, did walk out with a couple of finishes, but that's what all 8-Bit could get. And they should have gotten in much more, given it was their last game of this week, because coming forth in week 4, we have a tiny glimpse of what awaits us. All the teams that have qualified Necro, they're going to go all out. They are going to play no holds barred. And amongst that, for 8-Bit to thrive with just 9 matches to go, I don't know, man. It takes some special effort to make it to the grand finals this time.
I mean, look at Revenant Spark. Even they're on the struggling side of things. If a team like Revenant Spark is struggling to qualify, then imagine what's going to happen with the teams that are much more like the newer faces on the block. It is clear that Revenant Spark is getting targeted. As soon as the teams see in the elimination feed that Revenant Spark is losing player, they instantly move on and try to third party that entire scenario, which is pretty smart in my opinion, because if you get rid of the competition early on, it's not going to be that tough for you in the grand finals. And that's what a lot of these teams are trying to do as well, because they know it's one of those teams that will definitely stand a big chance to take the trophy away.
For Revenant Spark, I think all the opposing teams, they know that this is the perfect chance to put them out of the tournament. And enough with, friendliness and all of that. I get it. You're good friends outside the game, but you need to look at the bigger picture. Because if Revenant Spark makes it to the days of the LAN, we know they're a whole different species. They're a whole different demon. And they will be one of the favorite contenders. And now Revenant Spark being at their weakest, perhaps, it goes on to show that this is the perfect time to strike a fatal blow and have them out of this tournament. And if you can do that, heck yeah, go for it. Yeah, target them and put them out, because at the end of the day, you will want to make your chances better, because we know if they get to the LAN, we are going to see something different from this team.
If you remember in the official tournament, Revenant Spark on day 1, they were nowhere to be seen in the overall standings. Just completely at the bottom. They were struggling so much. Then on day 2, they pull off back-to-back good games. I'm speaking of chicken dinners. And on day 3, it was just the cherry on top of the cake that was needed, which Revenant Spark easily did so. So as you mentioned, on LAN, it's a complete different team. It's a complete different species. And that's why a lot of these teams are also keeping their eyes pinned on the elimination field. As soon as they do see Revenant Spark getting picked off, they instantly make that push against them, wanting to third party and wanting to dismantle them as soon as possible, because they wouldn't want to see Revenant Spark in the LAN Finals. Now, moving the conversation on towards Vasista Esports, we're seeing them be a part of a lot of those fights as well, but Vasista Esports, they're getting picked off in quite the awkward ways. Third parties happening against Vasista Esports, where GDR came in and took them down as well. And let's speak about that fight too. Vasista Esports, when they third partied Revenant Spark, they were almost on the verge of getting wiped out themselves, because for a moment, the situation was taken down to a 2v2.
Yeah, it was. And for Vasista Esports, really, especially after coming in with such overwhelming numbers, I do not know how they tend to mess things up. Maybe still finding that cohesiveness, still taking time to gel up with each other, as Rage God has been one of the latest additions. Barring that, we've seen the other 3 players play with each other. So for Vasista Esports, they also know they've got their work cut out. But for Orangutan, nothing to really worry about. 21 points will put them in a very good spot, even for legit back-to-back good games coming in for this team. 13 points definitely will catapult their way up the standing. Cincinnati kids, I felt like they did make the most out of that situation. I mean, if OG had been dealt with or dealt by some other team, I felt like Cincinnati kids could have also gotten a chicken out of this one. Now, Revenant X-Pac, the thing with them, getting out with 5 points. Now, what I really feel about this team, Necro, is whenever a fight comes to them, they never shy away. They respond, they retaliate, they fight back. But when you look at the bigger or the grand scheme of things, that is where Revenant X-Pac is, falling short. They need a lot more position points. They need a lot more stability. They need to start getting chicken dinners.
They're not able to survive till the late game, right? That's the main issue for Revenant X-Pac. They're able to get those elimination points, but also having the placement points can help you a lot in the overall standings. And we know Revenant X-Pac is one of those teams that can easily pull off a big game if they want to. They can award all the fights early on and then go for the fights in the late game. And eventually, even if the teams do want to target Revenant X-Pac in the late game, they will also be targeted by other teams, considering third parties will keep on happening when the circle's too small, which is understandable. So Revenant X-Pac, all they need to do is just avoid the early game commotion, and if they are able to survive till the late game, the game should be theirs. Now, moving on towards that CK conversation that you brought up, in my opinion, the position could have been played much better. If CK was just playing a bit more proactive, a bit more aggressive. Remember the knock that I spoke of Diesel Esports? If that knock happened much more before, things could have been different for CK. They could have instantly spread themselves out a bit more and cover much more a lay of the land.
When you're playing around Quarry, it gets very difficult, to be honest, because Quarry, you've got so many hiding spots to play around. And yes, like we go back to the old conversation where we know where the players are, but CK did not have a lot of information to play around. And it could have been ifs and buts if they had gotten those knocks, but they did not have much room, even if they had spread out where exactly, because Orangutan had the major chunk, and legit Esports constantly breathing under their noses did not make things any easy for Cincinnati kids. So that was definitely there. But at this point now for Versatile, looking at things, 236 points, they will be sitting atop. Bodami Esports, 212 points. I mean, this is a team definitely to watch out for. But I would love to see where 8-Bit will position themselves, because yes, this could have been such a much better day for them.
8-Bit's not going to be anywhere around the top 16. They were on 22nd spot a while ago when we saw the overall standings in game. So 8-Bit's not doing too hot, still on the last page. In my opinion, that's what I think. So we've got the overall rankings right now. The second page is on the screen. Red Ross, they were on the 11th spot before the previous game started, but considering the previous game, they had decent amount of points. They instantly pushed themselves in the top 9. Revenant X-Pac as well, not doing too bad in the overall standings. Honestly, on the 11th spot, doing pretty okay for themselves. Metal Esports pinned down in that 12th spot.
At this point, well, to be honest, Metal Esports, they find themselves at a good spot. Given that 9 more games to play, we can talk about that cutoff. Somewhere, I'm looking at the margins of 200. I think we're going to go at 200 or even past that, because now a lot of these teams below are bringing in all that heat. So K9, they will come to play in just a wee while. They still have 3 more matches to go, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing forward that threshold, that cutoff. But legit, I think from the brinks of literally not being existence inside the lobby, now they have something to play with. So not a lot of difference remaining, and I think if they can push themselves a little bit more, I think they can do so well.
4 big names are now going to step in the playing field. Hidden Ones, K9 Esports, Phoenix Esports, and Genix FM. And somewhere down the line, there's a big chance even they can make the leap happen, at least on the 3rd page of the overall standings. So here's the reason why I'm saying 8-Bit's now once again going to be back to the default spot they were at the start of the day. All the points they got did nothing. Because all the other teams as well, when they step in the playing field, they're pretty much able to get the same amount of points and once again be back at the same spot they were. 3 more games are going to be played by the upcoming 2 groups, and you never know. Maybe Genix FM gets a chicken dinner and instantly catapults themselves in the top 16. Phoenix Esports is one of those teams that's got a lot of potential too. Even they can make that happen. Hell, what do you know? K9 Esports, they can start taking fights left, right, and center, have a lot of elimination points, and out of nowhere, even they can catapult themselves in the top 8. Anything can happen, man. So many possibilities.
Kena and Aiko Soul are going to be playing Sanhok next. So we know what might be on our way. So, and this time, both these teams are actually in a good spot to fight it out, because lately, every single time they've gone to face each other in Sanhok, at least in this week, somebody or the other has backed off. So I really want to see them again take things down to Shrine, end things over there. But even maybe a little bit of turbulence around the Ruins area also, given the fact that Carnival Gaming will be coming into play. But this time, eyes will be on the likes of -40, as can they pull off something that legit dude today? Because they can, they've got what it takes in them. Yesterday we saw finally they are getting themselves into the mix of fights, and if they can force a couple more, who knows, they can pull off what legit did. And so much has happened. Even Myth officials played really well, and Oxen taking down the entirety 3 players of Medal Esports. That is also one thing we really missed out on.
We completely forgot about that, right? I mean, Oxen able to shut down the entirety Medal Esports. Prince was quite aware of the fact that something is happening in the front, so it made a lot of sense that Medal Esports instantly made that push when they realized that it's just one man standing against him. But still, that one man proved out to be so deadly that the entire Medal Esports just came crashing down. And I'm pretty sure Medal Esports, they had a lot of goals, at least for today's day. At least Medal Esports wanted to breach in the top 8, but considering the last game was a complete blunder, Medal Esports now would not want to count that and hope for the best on the last week. Now you move on the conversation towards DOD as well. The same thing can be said for them too. DOD is also one of those teams with a lot of potential. You've got players like Balu in there who have proven themselves time and time in the past, but for some reason this tournament seems a little bit different.
It does. And for DOD, they've always been that hit or miss team for me. And there have been those matches where they've gone all out, they've gotten chicken dinners. Have they improved through the course of the challenge season? Yes. Can they do better? Certainly yes. So at this point, for DOD, they also need to understand that the target right now is to somehow secure enough points to make it inside the top 16. Now, considering that 2 set of groups have already played their matches, so now they've got a clear picture of what to do next, how to secure those points. Do we go aggressive? Do we play our normal game? Because when nothing is working out, going back to the basics is the right way to have a good position. Make sure you are not really engaging in those awkward fights. And then when you've got a player pinned down, have a central approach, play something like Medal Esports. So as long as you're doing that, you'll get enough finishes, you'll get those chicken dinners, and sooner or later, you will be there in the mix of things.
And we can't really forget, even Team Tumulus is now going to be stepping in the action. Off the rip, they're going to play on the map of Sanhok. And for Team Tumulus' defensive gameplay, maybe it can work out if you've got a great positioning inside of the circle. If you don't, then Team Tumulus, you got to go a bit more aggressive in the lobbies, because that's the only thing that's going to save the day. You've got Group A and B on the screen. Team Empire barely on the cusp of being kicked out of that top 16. So even Team Empire would want to push themselves up a bit more. The same thing can be said for Wild Fangs too. We had a conversation about Wild Fangs. And yes, they are having those good game once in a while, but then you see that inconsistency hit them, and Wild Fangs once again is nowhere to be seen. Right now in the top 16, but they can easily be kicked out.
We've been over this so many times, but yes, at this point for Wild Fangs, Sanhok games have been pretty decent for them, and now I'm excited to see who's going to be there for. Like I already discussed, that can the 4th player bring in some, different set of ideas? What extra can he put on the table? That is the big question. Team Tamilas, Phoenix Esports, they will be under the hammer, under terrible scrutiny, because we've got so much expectations from these teams, and sadly they have failed to perform. And Phoenix Esports, still, there are those days where they kind of tend to show up, but Team Tamilas, they've been completely missing. And Sanhok hasn't really been one of their strong suits, given the fact that they've got so much intervention coming in from that Western Island and dropping down top of Bootcamp, I believe. They've got so many forces that they have to deal with. So how do they do that? That mystery gets unraveled in this one as new set of talents take over. So Shadow and Scared, there you go.
Well, thank you so much, Fixes. And yes, even my eyes are towards the Shrine area, because K9 Esports, Aiku Soul, let's hope if they go up against each other, because K9, yes, I do agree, there are very high chance that K9 might not want to engage in that fight because they are struggling in the overall ranking. But as the flight path is up on our screens, it's a northern flight path, and we have few teams going all the way towards south, like the players of Carnival Gaming. Then we also have got the players of Team Just Jelly. Even they are also on the struggling side. But look at the split which is coming from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. Zap all the way towards the Camp Alpha, and the entire team is going towards south. This is not really looking good, Scared.
Yeah, I don't know what the entire plan is. I personally feel that it's probably going to be just that he's out there, maybe gonna grab in a few more vehicles and then wrap around somewhere around the boot camp area to get a rendezvous with the teammates. But again, we'll just have to see now. We'll have to wait for that plan to come into fruition. But for now, it's going to be Genesis Esports taking the fight yet against their opponents, probably Phoenix. Right now going in for some back and forth. Two people already down onto their knees. And guess what? Both of them have been lost just so very quickly as well. Phoenix answering back so very fast out there on the other end. This is such a great retaliation coming in from their side.
Oh, certainly. Phoenix Esports, even they need those points, but Grind is kind of stuck in that situation. He doesn't have the proper armor. But let's see how the situation is going to turn out. Will it go in his favor as Trace God finds a knock onto Vishu, and Grind also goes down. This is not looking good at all. Grind has also been eliminated, and Genesis, now they are left with only one single player remaining. And Phoenix Esports, they needed such a start. 3 finishes already in their favor. Seems like Phoenix Esports have found that momentum. They just need to find the last player of Genesis, but they also need to be a bit cautious as they have a threat lurking nearby in the name of Hidden Ones.
Absolutely. A threat indeed lurking nearby in the names of Hidden Ones, as you mentioned. But in the meantime, as you all also said about the same thing, Phoenix, a good retaliation, a good answer back. Genesis, they will keep their last man only to run away, tuck tails, and probably play for a few more position points. Maybe a scrap or two on the other end, but definitely not the kind of start that they wanted. While Fang, though, they're also close by. Need to be really careful against these players. While Fang Sensei, he finds an answer. Genex FM this time, they're on the receiving end of the spectrum. Sensei confirms that flush as well. So a couple of early finishes coming in for the side of Wild Fang. This is exactly what they need. They're also not doing too hot in terms of that leaderboards. On the verge of being thrown out, if not already thrown out of that top 16. So they need a good day. They need all 3 decent games, if not both, or at least all 3 of them very crazy good games.
100% agree to that. Even Wild Fangs, 2 finishes already in their name, and Trace God, he has received hefty damage from that grenade that came from the side of Genex FM. Genex FM left with only 2 players remaining. It's an outnumbered fight. Genex FM, even they have been on the struggling side, as Seth knows exactly where the players are, and finally he gets a knock onto Dhruv, and the last player also goes down. And Genex FM, one more bad game coming in their favor. Genex FM, they are already at the 28th spot. This game was really important for them, but Wild Fangs, 4 finishes, they have solidified their spot in top 16 after this.
Yeah, 154. That thing is for sure. They were on 15th and now has quickly made that leap over Carnival Gaming. And talking about the side of Carnival Gaming themselves, right, Shadow, if I'm not wrong, this team was in the top 10, if not in top 8. And from that point, they've now dropped down to the 15th spot. They were around the same part where Wild Fangs were. And both of these teams have shown such a humongous uncertainty in terms of their closings of the game. And yeah, it's just that they can't really find that consistency. The inconsistency is a big problem for both of them, and that is the reason why they're on the 14th and the 15th spot right now.
See, in week number 1, they were in top 8. After that, they dropped down to top 11. And week number 3, they came on the 14th spot. So yes, the decline has been there in their performance, now sitting on the 15th spot. So decline has been there from the side of Carnival Gaming. Let's hope they recover from whatever is really happening wrong, because this team was looking so strong in week number 1. But minus 40, even Fixes was also talking about this team, that it's a really important game for minus 40. These guys have been engaging in those 4v4 fights yesterday, and they were doing really good. If they do the same thing, similar thing today also, there is a very high chance of -40 also trying to propel themselves in the leaderboard, although the chances are very less for top 16 because they've got only 37 points.
You know, if you guys show the same optimism for Hidden Ones, Genesis, Phoenix, even K9, I'd agree. But we'll come back to that one part later, as again, Sketch, he was the last member of Genesis Esports who will now eventually take a leave from this one. Only one finish point for Genesis, and that to just tickle on to the members of Phoenix. That's about it. So coming back to the same discussion point, right? I mean, -40, Shadow only 37 points. Let's be honest. They need at least 130 points in what? A total of 11 games? 12 games if you count this one as well. I think so. That's a bit too much to ask for. 10 points, 12 points are not going to cut it. You need at least a hat-trick of a chicken dinner, and that to be 25 points each. And even after that, you need a lot more good games. And I'm not talking about normal games. I'm talking about the good games. And with the performance that they have shown, they have been struggling a lot since the first day itself. Yes, they qualified from the Open Finals, so a team that we really wanted to see perform out here. But let's be honest, sometimes you need that experience. So this could very well be a learning curve for them, if anything else.
Experience, I feel -40 were under tremendous pressure from the very start of challenge season. Yes, I do understand that sometimes you get intimidated by the invited teams, you face that sort of pressure. Even Bot Army Esports, if you remember the interview we had with Scary Jod, he was also speaking about the same pressure that they were dealing in week number 1 and week number 2, but they didn't succumb under the pressure. They rectified the mistakes and they came back so strong, getting 3 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. So that is exactly what -40 also need to do. Pressure can be there for a few days, but after that you have to get those average points. You have to try and aim for that victory, which Bot Army did. But speaking about the Circle, I think Circle is also favoring the players of Carnival Gaming, Hero Extreme Godlike. But speaking of Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to be a bit cautious from the side of Team Tamilas.
You know, I just wanted to say, after looking at the Circle, you talked about Team Tamilas. I'm going to come back to their point as well. But again, talking about this Circle, if in case it moves a bit more towards Camp Alpha, this is going to be an IQ Souls game. And I really miss those very old days of BGMI when we used to see two teams always colliding in Camp Alpha. I know Necro used to be always looking forward to those skirmishes, and it used to be between Global Esports and IQ Soul, and it was super fun to watch. It used to be 60-40, but yeah, I still remember those days, and again, we always looked out, at least on the maps of Sanhok. Alas, that's not happening right now. K9 is close by, but they're around the area of Hathin, so they're not going to cause any kind of threat. Carnival Gaming, just above Ruins. So yeah, they're just going to have their own fun time, but coming back to the point of Team Tamilas, right? Necro and Fixes both touched upon that fact that Team Tamilas is a team we always used to see in the finals of any official event or even any other events. But this time, not in the top 16. They are all the way down in the bottom 3 with only 95 points right now.
Yep, Team Tamilas, they have been really struggling with only 95 points sitting on the 30th spot. And I remember in the official tournaments, the way Team Tamilas staged a comeback in the last day. That was so impressive. Everyone was just talking about Team Tamilas coming so close to getting those victories, those winner chicken dinners. And every single game, Team Tamilas were really performing good. My complaints are in the map of Miramar, because Miramar has always been a strong map for Team Tamilas. And seems like they're struggling on Miramar as well. But like you were talking about the Circle also, Scared, I appreciate that you're such a nice guy, you're such a sweet guy, you want a circle favoring a single island, but unfortunately I'm not the same person, I'm not so nice. I want a hybrid circle covering all the 3 islands. Even the final circle covering at least 2 islands. That would bring so much chaos.
Sometimes I wonder, Shadow, are you the human manifestation of chaos itself?
Maybe.
I don't want to dwell more into that. It's gonna confirm my suspicion, but alright. Coming back to the same thing, we're talking about the chaos. There are still quite a few teams who really like to cause a lot of chaos in this lobby. One of them is Hero Extreme Godlike. And, you know, whenever we talk about Godlike, specifically for the last 2 days, there has been situations where I personally think that they are taking those ego fights. They are taking things onto their ego. Because that one day, if I'm not wrong, it was on day 1. In the first game, they got knocked out by Some from IQ Soul, and then in the very next one, they targeted Soul only to get a perfect wipeout, to get their revenge. And then, even yesterday, there was a game of Sanhok itself, in which they were not supposed to win. And if I'm not wrong, the circle was also forming in a bit more towards the north of Boot Camp, right below Paradise Resort as well. And they were all the way over towards the other island on the northwest. Even after that, they made the entire rotation in between 2 different teams, and they still came out on top. That's the kind of ego that you always love to see, specifically for Godlike. I think so they're playing for their fans right now.
But you know, Godlike is not doing the same thing in this Sanhok. You know the reason? Because Gujarat Tigers happened yesterday. That fight, Hero Extreme Godlike lost against Gujarat Tigers. And after that, there is a change in the pace of Hero Extreme Godlike. And seems like BGMI gods, this time they're answering my press. We have got a hybrid circle. Yes, the chances of it going towards the side of Camp Alpha are pretty high. But I really wanted to go towards the side of Ruins, where we have the players of Carnival Gaming. But wait a second, Hero Extreme Godlike Jonathan spotted down Clutcher of Do or Die, and Clutcher has taken a hefty blow. Jonathan with a grenade is trying to find a connection onto Clutcher, and finally right on his face, and Clutcher goes down.
Yeah, they really want to try and get that retaliation, and they lost Zap all the way in the early phases itself. You mentioned about Zap dropping away from his own teammates, and I believe that was indeed a mistake, because they lost him early on. Again, it seems like Godlike are now just trying things out. They're trying some new strategies, and they want to see which one of them will work against what kind of teams, because they're very comfortable. 202 points. We can say the top 4 have already qualified. There's no one who's going to be touching on to them. Maybe even top 7, you could argue, with 176 points for IQ Soul. Anyone under that, yeah, it could be a bit risky, but again, considering how the cutoff is going to be looking like, I think so it's going to be somewhere around that 170 mark, not more than that. So Godlike, they're doing very solid, and Jonathan will get the confirmation as well onto Clutcher with just another nade. And guess what, Admino, he creeped up a little too far ahead and got a perfect flank angle onto the members of Do or Die. They're all in just a couple of compounds, and I don't really like that, because there are a lot of windows and the shots can be fired in from a lot of directions.
Of course. And Do or Die, they had the numbers advantage initially, but Hero Extreme Godlike, with only 3 players, have managed to equalize the numbers. And Do or Die, they are also left with only 3 players. And seems like even Team Tamilas and -40 are also locking horns with each other, where Wild Fangs are also trying to get few more finish points in their favor against the side of Wingod Esports. But seems like Wild Fangs, they also need to be a bit cautious, as Wingod Yash has been eliminated. But Do or Die, this is such an important game for this team. And not just this game, this entire day is so important for Do or Die, because even they are on the struggling side. And going up against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, I don't know if it goes in the favor of Do or Die. That is going to give such a morale boost to this team.
I kind of agree, but I'm not really focusing on that part, right? I still am looking in over towards Wind God as well as the Wild Fang side, as they're still locking horns just around that blue area. But also on the other end of the spectrum, you mentioned about -40 up against Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas, they've already lost a couple of members, and it's Mr. IGL right now, Fox as well jumping in. But on the other end of the spectrum, even Admino, he's seeing all of that commotion happen. There's just so many teams close by around each other. Some shots being fired. Spider, that's Joker who needs to run away. Some shots being fired onto Admino himself, so he needs to be safe. But guess what? The man was knocked out. And is it going to be stolen? That's the big question. Can Admino confirm his flush? I think so he did. Yeah, he did. So now they've already caused a big problem for -40, who were taking fight against Team Tamilas, Godlike being the spoiler in that. Now -40, I don't know what they can do from this point to make a comeback.
I don't know. -40, they are in deep waters. But K9 and IQ Soul, seems like even they're also locking horns with each other, as the circle has taken a northern shift, and like you predicted, it is toward the side of Camp Alpha. But IQ Soul, they're left with only 3 players, as they lost on to one of the player, K9 getting that confirmation point, but K9 is also picking fights on the multiple fronts. They're also engaging with the players of Hidden Ones. But Team Tamilas, even they also need to prioritize the circle at this point, because minus 40, they have been eliminated, and 3 points towards the side of Team Tamilas. They just need to prioritize the circle at this point.
I think so. Team Tamilas, they're also facing a lot of difficulties. And as you mentioned, K9 up against Hidden Ones. Oh my goodness, Slug, this is just nasty from you. He just punches Executor. Or rather, I'm going to rephrase that. He executes Executor to death. But it's absolutely fine. He's just having his own fun time because they've got the entirety of the northern part there. But we're still seeing quite a bit of commotion out there between Hidden Ones and K9, which you mentioned. While on the screens right now, it's going to be Team Just Jelly are now trying to force in a big fight. Vingod, they want to survive. A bit of a long range for the shotgun there, but there were a couple of players close by to shut down the last remaining member. That's going to be it. That's going to be the run. But even after that, now it's going to be Team Just Jelly who need to make their own rotations over towards the other side. We'll just have to wait it out and see how it's going to go and move forward. Because again, Aiku Soul, they're just having a fun time around. I mean, this is the familiar grounds for them. This is their home ground.
Yeah, of course, they have the control of the height. But my main concern is, just in case if the circle goes a little south and Aiku Soul, they have to descend from that mountain, from that shrine area. And that journey won't be easy. And in that situation, Reckoning, I think they can reap the benefits out of it. But for now, we have Hero Extreme Godlike and the players of Carnival Gaming in such a close proximity to each other. And I think Punk is aware about the players of Carnival Gaming as well. They've got a lot of information. Just Jelly, you were talking about them, but I think they're going to find an easy pathway inside the circle because no one was over the bridge. But with no numbers, only Jelly remaining, not a really good situation for Jelly.
Sometimes walking faster than your team, you don't really realize that the team is no longer there. It was Wild Fangs. All of the members, they just picked apart the members of Just Jelly one after the other. So that's a big problem. But on the other side, K9 locking horns against the members of Team Tamilas as well. K9, with the way how they were playing, they have got the entire control of the northern periphery of that island. And that's a very solid play. While the rest of the members, they're just trying to find some good positions in the zone. Phoenix Phantom is already in the dead center. I remember there was one of the game back in the day. I'll talk about that after the game is over because again right now there's a lot for us to focus on as Reckoning. They've got the southern part under their control. And they are trying to gatekeep the members of Team Empire. That's a big problem for their side because Empire also need a big game.
Yeah, of course, Team Empire, even they are on the struggling side, sitting right on the 16th spot. They need those average points. And for now, they're coming under heavy fire. As you pointed out, Ace has been knocked. He needs the revival. And Playzone also playing its part as the players of Do or Die are falling down by the Playzone and through the hands of Carnival Gaming. This is such a misery for the players of Do or Die at this point. But Hero Extreme Godlike, Neo out in the open and Punk, the opportunistic one, strikes a right movement, takes him down, and Carnival Gaming left with only 2+ remaining. And look at the separation between Hector and Viper. This is not really looking good for Carnival Gaming at all, as Punk has spotted on Viper as well. So much information in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, that's a good knock coming in from Jonathan as well. They're slowly and steadily picking apart the members of Carnival Gaming. Viper remaining right now, who's still trying to survive out there. Admino down on his knees, so the rest needs to be given. But on the other end of the spectrum, it's Aiku Soul who's entirely controlling the northern part, or rather the northwestern part. A wipeout coming in. Team Empire, they can't really survive out in the open like that. Wild Fangs as well were the ones who eventually jumped in. And that's going to be the full-fledged wipe of Carnival Gaming. Godlike losing Admino in the meantime, but still managed to secure that big win. 5 eliminations for their side in the top 7, so at least confirming 1 position points. If they survive longer, more to come.
Well, certainly the circle also goes a little north and still favoring the players of Team Aiku Soul. But Nakul is so far away. Just look at his position. He's so far away from his teammates. Just in case if Nakul gets knocked out, there is no chance on earth of a rescue mission coming in that situation. But Wildfang says Reckoning might also lock horns with each other as Sensei with the grenade finds a perfect knock onto one of the player. And Reckoning with 2 players down, not looking really good at all. Even Aiku Soul can also chime in and do a third party in the situation. But Reaper trying to get that revenge against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike with a barrage of grenades as Punk is on a sliver of HP and Jonathan also needs to patch himself up. But Reaper, quite the opportunistic one, and Punk surviving again on a sliver of HP with the DPS. Reaper going up close frontal in a 1v2 situation makes it a 1v1, leaving Jonathan all by himself.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last 1v1, but it's Jonathan who comes out on top. The man still survives, one of the biggest clutch meister out there in the BGMI scene. And he now needs to run up. There's no more kits available for him right now. 4 in the bag, but nothing to go in for any kind of heal battle. But it's an uphill battle right now. Reckoning they were able to deal with the members of White Fangs, but KOA, he cannot do anything out there, and the vehicle will finally fall. Nanasus is gonna jump in for that mid strat right now, and it's Aiku's Soul. They've only got 5 eliminations, so let's be honest. They don't really have a lot except Jonathan in the crosshairs of Some, and Ronnie's the man who confirms that flush. 6 eliminations for Aiku's Soul. If they can find a few, or rather the last 2, maybe that's gonna be good for their side, or you know, they can be happy with around 16 points in their bag.
Oh, next circle is going to be so important, and it goes in the favor of Team Aiku Soul. This team's lucky stars are perfectly aligned, scared. All they had to do was just hold on to those hill areas, and the circle is constantly favoring them as Nakul with a grenade is trying to find the confirmation onto the last player of Reckoning, and it really goes out in the blue to get that one finish point.
Yeah, they really need that because let's be honest, I mean, they don't really have those many of the points, right? And even Anasus, he gets a confirmation for his team. So, alright, 1 additional point for the man himself. He's going to be happy about that. But it's going to be Aiku Soul getting the winner chicken dinner for this first match of Sanhok. A good game coming in for their side, but let's be honest, they were pretty much bored out there in the open. Every single zone kept on forming on them, and there was no fight in their eyes. If there's anything, the only commotion that they happened to deal with was when K9 Esports were dealing with Team Tamilas, and after that, it was absolutely nothing. So maybe they might have wanted a few extra points, but it's okay for them.
Yeah, I agree. Aiku Soul did miss out on all that action which was happening inside the circle because, hey, BGMI gods were like, you just hold on to the shrine. We'll give you the circle. We'll give you the chicken dinner. You just wait and watch everything what is happening all around the map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
But yes, quite a chaotic map, especially for Hero Extreme Godlike, because they were on a rampage. The way they were engaging in so many fights. First, they dealt with the players of Do or Die. After that, they dealt with the players of Carnival Gaming. And they also dealt with the players of Team Reckoning. So I think Hero Extreme Godlike also fared off really well in this one.
As much as I want to talk about Godlike with the way how they played, yes, that was pretty good. I also want to focus on the fact how Wild Fangs stepped up big time today. Controlling the entire southern part, moving through all of that chaotic area, even when they were being chased by one of the other teams as well, coming out on top, and then taking the fight against the members of Reckoning in that one, let's be honest, not so good place in the circle. They were always running towards the safe zone because it was never near them. And even after all of that, they managed to get some good amount of finish points. So kudos to the entire Wild Fangs team, specifically Sensei for stepping up big time for his team as well. But looking back at the highlights and with the way how things went, it was pretty chaotic in the early on. Godlike trying to control the entire hills down south of the boot camp as well. They did a pretty solid job, but let's be honest, there were some moments where we did see some nasty stuff happening.
But the thing is, all these teams who performed really good in this one are the teams who are sitting comfortably in the leaderboard in top 16. And all those teams who really needed to step up and needed the points, they were really struggling. Even K9, they had to face an early exit, Do or Die, not a really good outing, -40, Team Tamilas, Gen X FM, all those teams who needed those points, seems like the Sanhok didn't go entirely in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about the teams that have been struggling and the struggle are still continuing. So, of course, this is the last day of week 3 and after that you only have 9 games remaining. So you have to focus down on the 2 that are remaining in this week and the last 2. And one of them is an off-map of Vikendi. We have seen a lot of these teams struggle on that off-map on the winterly hills of Tundra. And I think so it's still going to go in the favor of the teams who have always been on top just because of the way how they know the macro of that one. Plus, they are not at all in the pressure zone. But there are still quite a lot of those teams that I feel are going to be under pressure. I think so this was a pretty decent game for Wild Fangs, but they probably could have wanted a bit more considering there are not a lot of position points gained by them. Even if we talk about Reckoning, if I'm not wrong, they were at the 10th spot before this game began. I think so they should be okay with the amount of points that they got. I guess that's at least 6 position points and then a few extra elimination points, maybe somewhere around 9 points that they've secured. So they're going to be okay. They're getting those average points. But everyone below them, yeah, I mean, let's be honest, their pants are under fire right now.
But I'm just, Wildfangs definitely did really good, but I'm a bit disappointed from the side of K9 Esports because after that clutch Ninja Boy pulled yesterday, I thought K9 will do really good today. But this time the circle was also towards the side of Camp Alpha and they're like dropping in towards that island. So this should have been a really good game for the plus of K9, but that really didn't happen. But for Trace God, I think it was a really phenomenal game as he's the MVP with 5 finishes and 42% finish contribution.
Phenomenal play coming in from the man, let's be honest. I did mention about the fact that Wildfangs control the entire southern periphery and they went in through all the battlegrounds and Trace God is the man who stepped up for the team. So good play coming in. He had 7 knockouts as well. This man was having a lot of fun. Best companion's gonna go to Dionysus and he was also the man who fell at the very last in the entire game. So no finisher this time again because he fell into the blue zone. So it's absolutely fine. Denying that one additional point to Aiku Soul. I don't know what he's going to do with that additional point in his pocket, but it's okay. We always like to have that fun. But again, a big time step up from Wildfangs. I want to see the total number of finish points that they probably had. If I'm not wrong and my math is correct, it should be somewhere around 13.
I don't know how many total points, but Wildfangs they were already in the top 16, so this is just going to solidify their spot.
Yeah.
Aiku Soul already in the top 16. All these teams who are performing really good are sitting comfortably, but I'm still worried about minus 40. I'm still worried about K9 Esports because if this continues, K9 won't be in the top 16. And yes, Phoenix Esports at the very start of the game they did accumulate good finish points, but after that they just evaporated from Sanhok, and this is something very concerning for Phoenix Esports because they need to be very consistent. If they don't stay consistent, if they don't get those points, Phoenix and K9 they might not find themselves in the top 16.
I agree, and it's not just them. It's also Gen X FM and Genesis Esports too. I mean, they had some good opportunity to take some good fights, but they messed around a lot. They could not, focus onto one of those fights. If I'm not wrong, one of the teams was taking the fight against Godlike as well, and Godlike they themselves were focused on 2 different peripheries. So I think so that was also one of the good times for them to try and maybe move a bit more far forward, try and take the fight. Yes, it was an uphill battle, but as long as you know that the enemy team is divided, you can try and pick them apart one after the other, given that you've got decent amount of utilities in the hand. So there's a lot of things that could have been done right in those fights too, but it was just not. And I agree, for teams like K9 Esports as well, you ought to be worried right now because the zone was already on them. Everything was falling in place. All they needed to do was to take care of Aiku Soul and then focus down on the other areas. They focused on the other areas first, tried to get in a few extra finish points here and there. But that's just not about it. There's also Carnival Gaming. And let's be honest, I really expected a bit more from this team. They, eventually succumbed to the members of Godlike, but even in that situation, I think so they had the perfect opportunity to gatekeep the members of Godlike.
Yes, that could have been a possibility, but if you look at it, Carnival Gaming, all the 4 players were too far away from each other. There was no way if a knock comes in, they could go for the revival, they could go for the rescue mission, and Hero Extreme Godlike, that basically covered Carnival Gaming from different directions. And one of the player, I think it was Punk, who was so close to Carnival Gaming, so not really much could have happened in that situation. But Soul, being Aiku Soul on the top with total of 17 points, Wildfangs with total of 15 points, and K9, yes, they have got 10 points, decent outing. Hero Extreme Godlike with total of 12 points, but Hidden Ones is also one of those names which had to face an early elimination in this one.
Yeah, I agree, but I really wanted to focus down back on Wildfangs. They only got 3 placement points. That means they were eliminated on the 5th spot, and they had a good amount of finish points as well for themselves going up towards that 12. You talked about Hidden Ones, only 2 points for them. Carnival Gaming as well, just 3 elimination points, along with teams like Just Jelly, only 3 points in their pocket. Wind God 1, Genesis 1, Gen X FM 0, minus 40 as well with only 1. So a lot of big problems coming in for all of these names because they're already on the struggling end of the spectrum. And the first game, the last day of week 3, not opening that very well. that's just gonna mount that pressure onto their heads, not just a bit, but exponentially now. Because with every passing game, the average cutoff that you need to get in every other game, it's gonna keep on increasing. Necro was talking about the fact that you need at least 12 to 13 points every game. Then only you can make that big leap. But now it's increased to 15 to 16 points. You need to get those hat-trick chicken dinner games.
Of course, just like Bot Army Esports did yesterday. So that is exactly what all the bottom teams need to do. Even just
True.
Delhi this time didn't had a really good outing. Yes, he is in top 16, but still he need those average points every single game. This time Jelly had to face an early elimination. But yes, I do agree he didn't expect the plus of Wild Fangs as Jelly was trying to cross over the bridge, and where else his teammates were engaged in a fight with the plus of Wild Fangs, because Wild Fangs was also trying to cross over the same bridge. So quite unfortunate thing happened over there, but still Jelly also need to rectify all those mistakes for the challenge finals, because for sure I think Jelly is moving into challenge finals.
I'll not be that confident, I'll be honest, because
He's in top 11, I think, no?
I don't think so. I mean, with the current game, I think so they've dropped down to 13th spot or something. So again, if you are anywhere below 10th spot, then you are not in the comfortable zone, is what I will say. But since we're already on this discussion, let's have a look at the overall rankings as well. 236 points for Versatile on the top. Bot Army Esports claiming that second spot, 212. Godlike are slowly going to steal it away. They've still got a couple of more games remaining. And that's going to be about it, right? Ikusola as well on 5th. Wingod on 7th position. All of these teams pretty comfortable. Already crossed that threshold mark. The next page and the page after that is where I want to focus more on.
Yeah, even Gujarat Tigers, they are on a safe spot on the 8th with total of 172 points. But here are the main concerns. Carnival Gaming on the 15th with 154 points. K9 on the 16th one with 147 points. So K9, Carnival Gaming, middle, they really need to focus on the consistency.
And it's also Team Just Jelly. I mentioned that they might be on the 13th spot. They are exactly at the 13th spot. Man, oh man, if only I could predict my own bank balance after just like this. But it's absolutely fine. Team Empire as well. They're slowly and steadily rising up. 17th spot right now, 145 points. They need those average points, at least 10 to 12 points in the next 2 games. They have to make that leap as well. At the same time, you need a bit of a cushioning as well for tomorrow, or rather for the next entire week. Anyone on this last page, I do not think that they'd be able to make it until and unless teams like Genesis and Genx FM, they have some humongous games. Now, next 2 games need to be at least a 16-17 point bonkers.
This page, I think it's only RGC and 8-bit who have shown few signs of comeback, because even RGC on the map of Miramar were engaging in good fights. 8-bit, they were also trying to stage that comeback, but like you said, 10-12 points are not going to work for them. They need more than that. But looking at the schedule, we have got one more off map, that is Weekend D, lined up for Group A and B, and after that we have the last Erangel.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, it's going to be another off map coming in. So that's going to be the main point of focus now. We have seen a lot of the teams struggle onto these off maps. The ones who have been practicing it, like Godlike, like Aiku Soul, it's pretty decent for them. They know where the rotates are going to come in from. They know what kind of compounds to hold. And on the other group as well, we saw God's Reign. They knew how to play around this one, Orangutan. This is a map that's kind of their home ground as well. But at the same time, for all the teams who are on towards the bottom half, Genesis, Genx FM, Hidden Ones as well, these teams need to step up big time. We have talked a lot about all of these players. We've talked about the amount of firepower they can carry. But this is like the high time now. There's no coming back from today's day.
Of course, leaving things for week number 4, I think is going to be too late, because the point structure, overall ranking is not going to be so volatile that you can stage a comeback with just few games. If there are only 9 games remaining, I don't think it's possible to stage a comeback in that situation. You really need those chicken dinners. You really need those high fragging games, and having those games in the map of Weekend is quite difficult. But me and Scare, we need a little bit of the breather. But I really want to know from Fixes and Necro their prediction for the next game of Weekendy.
I mean, when it comes down to prediction, Weekendy has been one of those maps where it's so difficult to say who really comes out on top. But surely we want to see some sparks in the air right from the get-go, some early battles, and would love to see K9 Esports get a chicken dinner out of this one. It's been a while. And we've had our complaints. Those early casualties have really been hurting their endeavors. But hoping that they make this game of Vikendi theirs, as Necro, the flight path trajectory, quite inclined towards a certain side. But that has never been a concern, barring the circle. Where does it form this time around? Do we get to see something happening around the extremities of the map, or do we see something happening around the center?
Castle. I want to see a castle zone. It's been a while. Fixes. You know what happens when the circle is right on top of castle, and it also centers on up towards that same vicinity. A lot of teams get caught off guard. But right now, Wildfangs is doing too good for themselves, man. 15 points in that previous game. Trey Scott is literally insane with the way he's performing in every single game we've seen so far. Wildfangs, they put themselves in that comfort zone, at least for now. They're on the 10th spot in the overall standings. And of course, it's all up from then on. Now you've got CG down south, Ikusol right next to him. And let's speak about Ikusol a bit more. Some things never change, huh? The Camp Alpha Island Circle, and of course it's Ikusol to come out on top. I mean, Manya and the boys, they've been doing it time and time.
And this time, getting back, giving up on their egos, constantly taking those head-on collisions, that has enabled them to find that solidity in the game of Sanhok. But this time, however, to your utter disappointment, we've got a circle around those western sides. But it's been a while that we did get to witness something happening around the Dino Park area.
Oh, yeah.
Team Tamilas placed right at that position. And even in the previous game, we did see Wildfangs fare off really well. And now Team Empire, right off the get-go, not having a great start as Hidden Ones. Again, they somehow tend to have come alive. 2 or rather 3 finishes secured already, with Hunter almost on the cusp of getting eliminated.
Beautiful stuff. Already the players getting knocked out and confirmed. Exactly what you would need. Hidden Ones, a great start for them. 3 points already accumulated. 1 more man to go in the front. And that player's going to try to keep his position anonymous. Looking at the way things are panning out so far, even Genix FM closing on up, going for the third party. There's definitely a big chance that Genix FM can easily strike down Hidden Ones, and that's exactly what's happening. A big game converted by Genix FM. Remember the interview at the start? That's what Genix FM is doing right now. Straight up head first into the duels, and Genix FM are actually coming out on top. The experience they've gotten is really helping them sort of win these duels. Executor, the last man standing, he's not going to be able to stand the wrath of Genix FM for too long, considering Vishu finds that beautiful connection.
Quite an early scare, and in fact, our Hidden Ones really did not see that one coming. Especially after going on the players of Team Empires and Genix FM. Just lurking around in the shadows, suddenly out of nowhere, Hidden Ones given a taste of their own medicine. Just having themselves a little too exposed in that situation and causing them to dismantle over there. As now Genix FM, a really great start. This is exactly what we wanted from this team. Given the fact that we did have them earlier on and they had been a little under the weather, but this time, certainly looking dandy. But when you talk about the favorites of the games of Vikendi, I think Wingod has definitely been one of the stronger contenders. And this time, even the circle really favors their case, considering they're right at the smack center. And Genix FM, maybe they could go on a hunt, maybe chase down the final player of Team Empire.
For Genix FM, look, at this point, all they see is red in front of their eyes. Because they know it cannot get even worse from this. That's what they said in the interview too. If we're in the top 16, we'll make sure that we're one of the best, or else get taken out of this tournament completely at the bottom spot. And honestly speaking, I'm a big fan of this mentality. Playing like their name, fearless Marathas. Not scared of anything, not scared of anyone. That's what Genix FM is known for. And now finally this team is back in their old glory. Just continue with the same breath, continue with the same momentum, but also do not overextend. Know the difference between good fights and bad fights. Know exactly when you need to disengage and pull out. Right now you've got CG all the way down south next to Ikusol. Ikusol's not going to be a big threat for CG, at least for now. CG can easily move on in towards Dino Park without facing any sort of troubles.
They can. At least for Carnival Gaming, really need to bounce back after that little bit of a setback in the game of Sanhok, where I really felt like they could have made some decent conversions over there. getting caught in the thick of so many crossfires in so many fights. And Hero Extreme Godlike ripping their heads apart also as of now. As things are. For Ico Soul, it's going to be an easy rotation. Getting inside the circle, Carnival Gaming do not really pose those early threats against them. Ico Soul, they're flying high on momentum.
Indeed.
As for Do or Die, it's going to be interesting as to how they squeeze themselves inside the zone with so many of these teams waiting right beside them. But hold on, Inze. He's in no man's land. Had no business around there, but WinGod Esports really had that tiny window, which they failed on capitalizing, as a result of which Inze walks scot-free.
Look at Infinity. He's got no ammunition in his G36C. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but hopefully he's going to get some ammunition to try and inflict some pain and hurt in the lobby. Just looking at the performance in the previous game, a decent game indeed, but they can do much better. Still, they're not on the safer side in the overall standing. On the 13th spot, yeah, that's pretty much a dead zone that Just Chili is in. It's time to pull out from that spot, my boys. You guys have been doing pretty good since the Open Finals, but a little bit of that dip since Week 3, it's really tough to swallow. Hero Extreme Godlike against the players of Genesis. All the three players in the front moving out in the open. Hero Extreme Godlike from the top. They've spotted the players and just waiting for at least one of the players to move out in the open and get a little bit complacent with the spot they've found so far.
At this point, Hero Extreme Godlike, even when you look at the previous game of Sanhok, it's quite a difficult zone to approach, and despite that, they got away with a lot of finishes. Heroic shown in from their side, and this team is looking also prepared even for the LAN event. Pretty sure the position they're at, they've almost qualified. So at this point, they can literally put their bodies on the line, go on a hunting spree, take down the other teams. You know, they have already done so much of that heavy lifting in these earlier weeks, and they've been so consistent throughout the challenge season. And from here onwards, it just gets worse for their opposition because a constant threat and all their players getting so much of that playtime, even Zap coming into play throughout the entirety of Week 3, is yet to leave a mark though. Waiting for those clutchy moments, but for Genesis, an important game at that. They have to prove, they have to fight in, and just 2 games, at least they need one big conversion.
Understandable. I would love to see Hero Extreme Godlike go for a few ego clashes, just like the way they did against Ico Soul. Do it once again, why not? For fun. Sniff him out around the battlefield and trace him down. Genesis in the enemy territories. I'm not a big fan of where Sketch is deciding to stop, but he's found himself a bit of this compound to play with. Sahil OP. He's just waiting for Sketch to make any sort of moves, but how did Sketch know? Sahil OP's position's compromised in WinGod. Sahil OP, he's all by himself in this compound. Soon enough, maybe the cavalry can arrive, and that's what exactly is happening. Sketch is taking too much damage, and Genesis is slowly and steadily losing out on the man number. Trades are now starting to happen back and forth as even WinGod are losing out on players. Infinity falls down, back it up, and LeBron too, but even Shiro gets taken out from Genesis. Action happening back and forth, but still the man advantage in the hands of Genesis. Considering they had the striking advantage, the man advantage makes a lot of sense. But still, it's WinGod Esports we're speaking of, and they know exactly how to flip the tables. Even Yush gets taken down. Now it's just down to the one last man standing of WinGod Esports, and it does not seem like he can have a lot of things he can do.
If WinGod did not really anticipate this push coming in from Genesis, they never really felt that a fight would be on their way. As Wild Fangs this time going up against the big dogs, Ico Soul themselves. Been talking about Anuj 2OP making his mark, and surely Wild Fangs have done quite well in the game of Sanhok. And this time, proving quite dangerous even for the likes of Ico Soul over here. Banya pinned down. That little garage there. As Wild Fangs, big questions because at this point they're literally at the smack center of the circle. They've got some nice trenches to even play around. For Wild Fangs to leave such a good holding spot and commit on the players of Ico Soul would be a tough ask. And at this point, they're not showing any signs of interest. It's all about just keeping Ico Soul at bay as another fight It's already broken out. Gen X FM had a really good start to this game, but Reckoning, who survives their wrath?
Yeah, it's Reckoning Esports. The Howling Wolves in the field. And that too, it's snow. You know they're pretty deadly.
Mm-hmm. A natural habitat.
Yeah, I know, right? They love the cold weather. And Reckoning Esports right now, they're quite grouped up on the map. Looking at Ico Soul, they've got a bit of that split going for themselves. Sama and Ronnie, a bit separated from Manya and the boy. But I'm pretty sure Ico Soul, whatever they're doing right now in the playing field, it's intended. They're playing for intel. The two separated players, they've got a lot going on in their minds right now. Wildfang spotted in the front, but they're not going to go for the shots just yet. They do not want to reveal their true intentions. The only reason maybe Ico Soul is going for such a massive split is because of the insurance as well they are going to have in the future. If the zone moves away from the previous compound, then maybe either Ronnie or Same can be the one to sort of help them secure a better spot in the circle if it does move over there. But right now, considering it's just the early stage of the weekendy, we know the zone's not going to take any sort of curveballing shifts. It will take a while. And Same getting approached by CG. It's not a great news, but if Same finds even one knock, instantly the tables will be flipped in the court of Ico Soul.
Wow.
And what an hit that was from Same, catching two players with one piece.
Carnival Gaming did not see that from miles afar, did they? And now, just like that, even the third player has gotten down. That leaves Hector to be the final man standing, and look at the Highness. They give no minute to breathe, even for the players of CG, as now suddenly Hector, or rather Xerix, is fighting back. Carnival Gaming, they're doing so well, and suddenly one after the other, the players of Ico Soul, they're starting to get dismantled over here with just the cost of Neo. Carnival Gaming, they have suddenly flipped the tables around. Some is still fighting tooth and nail.
Once again!
Will come out of it alive. A 1v4 by all its rights. Ico Soul and this lad Some. What a run of form has he been having?
The amount of teams he have collected the scraps and saved the day for his team. It's insane. He's the one to clean up the Ico Soul mess every single time. Even against Hero Extreme Godlike yesterday, and now this situation pops up. Those two players getting caught vaulting the window frame. That was one of the biggest mistakes Ico Soul could have ever made. I understand you guys wanted to first move on and be a bit more aggressive and press upon the charge, but still, one player should have waited outside and let the other man vault on forward. But no, instead, both of them vaulted at the same time, and that's why everything just crumbled apart. But still, Same cleaned up that mess and sort of saved the day for Ico Soul for a bit longer in the game, but considering he's the only player standing, you can't expect him to collect the entire game.
At this point, no complaints. And he's done this numerous times. It's not the first time he's pulled this one off. I think the third or the fourth time where he's clutched it out for his team from such adversities. And as of now, as things are, just the last player surviving. I do not know if he can get a couple more, but for now, but it seems like do or die are picking a bone against the players of Wildfangs. Now, even for Wildfangs, they have to be very watchful because you've got the Eagle circling them around. Hero Extreme Godlike in the nearby vicinity. And if somebody trickles, forms a ripple, this little ocean, pretty sure Hero Extreme Godlike, they will follow suit. They're watching it from the far off fray. We've seen Hero Extreme Godlike do that on numerous occasions. They're very patient. They know they want do or die and Wildfangs to duke it out. The moment something happens, they will be the first ones to react.
Indeed, they will be. I mean, I'm just not able to wrap my head around what just happened there. Ico Soul had such a big advantage in that fight. But that one little mishap costed the entire fight. But then Same saves the day. Once again, it happens. But Fixes, if you really try and focus on that mistake that really costed Ico Soul that fight, was because of that one single window frame. Both the players getting caught while they try to vault on. And of course, in BGMI, you vault pretty slowly, so it takes a bit of that time to move on in, so you cannot even shoot back. So that's a big blow. And that's where the opponent got the major advantage.
when your opposition also has a shotgun, it just makes matters worse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Icosol really need to rethink their approach whilst taking over the houses, especially vaulting. And I wouldn't really blame them. For a moment, it felt like they gotten 3 players down. But Carnival Gaming were really quick on their hands, getting the players back alive. And suddenly there were 3 players standing and they were all patched up. Couldn't really fathom how quickly that really happened. And that was such a scrappy one at that. But as things are, we're still waiting for that circle to take another shift as minus 40. Even they've got their hands hot. And Phoenix, it just keeps on getting worse. Venom picked off. And for Phoenix Esports, starting things off from the southern side, rotating all the way towards the northern areas and getting picked off from a team that is pretty much dead last. Phoenix Esports, that has to be soul-wrenching for them.
Indeed, it has to be.
It was a freebie.
It's always Phoenix Esports. Well, you know what? One thing is for sure, Phoenix Esports has been struggling with the confidence throughout the entire tournament. Right now, too, taken down to a 3-man squad. This will be a rough patch to recover from. 3-man squad can definitely win games, but it will be a bit tougher compared to a 4-1. But let's see if Phoenix Esports can make anything different happen. Confidence has been the major issue with Phoenix Esports, and because of that, even their firepower is being suppressed because they just don't have enough confidence to go for those firefights.
At this point, for Phoenix Esports, I do not know how do they remedy this hemorrhage. Really running short of ideas as of now. For Wildfangs, looking all good and dandy, especially where they stand in terms of the overall standings. At a 10th position, 165 points, couple more, and I feel like they might have also secured their berth, the golden ticket inside of the grand finals, and it would be such a spectacle. Team that really nobody expected to make it, and among so many big giants, Wildfangs been such a surprise. But still, long way to go. Have lost out on the Danger Man, Trace God. Of course, he did have that one finish to his name. I think for Wildfangs to make the position solidified, they at least need another 10 from this game.
Phoenix Esports on the screen, and right now they've got a bigger foe to worry about. K9 Esports, it's better to just back away, and that's what Phantom is doing. The best thing in that scenario is to back away. Phoenix Esports and K9 Esports locking horns right now is not going to be a mature decision because both of you are on the struggling side of the spectrum. Fight against teams that are either doing even worse than you or fight against teams that are doing really good in the overall standings. But don't go for a head-to-head collision too, because you do not have enough man number to try and sustain that. But as soon as I say so, Phoenix Esports, they're going to lose out on another player. And that's another big punch in the gut. K9 Esports just not leaving the tracks.
They literally are surrounded at this point. Phoenix Esports from the western side, you've got K9. Then from the eastern side, it is Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas were the ones who got that knock, and K9 instantly stole that finish. So as of now, Phoenix Esports, they're pretty much really dead at the spot. Between a rock and a hard place, no means of escape unless and until K9 Esports makes a huge blunder, because K9 Esports are now starting to get restless. Here comes that push. Fury and Alto, we know these two players have what it takes to clutch things out, but situations are not really favoring them as the entirety of K9 goes in for the slam in, as Beast will be the last one joining the fray as Fury. He's got to piece this one together along with Alto. Needs to find that knock, and Slug getting another nade does not make things any easier for Alto. Alto still fighting back. Gets that one knock, but all in vain as K9 having no issues whatsoever dealing with them, as now Team Tamilas, they also want to go in for a fight. This time against the likes of Reckoning, as both these sides are starting to lose out on forces, as Mr. IGL, just like that, he's the final member surviving.
Not the Wolves. Mr. IGL was able to find the first blow. Gravity's there in the back too. Position noticed, nade tossed, but unfortunately overcooked. Mr. Igel repositioning himself in the shack. Wanted to hand out the death blow and go for the confirmation too, but instead it's just Jelly now, who'll step in the playing field as well, who snatched that elimination point away. And look at K9 Esports, a third party. Everyone wants to be a part of this fight. They just want to have those scrappy elimination points if they can, considering IGL's the only player standing from Team Tumbleers, and Just Jelly knew exactly what's going on, and they know exactly where that isolated single player is. And that's why they're tossing those utilities towards Mr. IGL. Just Jelly, all it takes is one connection of nade to flush out Mr. IGL, and then focus on Reckoning Esports. But all of that commotion is also going to attract K9 Esports, who are still in that compound.
At this point, Reckoning, they also feel so scared, surrounded from two different sides. But even for Josh Shelley, they have to play their cards right, one after the other. The numbers dwindling down. It's been brought down to Viper. I mean, that's the last position you want to be, surrounded by 8 players. And you are feeling quite isolated, quite lonely in these frozen tundras. At this point, even Team Tamil as Mr. IGL, he takes his final breath. He also is going to be dealt with. As even Team Josh Shelley, they've got to make a decision right now. Do they make a run for the circle, or do they fight it out against K9? Because even Viper, he's also been dealt with. It seems like Josh Shelley, they're rallying up their forces. They want to group up. But for K9, they've got a little bit of an advantage to play around. All comes down to the decision making. Do Josh Shelley duke it out? But by the looks of it, they want to make a run for the circle. Or maybe is it just a bait and switch strategy, collecting as many resources as they can? Maybe healing battle could also be on the cards.
Just Jelly's on the run. They don't want to be part of the action anymore. Just back away from the fight. That will be the mature option as well. And that's what it seems like they're going to do. Maybe try and get a few glimmers in the end before they take an exit from this compound. All the players just stacking up next to each other. But the main problem is, where can Just Jelly go? They do not have any confirmed information. K9 Esports, they've already moved away from that compound. In my opinion, that's the best possible decision K9 Esports could have came up with. Because now they control the southern side. There's just one man of Ico Soul towards that vicinity, which cannot be a big threat. And right now, Wild Fangs as well, trying to thread the needle against Do or Die. That man's going to be confirmed without any problem, as Wild Fangs is also catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. Need to watch out from the backline. Stray Scott, a big man, the main playmaker, not in the game anymore for Wild Fangs, so a big chunk of firepower cut down.
And as of now, Josh Jelly, they found themselves some decent cover to play around and trying to build a fortress around with their vehicles. But Do or Die, they've been such a constant menace. Just trying to poke and harass the players as even Jelly gets spotted out. And K9 Esports, they thrive in such situations. This time, Omega is still alive. This time, all 4 of the players of K9 are still alive. And the last we had all their 4 players alive, they had ended up with a chicken dinner. In driver's seat, they are flying high, soothing and all soaring with confidence. At this point, Omega just lining up the players of Josh Jelly one after the other. So many resources being lobbed at their direction, and Sam, he somehow needs to find a way out. Jelly on his knees, Ninja needs to provide that revive ASAP. As constant barrage of util coming in from K9 Esports' side as Slug starts getting restless. They also have to watch out for Hero Extreme Godlike on the sidelines. So many resources being already used, as even Sev gets taken down courtesy to Hero Extreme Godlike, as Admino, he makes quick work of Wild Fangs as K9 Esports constantly bombarding the players of Josh Jelly.
Too much action going on. Those micro plays being made by every single team in the field. Hero Extreme Godlike as they clashed against Wild Fangs. Wild Fangs were taken down. And now Just Jelly busy taking a fight against K9 Esports because they're such a menace. But still, all the 4 players of Just Jelly are still alive, and they've got a lot of utils to back him up as well. Heal him out, taken down pretty low. And slowly and steadily, K9 Esports starting to clench their fists, as it seems like Just Jelly, they're suffocating to death. They're not able to fight back at all. They're way too exposed in that field. Playing around with that dip, a nade tossed. Maybe that's going to chip out a bit more damage they were looking for. Kilamau falls down from the back. Ninja Boy, beautiful wraparound comes into play as the second man, Sam, as well, will be taken care of. And within a flash, Just Jelly's on the verge of being wiped out. Still a few more players in the back lines who want to take care of things, as Zap is also pinning down Ninja Boy in the back lines. K9 Esports under heavy fire by Hero Extreme Godlike, and Hero Extreme Godlike is playing this game so systematically.
They certainly are, and suddenly K9 Esports are exactly falling down to the trap of Hero Extreme Godlike. They were quite patient, and now it is paying off in dividends. Absolute control over the zone for Hero Extreme Godlike, as K9 stuck in such a sticky situation there with no means of escape, and Hero Extreme Godlike completely taking over the circle does not make things any easier, as Jonathan, having spotted out Jelly in the far off fray, is going to try and lure him out though. As for K9 Beast, he's got to make some hero plays, as K9, he's still alive, still making it inside the top 4, as Hero Extreme Godlike en route to another winner chicken dinner. Slowly but surely, they're dismantling all their foes. But look at this, Aiku Soul Som is still alive.
Beast
brings us down to the final 3, and Beast still position compromised. I do not see a world where Hero Extreme Godlike loses this.
But it's Beast though. He's clutched out so many of these scenarios. But unfortunately, the Wall of Death is now engulfing the man, and he can't do anything. Wall of Death is going to be chipping out so much damage against Beast to the point where he just can't stand the damage. He did try to take a few shots and maybe steal one elimination away before he gets taken down, and he will do so successfully as well. Can he patch himself up? And the answer will be no, as Salme secures the second spot for his team, and he's got 20 first states. You gotta be kidding me. Where did he find that many first states? Because the last time when we saw Aiku Soul, they were not able to have that many first states, man.
I think that fight against Carnival Gaming may have given them a lot of resources to work around with. 7 death crates lying around you. Surely 21st states is what you can make out of it. But regardless, an amazing game coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike goes on to speak volumes about how stable this roster is looking. Even with the addition of Zap, he did also contribute. Did manage to get those 2 finishes. Even Hero Extreme Godlike know that Some, he pull off a little bit of a hiccup there. He's got the potential to do that. And Hero Extreme Godlike still need to exercise caution. We've seen those bizarre moments where a player outside the blue even can spoil your ambitions of getting a chicken. But this time, Hero Extreme Godlike not really giving an inch of space to Some. He's still got some time. He's got 10 more first states to work around with. And if Hero Extreme Godlike can just mellow things down, I don't see them losing this one. It's pretty much in the bag.
Tight. But at this point in time, as you mentioned, it's pretty much in the bag, and there's no way Salme's going to be burning through all the meds. Come on, Salme, just end it. Like, you know you're not going to be able to make it alive, no matter how many first states you're going to try and put yourself. But still, he is going through all the meds. If he wants, he can slowly and steadily close on up, but that's going to be exposing Salme. And yeah, Jonathan just ain't practicing against his own teammate, tracking that vehicle, trying to blow it away as well. Interesting stuff. There's no one really to try and take shots against, so you might as well just fight amongst each other, and that's what they're doing.
At this point, I, for a moment, started getting worried. Imagine Jonathan had to just burst open his teammate's app, and then suddenly Salme strikes from the far off fray.
It would be a funny moment.
Yeah, he's celebrating. He's right on the top of that rock.
Knock him out.
I think Salme might have some vision on him. And I hope there isn't any jump scare waiting for Hero Extreme Godlike. This one.
There we go!
There you go. Salme strikes, and suddenly it's all about Zap just buying time. Because he knows that he's not going to get that confirmation. But regardless, whatever the case is, a little bit of those light-head moments in such intense situations, Hero Extreme Godlike still get to relish the winner chicken dinner. No problems, no difficulties whatsoever. I think this was a very different game of Vikendi where we had so many fights happening back and forth. This was not one of those games where teams were just clustering up and then it was a Hail Mary of fights breaking down left, right, and center. We saw fights happening all over the map. Now teams were starting to look desperate. Teams were engaging in those battles. It was a different map of Vikendi, to be honest.
It indeed was. Hero Extreme Godlike. Even though you think this team is in the safer shoes, but still they do not want to let anything lose. They're still playing it super competitive. And the funny part is you can't even say that Hero Extreme Godlike is trying super hard considering it's Zap playing in, so you would say that they're still experimenting quite a bit with their new roster. So it's not even like Hero Extreme Godlike is giving it all they've got. No, instead, they're still on that experiment phase, but they're still doing this good.
Oh yeah, I think at this point, you've got so much things to work around with. You've got nice young players. You had to go for a revamp. You wanted players with that hunger, and they've got all of it. And I think, now is the time. This is where the new gen takes over, right? Gone are the days where, you were trying to play defensive. It's all about going aggressive right on your face. It's all about that confidence game. And it's just not Hero Extreme Godlike. I think even Some has been showing such, exemplary performances. And at this point, we've been hearing all that rumor mills and of Hunters actually joining IQ Soul pretty soon. And at this point, being somebody from the management of IQ Soul, I'm starting to get worried. Who do I have in my playing for? Considering Some with his exemplary run, such a stellar performance from this young lad, where does Hunter fit himself if that were to be the case?
Well, honestly speaking, I mean, Hunter is also someone who packs a lot of punch, right? Maybe keeping Some in the lineup and maybe going for a switch onto someone else can also be an interesting one. But considering these guys have been playing with each other for such a long time, switching anyone out does not really make a lot of sense. This lineup right now seems perfect. And once again, Some has stepped up by a mile. The last time when we saw Some play in the previous official tournament, he wasn't as good as he is right now. Some is miles better with the way he's improved in the playing field, with the way he loves to reposition inside of these duels. It's incredible. And look at this clutch duel that he pulled off. A 1v4 in the end to kick things off against CG. It was incredible. And even K9 Esports, they had quite a great start off the rip as well. K9 Esports did pretty good in that game. So once again, they've got one more game to go, and if K9 Esports have another blast of a game, they can easily push themselves in the top 8 as well.
For sure. I think K9 Esports got a lot more going in for them. And this is what we were talking about, right? Keep all your foemen intact, and they're bound to have a good outing. And this is exactly what happened. Even for Beast, I think there was that a little bit of an inkling for both of us where we felt like he could prove quite fatal even for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, because it's not the first time he's pulled off those clutches, right? We've seen when it matters the most in the official events, he has also stepped up. So for K9 Esports also, what was quite necessary was a little bit of more solidity, which they have finally gotten. They know they're working in the right direction. Finally, it feels like all the players are now comfortable, all gelled up, working like a well-knit unit. So I think for K9, even things are looking good. I'm still wrapping heads around what happened with Wild Fangs, because for a moment they were doing really great. They had the best position inside the circle. Did they expose themselves? Because they were taking fires from multiple directions. I think Hero Extreme Godlike were the ones who eliminated them, but maybe in kind of putting themselves a little too out in the open really caused their demise, because this could have been a biggie for Wild Fangs. Heck, even they could have walked away with a chicken dinner.
Definitely, there was a major chance, right? Looking at them on the map as well, it did seem like Wild Fangs had quite a remarkable spot, but once again, they were just down to a 3-man squad, and we did see Trey Scott get picked off as well pretty early. And as I mentioned during the cast itself, that Trey Scott is like a major chunk of firepower for Wild Fangs, because we've seen majority of the times Trey Scott as well carrying a few games for Wild Fangs. Let's be honest. So as soon as Trey Scott got taken down, Wild Fangs were not really able to do a lot. And considering, as you mentioned, they were quite exposed as well. They did have a few trees to work with in that entire lumber area, but that was not enough, man. Those trees were not enough to provide them that cover.
Yeah, and barring them, I think now we have to talk about the teams that are under heavy fire. I'm talking about Team Tamilas. There was a moment they took a fight against Reckoning, and suddenly we know they got surrounded, taken down. So for Team Tamilas, despite having a decent start to today's Vikendi, the ending really is something that they would not want to remember. And also for Genix FM, you got to feel for them, especially how early on they were getting those good fights, but suddenly in the blink of an eye, they got wiped out. Same goes for Team Empires also, and even Hidden Ones.
I mean, look, speaking of Team Tamilas, it really does feel like they just don't have that fire in them anymore. I don't know why, man. Because we're seeing them take a fight, we're seeing them be a part of those action as well, but the way they're challenging those fights, it feels like they don't even stand a chance in those fights, man. Which is not a great thing considering you're one of the T1 teams, considering we've been looking up to you for such a long time, and you've been there in the top 16 every single time, but now the way you're playing, you don't even seem close to the competition. Honestly, in my opinion, it seems like they've lost that fire. Now, moving the conversation on towards a few more desperate teams, right? There were more names like Just Jelly, who were in that danger zone, who are there in the top 16, but still in a pretty precarious spot. They're not doing too hot. You've also got K9 Esports, but considering the previous game was a chicken dinner, so you can't let K9 Esports have that breather to play with, so it's fine. CG was another one of those teams. The previous game should have been massive, but then Salma just kicked him. And that's why CG, just everything fell apart.
I'm still sort of perplexed over the fact that, CG somehow had two of their players right back alive. That was so different and so difficult.
Yeah.
But regardless, it was such a close affair. But one more game awaits, folks, before we head in for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
तो तुम आई कलेक्टर, हम आया कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में। M416 की है, M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Know that it'll take some time to say, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. It's not so well tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You all are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season 6, Week 3, Day 3, and now it's going to be the last game of the evening. And the casters for this game are going to be me, Scared Yet, and alongside me, Shadow. I mean, the previous game, you know, I remember we started the discussion with the fact that Ninja Boy is potentially one of the best fraggers out there, and he's one of the Mr. 1v4 kind of guy. But I think so Some is slowly and steadily gonna steal that away, because all thanks to him, Aiku Soul is still at the 3rd spot in this leaderboard.
Well, certainly, Aiko Soul this time, they got 10 total points in their favor. And Some, like you said, he's the new guy who's doing those 1v4, 1v3, clutching it out when it matters the most. So definitely Some. I want to see a fight between Some and Ninja Boy, but that is some different matter. But looking at the match ranking, we have got Phoenix Esports with 0 points in this one. Team Empire with 0 points. This is really surprising and concerning, because Phoenix and Team Empire, if this continues, I don't know how they're going to keep themselves in top 16. Phoenix has started off on such a good note. Even CG, Carnival Gaming, they're sitting on the 15th spot, and with only 3 points, something really is happening wrong with the players of Carnival Gaming.
I would have to say I really wanted to talk about Carnival Gaming themselves as well, right? Because this is a team that got 1v4'd by Some, and it's Some in this one. It was godlike in the previous map of Sanhok as well, who eventually wiped out Carnival Gaming. So they have been struggling for the past 2 games, and it's not just about the past 2 games. Shadow, if you look at this entire week, I believe they've just scored 39 points till the previous game, and that is not a good number if you're specifically in the zone which lies in that deadly area, anywhere between the 12th position all the way down to the 20th position. Now, Carnival Gaming need to make a comeback in this one, otherwise I think so they might be pushed out of top 16.
Yesterday, if I'm not wrong, I think they got only a total of 3 points. So that's really concerning for Carnival Gaming. Day 1 of week 3 was still decent for Carnival Gaming. They need to figure out ASAP. But looking at the schedule, we have got the last match for Group A and B today. And in fact, the last match of this particular week as well, Erangel. This is the OG map. This could be the perfect map where CG needs to step up and stage a comeback. Else, if this continues, if they get an early exit in this one, they'll be out of top 16.
I'm going to have to say, I don't think so we're going to see a Gatka circle this time around. So they have to prepare themselves for any kind of long rotations. We've seen some obnoxious circles being formed. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we already saw that query around area circle, right? So I just feel that it's not going to be the same thing. I'm reading into the algorithm. Woohoo! Yeah,
since too many predictions are already coming from your side, I really want to know which team is getting the victory in this one.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Suddenly he go deaf.
Yeah. You know, I don't know, man. Shadow, I'll have to say, I think so godlike won the previous one. This time I'm going to go in for Aiku Soul. I'm just going to try and play it safe, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be jumping in all the way back into this last game of the evening on the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season, as the planes fly past starts all the way from Query, going all the way towards those eastern areas of Milta Power. Anyone who wants to go up on top towards Seveni, maybe try your luck in the next one.
Maybe. And I think the team who loves going all the way towards Severn are the players of K9 Esports, who had a decent outing in the previous one. At least they're getting those average points, unlike Carnival Gaming. So that's a bit of concern. But Team Tamilas is also one of those teams which is really struggling. This time they are going all the way towards the side of Primorsk, which has been their home ground since a very long time. But I'm still waiting for the drop clash. That where the drop clash is going to happen, which team is going to change their drop, because this is the week and this is the game where you can experiment, you can go and target someone, you can do anything, whatever you want.
I'll be pretty blunt at this point. You know, all the teams that are down in the last 4 positions, yeah, I think so they're all the way out. I don't think so they'll be able to make a comeback. But as you mentioned that we might possibly see a big cluster, my question is, why is Aiku Soul all the way down in the military base area? What's the point of that? Who are they now trying to focus on is my big question, because they always love to drop around that school part. But all right, we'll just have to wait and see. Genex FM, in the entire military base, we've got Just Jelly as well towards the Novo Repnoi, where there's absolutely no one, and the team Hidden Ones as well, a bit on the down southwestern part of the same island.
I love this. Aiku Soul changing their drop location and going all the way towards the side of military base. Like you said, this time Aiku Soul, they are going for the hunt. Could be the players of Hidden Ones or the players of Gen FM or maybe just Jelly, because all these 4 teams are towards the side of military base, and Some is in such a close proximity to the players of Hidden Ones. Some, I know you have done too many 1v4 and 1v3, but still you need to be careful. You at least need those resources before clutching it out against the entirety of Hidden Ones.
You know, tell me one thing. Do you think it is Some who's in trouble, or is it the members of Hidden Ones who are in trouble?
Without weapon, Some is in trouble.
I'm still gonna place my bets on that, lad. Yeah, you can call me biased if you want to. I'm still gonna place my bets on that one, lad. I think so. He probably has just got a few weaponries. He was the first one to drop down there, so that's probably why he's just gone out for hunt, scouting party, maybe a bit more of that, only to try and figure out where the rest of the players are. But as I mentioned, there's a lot of teams who are just trying to hunt each other out. Lucky for Hunters, he's got the Uzi in his hand, that too with the extended mag, 35 bullets, and they were able to run away as well from everyone because this bike is actually pretty fast. Way too fast for anyone else to catch up. So they'll be safe, Team Empire, as of now, because in the standings, they're not doing too hot. 17th place, 145 points. They need a big game to hop in that top 16.
But here is the thing. Team Empire has not been having the best of the day today.
True.
In the previous weekend, also they just had few 2-3 points or maybe 0 points. So Team Empire, they really need to focus on the consistency and resort to those heal battles. Why not? If that is giving you those average points, I think it's a good way to go for it. And Team Empire has done it in the past. So for sure Team Empire can do it once again. But Carnival Gaming is also struggling really hard. Hidden Ones, look at their position. They are sitting on the 22nd spot. They've really dropped down in the overall ranking. But Vingod and minus 40 also in sort of a pickle as Spider gets a knock onto Infinity.
Absolutely, and there's another trade as well. Sahil OP now falling down on his knees. Spider just brewing his web around everyone. He wants a third too, but LeBron, just too quick on his speed, was able to dodge away all of those bullets. But Spider, he knows what he needs to do in order to keep his team alive. M40 all the way down at the 32nd spot. But the hopes are still alive for this team, Vodka. You need to burn up not just the throws, but rather the full body of the players out there. Spider, you need to pull something off. Get the third man as well. We might call it another 1v3 as he's just out of bullets in his S12K. We'll be able to hit that reload as well. Player jumps in behind the box and he still manages to land in a good one. Yash is down on his knees, and with that, M40 shut down the hopes of Vingod for moving up in the rankings as they get wiped out.
Vingod was already comfortable in the top 10, but these 4 finishes are definitely going to boost the morale of minus 40. Finally, minus 40 is engaging in those 4v4 good fights and getting victory, coming victorious in those fights. This is so important for minus 40. Yes, they lost on to one of their player, but as 3 player, they can now focus on those placement points and try getting few more finish points. So minus 40, I think they are on the right track. I don't think this early exit is going to harm the players of Vingod Esports at any way. But IQ Team Tamila seems like they have also spotted down the players of minus 40. Or maybe Maxi has a vague idea that someone could be there.
Yeah, I mean, they've been hearing all the commotion out there, right? They know where this fight was taking place and they even know who has won that fight. So that's why Maxi is just out there scouting, trying to figure out if his team can eventually try and barge and get in a few more points, or maybe just getting that information. Intel is the key. Team Tamilas have always played around Intel. It's just the fact that right now the circle shifts are pretty obnoxious, and that's why I feel that their playstyle is the one that's been hurted a lot. Because we always see this team, whenever it's a nasty circle, they try and jump inside, but hold on that thought a second. Spider, this man is just on a rampage, confirms the pick as well. Vodka was there to go in and provide that support. Minus 40 already dealing a big blow to the members of Team Tamilas. The table bottom teams out there duking it out. Vodka needs to run back as he needs to patch himself back up as Spider. All the way out in the open though, not the best possible place. There's a lot of cover for the side of Team Tamila's Shadow.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage as well. And look at the position where Team Tamilas, they're moving like a pack of wolves. Where else minus 40 are trying to find some sort of connection with those utils. Spider trying to get something with it Molotov. And seems like minus 40, they have decided to back off from this fight. As Maxi OP is on a very sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up. Even Mr. IGL getting a lot of damage from the side of Spider.
Yeah.
One of the player of minus 40 is also going for the flank angle scared.
Yeah, exactly. That one player is going for the flank, and I don't think so minus 40 are shying away from this fight, but rather they're inviting the members of Team Tamilas into their trap. Because guess what? If they move in from the left side of this warehouse, there's a player who's already ready with that flank. If they move in from the right, they have absolutely no cover. And if they move in through the warehouse, then it's directly being flushed in from that one point. A nade being locked in. Spider is just going to dodge it by a slither. One of their players was already knocked down, so minus 40. Now they need to stop this onslaught of 3 players. That's only down to Spider. He needs to go for another 1v3, as in the minicam we're already seeing another fight being breaking out. Reckoning up against the members of players of Godlike. Team Tamilas, Maxi OP being taken down. Spider gets the second, but it's Mr. IGL who eventually shuts him down. And now Nishu needs to enter like a superhero. He needs to be the saving grace for his team. Mr. IGL being fired from behind his area, being stuck. And now it's Nishu in front of him. And he saves his team. Team Tamilas could not clear it all out, while minus 40 shut down the second team on the head. And guess what? It's Godlike on the other end of the spectrum, taking care of Reckoning and wreaking havoc around the area.
Where was minus 40 all this time? 8 finishes, and already at the very start of the game, this minus 40 I am loving. But seems like I spoke too soon, as do or die. Even they also want to engage in a fight with a plus of minus 40, as now minus 40 left with only 2 players remaining. Reaper getting those 2 finishes, and minus 40. The victory was short-lived, but still they can go for the placement points. But a very good start for minus 40. I wonder where these guys were all this time.
I've been waiting to ask the exact same question. I mean, if this is the kind of play that you can make, then all you need is to find the consistency in all of those points. And that's exactly what they're missing right now. And I 100% agree with your point, Shadow. Minus 40, I think so that it's not just today. Even on day 1, this team showed some glimmers. They showed some embers, which we were talking about as well, that if it continues, we might possibly see minus 40 making their bounce as well in the top 16 potentially. But alas, it could not continue. So we have seen this team constantly showing up, constantly, making these 1v3s possible, sometimes 2v4s possible. So you know that there is a lot of firepower in this team. All they need is some experience.
Sorry to cut you off, but just look at the plus of Aiku Soul. From military base, they went to school apartments, and from inside the safety of circle, they went in the blue to pick up fight with the plus of Wild Fangs. What is Aiku Soul doing?
Hunting. They're just hunting. They know they've already qualified. They don't really care about anything else. They just are here now to have fun. They're here now to target all the people who are in the 14 to 18 spot. They do not want them to make it into the top 16. I mean, if you really want to term a team as the villains, I think so Aiku Soul is the one.
They really went in the blue to pick a fight with the plus of Wild Fangs.
Yeah, it's just typical Aiku Soul, man. They always do that in every tournament.
Yes, I do agree to that. That's a typical Aiku Soul. But Wild Fangs, they also made a mature decision, because yes, Wild Fangs is also one of those teams which never shy away from the fight. But this time, Sensei and the boys made the mature decision that we'll prioritize the rotation, we'll respect the circle, and have a good compound for ourselves. And they backed off from that fight. Even Aiku Soul also disengaged from that fight. So yeah, good decision coming in. But there are a few other teams also who are still in the blue, like the players of Phoenix Esports toward the side of Yasnia. Then we also have Hero Extreme Godlike. Hero Extreme Godlike are also going for a very late rotation. They're taking the brunt of the blue, and the way they are going toward the side of Kameshki, they might face the players of Reckoning.
It could be possible. And Reckoning Esports, again, they've only just got one player remaining right now. So that's also a bit of a bummer for their side. They lost their 3 members early on when they were fighting against Hero Extreme Godlike. They took down Admino, one of the members who is in the top 10 Finnish leaderboards. But apart from that, we know the capabilities of this team. We know how Zap plays, how Jonathan plays, and how Punk IGLs his team. So this is still a pack of hunting wolves. Just 1 leg cut off, but 3 still strong. And they're going all the way from the northern part to take that entry. So I believe they might clash against K9 Esports. And that could be a bit of a problem. You know, Shadow, there's one thing that I really want to say. And I don't know if it's going to be a controversial thing or not. But Wild Fang has made a change in their roster. And if I'm not wrong, Scout is not playing right now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And they have... They have been getting a lot of points. Ouch. Sorry for Nisho out there. He couldn't do anything. It's do or die, hunting that last man. But, yeah, Wildfangs have been performing pretty well for the entire evening now, for the past 2 games specifically.
Well, that's a good thing because Wildfangs are looking comfortable in the leaderboard as well.
I agree.
But Trace God and Seth, they have been really doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Let's be honest, since day number 1, it's Trace God and Seth doing the majority of the heavy lifting. And today also, it is Trace God. But talking about Hero Extreme Godlike also, I think Zap, the way this guy used those utilities, especially against the players of Reckoning, I think he was the one to get that opening frag. So good play coming from the side of Zap as well. And the reason Hero Extreme Godlike are all the way towards the north is because they are going on a hunt for the last player of Reckoning. They dropped in towards the side of Lipovka. They engaged in a fight with the players of Reckoning. And after that, Hero Extreme Godlike has been on a hunt for the last player of Reckoning Esports. But seems like the last player have found a safety towards the side of Stelbert. But Carnival Gaming is also one of those teams which need to be very cautious.
I agree. Carnival Gaming, they haven't really had a very solid game till now. They've been on that struggling end as well. Zarix, Neo, Hector, Viper. They haven't really had those good games, and even in the previous one, they just got 1v4'd against Soul Somme, so that's going to be a big confidence buster. And right now they're holding the angle on the Everest. If I'm not wrong, there was one other team which held on to that one angle when the circle was being formed on them. Was it Team Empire? We'll have to get a confirmation on that. But for now, K9 Esports against Godlike. A while ago, I mentioned about this potential skirmish, Shadow, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Well, of course, everyone is just trying to hold on to the center of the circle. We have Carnival Gaming, Gen XFM. Carnival Gaming, yes, they are being the king of the hills as they have got the control of the big Georgiapul mountain. But there are a few teams still in the blue, like Just Jelly, Hidden Ones, like you also pointed out. So kind of a podcast moment for us also to talk about what's really happening wrong with all those teams who are still struggling, like Do or Die.
True.
They have shown signs of improvement as they are going for those fights. But most of the time, Do or Die, they are on the receiving end.
I agree. And it's about the opportunities, Sometimes you've got the firepower, but still, in a lot of situations, you really just want to try and pounce on the opportunity rather than brute forcing your way or egoing your way in. And this time, Do or Die understood that. That's why they went in for that, not even a third party, but rather a fourth party. And that's when they found those early picks. And I think so if they keep on continuing that, that's going to be a good thing for their side. Again, looking at the circle, I believe it's going to take a bit of a central shift. I don't think so it's going to be a hard shift, but Hidden Ones as well as Just Jelly, they really need to make their way all the way up now because the blue is going to start doing a decent amount of damage. And regardless of how many first aids they have, you don't really want to burn through all of it because look at the cluster all the way down south in the circle. Gen XFM, Do or Die, there's also Team Empire, Team Wildfangs, who have been performing really good. Anuj has been a keystone for this entire team, along with even Saif and Trace God. We know that the firepower is really solid for this team, and I think so they're working as a well-oiled unit right now.
Oh, they certainly are. Even the position inside the circle, like you said, they have got the southern control. Everything might work in the favor of Wildfangs. Gen XFM, they also need to buckle up because the previous Sanhok didn't go entirely in their favor, and Gen XFM has also been struggling. And in fact, Gen XFM was one of those teams which was doing really good in Open Finals. Even week number 1 was decent for this team. But suddenly, after week number 2, there was a major dip in the performance. All the fights which they were engaging in were the bad fights. They were getting annihilated. And even if you remember yesterday, the fight happened against the plus of 8-bit. The way 8-bit was using utilities in that situation, Gen XFM was pretty much handicapped. So Gen XFM they really need to figure out how to stage a comeback. This could be a good game because considering their position towards the southwestern side, they've kept themselves away from all that traffic.
I agree. They have been avoiding most of that right now. But if you're Gen XFM, do you really avoid those fights? Or at this point onwards, you just try and take those fights? Because average points are not going to get you anywhere. The cutoff is already reaching almost to 160 points. By the end of the evening, I think so it will reach to 160. And you are currently struggling on 112. So I don't think so those 8 or 9 or maybe 10 points per game are going to help you out, because your opponents are also getting those amount of points, right? So you have to get at least a few extra from them. You have to try and get to that 10 point, 12 point, 15 point mark. And for that, you need those extra eliminations, because a chicken dinner is going to give you, what, a maximum of 10? You really need those extra elims to add on top of that. For now, we're going to be focusing all the way back onto the members of Godlike. Punk fires a few shots, just tries to warn the people around him that this team is right here. I want to focus on where this next circle might actually form.
This could be a ruin circle, and if that happens, I think the players of Team Genesis can benefit heavily, because they have the entire control of ruins. Even the players of Haiku Soul, who are towards the water city, can benefit heavily in this one. But Team Just Jelly, they are keeping themselves towards the southern side of the circle, whereas on the northern front we have K9 and even the players of Hero Extreme Godlike taking that northern route inside the circle, along with Phoenix Esports. And mind you, Phoenix Esports are right on the tails of Hero Extreme Godlike.
They have to focus on the correct positioning. That's the main thing, because as you mentioned, K9 Esports is the one who's actually controlling that northern periphery. And there's quite a few hills that you can make use of, but not a lot of solid covers. So you don't really want to burn a lot of utilities. I really like the idea of Punk to move his team all the way around through that bridge of George Paul containers and then enter. But then again, they'll have to be at least choosing one of the other two options. Either force their fight against K9, or maybe then again into the crosshairs of Do or Die, who are all the way up on top of Everest. Carnival Gaming was controlling that place, which they eventually left to hold a bit more central position in the ruins.
Even Carnival Gaming, like you said, center position. Team Empire is also in the close proximity to the players of Carnival Gaming. The next circle shift is going to be so important, as everyone is just holding on to the grounds. But look at the 2v2 split coming from the side of Wild Fangs. It might really work in their favor. But the circle takes a extreme shift towards the northwestern side, favoring heavily the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are the zone magnets, I would have to say it now.
I mean, it just seems like today they've got that lady luck with them. It's basically now in every other game, they are entering at least in the top 5 positions. Even in the first Sanhok, we saw that. Vikendi, they got the chicken dinner. And now they've got technically the best compounds and some solid hard covers too. And with this K9, they're kind of out in the open as well. There's going to be a lot of teams rendezvousing onto them or converging onto those points. At least the fire is going to be there. Phoenix Esports as well, a bit more up towards the northeastern part. Aiku Soul all the way from behind Phoenix Esports is now going to hit in their own rotations as well. So that's a big collision that's going to happen there. And Godlike, they have every single piece of vision out there. But Wild Fangs, I was just talking about them safe. He's going to be knocked down onto his knees, and that's going to be the second casualty in the entire mix. They've just decided to leave those two players. Wild Fangs, they're running in to save their own lives to get some position points. That's a big problem. Hidden Ones, a very late rotation from the blue, but now has given them a big advantage.
Oh, certainly. Wild Fangs, like I said, they were in a 2v2 split, and the players of Hidden Ones rushed directly onto the two players of Wild Fangs, and they were outnumbered. And Hidden Ones definitely capitalized on that, and Daniel getting both the finishes to his team. But K9 and Phoenix Esports, even they are in sort of a pickle with each other, as Beast gets a knock on to one of the player of Phoenix Esports. But Beast is all by himself. He needs a backline support. He needs his teammate support at this point, and seems like Ninja Boy is too far away from him.
Yeah, they're just way too far away right now. I mentioned about this one split of K9 Esports. A couple of players were over towards the other side on to the river. They probably wanted to cover as much ground as possible while also gatekeeping the other teams. But now this is just backfiring onto them, because you don't really have a lot of covers. Even in the minicamp, we're just seeing the members of Aiku Soul right now trying to take that fight against the members of Just Jelly all the way towards the containers. And Just Jelly, they are in the blue, so they are on the receiving end of the spectrum. Knuckle just gatekeeping them beautifully, while a barrage of utilities are now being thrown in onto the face of Omega. He's also struggling a bit out there. They're all in open shadow, so it's a big problem. But this is not just the start of it. There's even bigger commotion that's going to commence onto the southeastern part as well, just a bit towards the ruins.
Just look at the position where Do or Die are. They have got the control of the Georgopol Everest. They can accumulate so many finish points, but Phoenix Esports going a little aggressive towards the side of K9, And Beast finds
Hello?
Phantom, shuts him down. What just happened, Phantom?
Oh
Fury
my
finds
goodness.
a lead, but this should not have happened in the first place.
Yeah, now they're just going to be pounced upon the rest of the members of K9 Esports. Ninja Boy, patch yourself up, my man. This is the blue. It's going to deal a lot of damage as all the shots are being fired from the other direction. Venom was out there and he'll be obliterated. Ninja Boy still survives through all of that. You can take his team down, but you cannot take him down and out with it. Absolutely flawless performance. K9 survived through all of that. But the worst part of it all is that they only have 2 finishes. All of them were stolen by everyone on the other side. But look at the circle shadow. It has just shifted a bit more towards Everest, and Wildfangs are in the smack center of it.
Of course, but they don't have the numbers. It's only Sensei and Anush 2 OP. Carnival Gaming might also engage in a fight with the plus of team Genex FM towards the southern periphery of the circle. Hector do have a good compound to his name, but a nade right on his face takes him down from the side of Matrix. Genex FM, they have got the opening frag, and now Carnival Gaming Neo from the backline trying to provide all the support as Viper gets a knock onto Shogun. This could be a fight which Carnival Gaming might turn in the favor as Dhruv also goes down.
Absolutely, and this is a very scrappy fight, but even after that, it's Carnival Gaming Viper getting 3 for himself. Zyrix gets 1, and Hector is going to be brought back up on his feet. That's a big win for Carnival Gaming, a much needed one, but for how long can they stand is the question as Hidden Ones now decide to enter. The Molotov's gonna stop them in their tracks. Some good cover fire coming. Executor has been executed. It's do or die from the back end, all the way from top. You can call them the gods out there, helping Carnival Gaming. Executor has been finished. Clutcher gets the confirmation as well. And it's all down to Alien. He's just super far out there. There's a barrage of vehicles. So many ones. You can pick whichever one you want. It's probably one of those areas, but up close personal Alien, his position is unknown. Carnival Gaming running back inside the compound. That is necessary. You don't want to be in the crosshairs, and you specifically don't want to be out in the open right now.
New. He has no idea, but finally shuts him down. For a second, I thought Neo had no idea about Alien's position because he came so close to Alien, and immediately Neo went back into the compound. But seems like he knew that there is someone hiding, and with that, Hidden Ones, they have also been eliminated. Carnival Gaming with 5 finishes. A good comeback game for this particular team, and the next victim could be the plus of Team Genesis.
It could very well be. Right now, Godlike as well. They're just slowly and steadily trying to take their own entry. The point is, Aiku Soul have still survived through all of that. That is just absolutely nasty. They've been having so much fun. Sensei just behind the drop. Needs to be careful because there's a lot of teams just behind them. One of them is Aiku Soul. The hunters out there, the villains of the lobby. Do or die just behind them. So it's going to be hellfire on this Everest. It's going to be a bloodbath. And that's what's happening. Some is still one of the man remaining standing. Manya on his feet. Right now, he needs to be raised up. So the utilities are going to be hopped in from every other position. Sensei's position noted. Clutcher gets a good pick on him. Sensei is down on his feet now. Anush 2 OP is the only man remaining. And the rest of the members of Do or Die are now trying to take the fight against Aiku Soul. Manya down. Knuckle. Some remaining. DBS in the hands. Some has done it multiple times. Can he pull something one more time? Knuckle almost out there, and Some comes in as the rescuer. Can he get one more? He's super low. He's got 1 first aid, but no time to utilize that. The blue is going to start hunting him down as well in the next 30 seconds. You've got to be careful.
Do or Die also trying to do so much in this situation as Jonathan also gets taken down by Clutcher. Actually, Reaper of Do or Die. Carnival Gaming also wants to chime in this fight and get all those teams. Zap is going for the rescue mission onto Jonathan as Som has patched himself up, but Avinash grenades takes out of Team Aiku Soul, and Soul has been eliminated by the plus of Team Do or Die. Som tried to do so much in that situation, but Hero Extreme got like, just look at the position where Zap is having the higher ground and lot of information. 6 finishes already there, but he needs to go for the revival onto Jonathan.
Can you? That's the question. Out in the middle of the hunting grounds of every other team. As in the next 14, the blue will touch. It's a confirmation. Punk gets 1. There's a player down on them. He has no idea about that, and he will be obliterated. Arnold's 2 OP. Just pulling out a rat play. And now he wants to get even more. Jonathan down on his feet again. It takes Zap to shut him down. Godlike gets 8 finishes, but they can't do anything else, so will eventually be eliminated. It's coming to the blue. And the entire circle is controlled by Genesis. We've talked about this team, and they are the ones who are in control, trying to gatekeep Carnival Gaming now. And Hector has got a good positioning. Shots fired, and Grind is down.
Even Viper also gets taken down. And Carnival Gaming gets a confirmation point onto Fragger Genesis. Even now, they don't have the numbers advantage. Carnival Gaming, they have to go for the revival onto Viper. As Catch is also bleeding Genesis. What just happened? They had such a good position. They had got everything. But giving individual fight to the plus of Carnival Gaming might mark an end for the entire team, as Hero is the last man standing and Carnival Gaming, ouch. With a ban, Hector was trying to get the confirmation, but finally he resorted to that weapon. But Genesis, this should not have been allowed in the first place. But Carnival Gaming, what a comeback coming from this team.
Absolutely, the run over at the very last. Carnival Gaming finally getting a much needed chicken dinner for themselves. Otherwise, this would have been a disastrous week for them. They are the savers. The saving grace for this team was the Erangel of week 3, day 3. Surviving. And this is the reason why we always see them in top 16 in all of those finals. Shadow, the only thing that did not work out for Genesis over towards the end was the fact that Carnival had the control of the higher ground. And that's the main reason why they could not win this one out. But still, a very big step up from them. And it's not just about them, it's also do or die. They controlled Everest for such a long time.
They certainly did, but I think I disagree to one point. I think Genesis rushed onto the fight against Carnival Gaming. Had they got focused on getting a better position inside the circle, they just rushed into it and gave individual fight to the plus of Carnival Gaming, which should not have happened at all. So that was a mistake from the side of Genesis, but all in all, I think good rotations coming in, a good comeback from side of do or die, Carnival Gaming, and even Genesis.
I agree. The positioning, it was pretty decent, but I think so they just kind of went in under pressure because you technically had no covers, right? It was an entirely open ground in front of you. So the fight was always going to be for that one hilltop location, because with that you can see everything in front of you. You've got some rocky covers, it's fine, it's nadable, but at least it's better than an open ground. And that's why they kind of just diverted their attention towards two different fronts, and they could not focus on that one. But man, oh man, this entire map, with the way how things kicked off, with the way how Spider just became the craziest spider around. You could probably call him the Black Widow, or probably call him the Wandering Spider. He definitely did bite a lot of opponents.
Even -40. Finally, all the bottom teams in this Erangel were staging a comeback. -40, they also accumulated 8 finish points. But the highlight moment for me was Aiku Soul dropping all the way towards military base and then going back to the school, and after that going in the blue to take a fight with the plus of Team Mile Fangs. Maybe they were looking for someone else because they didn't really engage in that fight. But whatever is the situation, I think Aiku Soul were really experimenting in this one.
Yeah, they indeed were experimenting, or rather, I don't think so they were experimenting. They were just having fun. They know that the entire team is making some basic mistakes, so they were like, you know what, boys, let's just let loose, let's enjoy it, let's have fun, and Some smash. So that continued even towards the end. We almost saw Some clutch up that situation against Do or Die too. It was pretty fun to watch them out, but over towards the end, yes, Genesis, phenomenal performance. Do or Die, crazy good performance. Wildfang, I would have said it's a good performance had they got some eliminations. They were caught in quite not so good spots, treacherous positions, and they eventually got picked apart one after the other. So that was a bit of a problem out there. But I think so overall, a pretty good day for the teams who were all the way from the 16th to 20th spot. They slowly are now climbing up.
Yeah, that I do agree. All the teams who are somewhere in the danger area or the grey area, which we call it, have definitely performed really good in this particular Erangel, which was much needed, be it -40, Do or Die, or any other team. Everyone was trying to stage a comeback, especially the teams who are somewhere between 14 to 18 spot. Carnival Gaming is also somewhere there, and after getting this chicken dinner, I think Carnival Gaming has solidified this spot in the top 16 because it was much needed. This is going to give them the confidence boost for the upcoming week as well.
Have they solidified it or not is a big question, I'll have to say. because even there's one more week remaining, 9 more games. But we'll come back to that in a while, because right now, the man who stole the entire action, who stole all the spotlights in this game, was definitely Spider from M40. 6 finishes, 75% finish contribution. I think so his team had a total of what, around 9 finishes maybe? My math is just not mathing, it's total 8 finishes. And he had 8 knockouts. 8 knockouts! That's just bonkers. 3 bonuses for his side as well, 614 damage. Spider definitely outdid himself.
Oh, he certainly did. And Carnival Gaming, Hector being the finisher, because he landed the last blow with total of 2 finishes, and Carnival Gaming, this was much needed from their side. I think after this, they're going to get the confidence, and along with that, few other teams also who were struggling. Like K9, they were struggling yesterday. They also had a very good outing today. So all the teams have started realizing that this week was so important and so critical, especially the last game, and they were on a rampage. They were not shying away from the fights. Even the players of Do or Die or -40, Team Tamilas, they were not at all shying from those fights, and -40 was winning all of them.
You talked about the fact how -40 won the fight against Team Tamilas, and I wanted to focus on Team Tamilas themselves with the way how they used to take the fights versus what happened right now. You never really expect them to choke up in such a situation, but they still did. And I think so this team has been on the struggling end for way too long now. There needs to be some changes in the approach of how they're taking those fights, how they're picking those timings, because this is not the Team Tamilas that we used to see. But focusing down onto the points in this entire match, Carnival Gaming with 9 finishes, 10 placement points, they reach up with 19, but Do or Die, again, the stars out there, 15 points in total, they secure the 3rd position. Godlike, 8 finish points, 4 position points, 12 points, and with this, Shadow, they have overtaken Versatile, and they are now on top of the leaderboard.
Well, certainly Hero Extreme Godlike, they had it coming, because every single time this team is getting good amount of points. K9 this time getting only 3 points. Reckoning, they were eliminated by the players of Hero Extreme Godlike at the very start of the game. Especially Zap in that fight was phenomenal. The way he was using those Molotovs and grenades against Reckoning. I think Zap really is a player to look out for. Phoenix Esports not having the best outing with only total of 2 points. Genex FM, even they also had to face an early elimination. But Team Empire, and Just Jelly, this is a second consistent bad game for these teams.
I was just about to say how Team Empire was pretty solid in the top 16 early on, right? In the first 2 weeks, if I'm not wrong, they had 51 and somewhere around 66 points in both the weeks, right? Week 1 and week 2 respectively. But this week has been absolutely disastrous for them. I think so they've not even managed to reach what 30-point mark. They've only got 28 points. I'll have to get a fact check on that. But even if you look at the decline, it's not even 50% of the points that they gained in week number 2. And because of that, they are out of the top 16. They are in the 17th spot. And the pressure is just going to mount on them.
Yeah, for week number 4, the pressure is definitely going to be there. Along with that, for week number 4, I believe there are going to be certain situations where few teams will have a bullseye target behind their back. And staging a comeback in that situation will make it more difficult, along with those crazy circles also making things difficult. So week number 4 is not going to be easy at all, but it is going to be easier for few teams, as in the overall ranking we have Hero Extreme Godlike right on the top with 240 points.
Absolutely. 88 placement points, 152 finish points. This team knows how to aggress and when to fight for the positions. Versatile, 69 placement point, nice, 167 finish points. And 238 in the total overall scoreboard. Bot Army Esports is a team that impressed us a lot, along with Aiku Soul. 5 chicken dinners each. You can combine it with God's Rain as well. 5 for them too. And all of them have crossed the 200-point mark. So they are super comfortable. They can do whatever they want for the last week. I think so we could say the same thing for Orangutan, Wind God and Reckoning as well. 189, 179 and 177 points each. One fun thing is that it's just a combination of all those placement points as well as the finish points, where finish points is the only thing that's separating them from the first, second, third place teams.
Of course, finish points are always very important, but you need to find the perfect balance because few teams like Kane and Esports, just look at them. On this page, they have got the highest finishes, 123 finishes, but only 42 placement points, which shows the inconsistency. They are good in those 4v4 fights, they get the finish points, but they need to focus on those placement points. For now, they are sitting comfortably on the 13th spot, so nothing to worry about. Whereas Team Empire, they have got good placement points, but finish points is something that concerns them. 79 finishes. So they need to focus on those fights and try to win them. If that is not working, just go back to that mid strat.
I mean,
Yeah,
please
why
don't
not just
listen.
go for it?
Please don't listen to Shadow. Show some fighting spirit.
Hey,
Show
listen,
some fighting spirit.
because of it, if you qualify for the challenge finals,
True,
hey, just go for
true.
it, man.
True. It seems like I just want chaos at this point. But here's the thing, K9 Esports was the only team that had 0 chicken dinners and was still in the top 16. So that clearly shows you that even if they cannot find consistency in terms of those positionings, as long as they're constantly fragging out more than their own opponents, that is good enough for them. But yes, I agree that you need to find the balance and you need to get those placement points for yourself as well, because right now there's a lot of teams on 17 to 22nd spot who can try and steal it away. For any other team who's all the way down in the last 4, I've already said that, Shadow, I think so the journey is almost but done for you guys, starting all the way from 28th spot, because they haven't really reached 110 point marker. All they can do is try and just spoil the fun for quite a few teams between 11th and 19th spot.
See, I did some maths and I think even the team who's sitting on the 25th spot, if they get 10 average points in every single game, they might qualify. They'll have more than 200 points. If my maths is correct, which I doubt. They'll get 90 points, so there is a very high chance of them qualifying. Just get 10 average points in every single game, which itself is very difficult.
I love the optimism out there, right? I love the optimism because let's be honest, there's quite a lot of teams who are targeting the other teams and there's a lot of shakiness in those positions. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to remove all of those shakiness away because we've got one of a big man out here from Revenant X Park. We're going to be welcoming Sarang for the interview. Hello, Sarang.
Hi guys, hi.
How are you doing, my man? कैसे हो?
I'm good. You say.
अरे बस बहुत बढ़िया, मजा आ रहा है आपकी टीम को देखते हुए जैसे खेल रहे हैं. मैं सबसे पहले आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि वीक 1 में आपकी टीम ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था, राइट? आई गेस 60 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर स्कोर करे थे. वीक 2 में वो थोड़ा सा कम हुआ, वीक 3 में थोड़ा और कम हो गया है वो. सो लाइक दिस इज द, यू कुड से आर्ग्युएबली वर्स्ट वीक फॉर यू. ऐसा क्या हो रहा है आपकी टीम के साथ एंड इससे आगे कैसे डील करोगे आप?
मतलब अप्स एंड डाउन तो होते रहते हैं हर टीमों में, तो आई गेस उस चीज से इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए. और हम लोग मतलब जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स है वही मतलब रेक्टिफाई कर रहे हैं ताकि फाइनल्स में ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स ना होए और होपफुली मतलब फाइनल्स भी पहुंच जाए पहले तो. बस वही है अभी तो मेन प्रॉब्लम्स जो भी है रेक्टिफाई करना है.
होपिंग द सेम थिंग. शैडो प्लीज टेक ओवर.
सारंग, अगर आप नोटिस करें आप शायद टारगेट भी हो रहे हैं, तो वीक नंबर 4 के लिए क्या प्लान है, क्या डिफरेंट आप करना चाह रहे हैं वीक नंबर 4 में?
कुछ डिफरेंट नहीं करेंगे हम लोग को, मतलब इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता अगर कोई टारगेट भी कर रहा है या करने का ट्राई भी कर रहा है तो, क्योंकि एनीवे अगर हम लोग अच्छा खेलेंगे तो वो किल्स ही मिलने वाले हैं हमें. तो हम लोग वही है अपना गेम पे फोकस करेंगे रेदर देन कौन टारगेट कर रहा है कौन क्या कर रहा है, तो उससे हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
टीम में कोई सिनर्जी के इशू हो रहे हैं? क्योंकि कल की अगर बात करें, कल एरांगल में निंजा बॉय के अगेंस्ट जो फाइट हुआ था, वहाँ क्या इशू हुआ टीम के बीच में?
नहीं, सिनर्जी का इश्यूज नहीं है कुछ भी. उसने अच्छा खेला तो उसने मार दिया, वैसा कुछ है नहीं कि मतलब एक मैच में कोई भी बोल देगा कि सिनर्जी का इशू ऐसा, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता है. क्योंकि अगर सिनर्जी का इशू होता तो मतलब साथ ही नहीं रहते शायद से, इतने टाइम से साथ में है तो 1-2 मैच में तो चलता है यार, हर मैच थोड़ी अच्छा खेल सकता है.
Fair enough. चलिए अब I know we've been asking you a lot of questions, but सारंग एक थोड़ा फन क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे करते हैं. ऐसी कौन सी टीम है जो अभी टेबल के बॉटम में है या अराउंड 11 to 16 स्पॉट में है जो कि आप नहीं चाहते कि टॉप 16 में आए?
मैंने सच बोलूं तो पॉइंट्स टेबल ही नहीं देखा, खुद का पॉइंट्स ही देखा था.
But still,
सही में सच बजा दूं. फिनिक्स पता नहीं फिनिक्स कौन से नंबर पे होगी. फिनिक्स
हाँ, they're pretty low in the leaderboard, 23rd पे है वो.
अच्छा, तो फिर तो वो नहीं होंगे शायद, है ना? क्योंकि मतलब
You
सबसे
don't-
ज्यादा हेडेक तो उनसे ही होता है क्योंकि उनका मिरामार और इरेंगल ड्रॉप दोनों सेम है अपने साथ। और बाकी तो किसी से है नहीं ऐसा प्रॉब्लम।
Fair enough, fair enough. Go ahead, Shadow.
And I think Phoenix Esports को होना आपके लिए थोड़ा फायदा दे रहा है। वो आपको स्टार्टिंग में 4 फिनिशेस दे देता है, तो उनके साथ जब आपके मैचेस होते हैं तो आपको खुश होना चाहिए।
नहीं सही बात है आपकी, बट टीम्स फिर दूसरी भी आ जाती है ना थर्ड पार्टी करने, उसमें दिक्कत है।
Oh my god, some
And
spices
सेनॉक
being
और
added here.
वीकेंडी आपके बहुत मतलब थोड़े से उसमें कम पॉइंट्स आते हैं, तो सेनॉक और वीकेंडी के लिए क्या स्पेशल प्रिपरेशन आपकी टीम कर रही है?
सैनॉक में तो हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि ज्यादा पॉइंट्स निकाले, क्योंकि मतलब जितने भी टूर्नामेंट पहले खेले सैनॉक में बहुत ज्यादा पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं हम। और वीकेंडी का तो पता नहीं, वीकेंडी तो भगवान भरोसे वाला मैप लगता है मेरे को। बाकी सैनॉक में निकालेंगे पॉइंट।
Oh my god, fair enough, Sarang. Thank you so very much for that. And again, आपने join किया हम सबको, उसके लिए we are very glad and I wish you all the very best for the last week. Week 4 है, last 9 games है. We really love seeing Revenant X-Park all the way in the grand finals, क्योंकि आप finals में हमेशा perform करते हैं. So hoping to see you there.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good luck.
Well, Shadow, you're ruthless out there. You're brutal. You're the most brutal person. But yeah, I know, I kind of agree with the point. But to summarize for all the people out there, we asked quite a few questions out there. So I'm just going to wrap around with the main points. Sarang really said that it's absolutely fine even if the performance is declining. It's totally okay. They're working on it and they will focus more on the week number 4. And they don't really care if there's any other team targeting them. They're totally cool with it. They will just play their own game. And for the team that is causing a bit of a problem for them is Phoenix Esports, because they clash onto those drop locations. So they don't really want to see them in the grand finals.
That's a fair thing to ask for, because you don't want to have the same team in the grand finals with which you share the drop location. And I think he was fair to his point. And I think he was looking quite underconfident. Maybe could be the reason that they didn't had a really good entire week. That could be the reason. But one good game, and I think Sarang and the boys will be again back in the form. It's not like they have been facing major dip in the performance. They had their ups and downs. Still, they are in the top 16. So nothing really concerning at this point for the team.
Yeah, I agree, because again, let's be honest, if you think about the average points of 5 and 6, maybe 7, around 7 average points, you do the mathematics out there and it's 9 into 7. I don't know what that actually is. It should be 63. So you need to get at least 50 to 60 points every week. That's going to be the average. But this time around, yes, Revenant X-Park facing a bit of a decline there. But you know what? I trust this team. They always struggle on the early few days, and then they pick up their own pace. Even in the official tournaments, we have seen this team struggle on the early few phases, but then as soon as they arrive at the LAN, it's just like there's a different beast that comes out. They change form, they go Super Saiyan, they go Berserk. So I think so that could be possible. But Shadow, what are your expectations for week number 4?
I think Revenant X-Park are going to get a chicken dinner on the very first day of week 4. And K9 as well.
I'm writing it down. I am writing it down.
You can write
Quoting
it
you.
down, because
Quoting you
that's
there.
my gut feeling.
All right, cool. We'll see. I'm gonna call shots. I think so. Maybe it's gonna be some underdog teams who will eventually pull themselves back up. Maybe teams like Team Empire, maybe Myth. Maybe we're gonna see Genesis slowly and steadily stepping up. But ladies and gentlemen, there's quite a lot of teams who really need to pull their socks up, because now we'll be heading into the last week of Snapdragon Pro Series presents BGMI Challenge Season 6, and this is the last 9 games that we will witness. But next week, so make sure you hit the subscribe button so that you don't miss anything out. We'll see you guys next week. Have a good night.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train.
Underestimation, it is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night.